The other part of this is that Rotary International mission is very interesting. So coming to the end part of this part is the Rotary International has a particular, I would say, a mission statement that they say. They say that in order to transform the world, you can literally give your gifts to others, to serve people through projects. You can change lives both at home, or you can go around the world to help, various different people or different causes. The other thing is, because it started over 100 years ago, from then to now, they have actually spent more than $4 billion, yes, $4 billion on life-changing and other kinds of sustainable projects. So this, I think, is a very, very positive thing. Now, I'm going to go through the last bit a little bit faster, because for newcomers, it may not be as interesting, but it's something that you should at least be aware of. Because when I joined Rotary, I didn't know all these fantastic things were possible. And I didn't know that all these opportunities were available, these benefits that I could gain as a person and as an individual. So I just felt that this is something very exciting to perhaps share with the rest of the world as well. So let me share another thing here as well, as you can see here. I'll just share the next slide, which I think is quite important too. This talks about, of course, what does Rotary International do? Well, the mission is the Rotary Foundation helps Rotarians to advance world understanding, goodwill, and peace by improving health, providing quality education, improving the environment, and alleviating poverty. So if there's any other areas that you feel really connected to, then straight away you could start doing some great work through this organization. There is also, which I have to say, the interesting part is there's the Rotary Foundation, which is a very, very powerful organization, because it gives lots and lots of grants and funds to people who are working on, impactful projects. So if you were thinking of perhaps working on a project and you weren't sure where to get the funding from or grants from or something, then of course you can go to Rotary and do a little bit more reading, do a bit more study, and find out that there are various types of grants and funding available where you can partner up with other clubs, you can partner up with other members, and you can even partner up with global organizations and work on projects that mean a lot to you. So the kind of grants that are available, there are all types, but I'll just share quickly with you. There could be district grants, global grants. There are also programs of scale grants. That means you start off with small, or it could be a huge, very big project, a countrywide project perhaps, and also disaster response grants, that if something really terrible happens in your country or in some place and needs some support, then you can contact your local Rotary clubs and the Rotary International to find out how they can support you to support that part. Next part is this one here. There you go. Why? What are the ways that members are making a difference? Because members make also, members are very, I would say, each one are individuals with their own interests. Everybody has a different background, different professional background, perhaps, but each one has one thing, and that is that they would like to be of service. They would like to be of service to make this world a better place. So I felt that, this is something I really connected with. There was a tagline that they use, and the tagline that Rotary uses is service above self. And this is just 3 words, but such powerful words that if you lived every single day thinking this way, that service above self, think of others before yourself. I mean, if we go to any religious texts or any spiritual text, they'll always say, treat others like you would like to be treated yourself, and all these wonderful spiritual teachings. Well, this one thing, if you live by this value, your whole life can change, and you can literally create so much impact in the lives of others as well, I feel. And these are all things that I have seen, my observations of joining the Rotary Club and some reading I have done. So I just felt that here I'll share this with my wonderful Healing Our Earth family out there. Whichever corner of the world you're watching from, you will definitely have a club next to you. So if it's something of interest to you, you can still contact them. And at the and during the whole program today, you will be getting some numbers and some websites and things as well. So you can jot those down and follow up if you wish to. There are also really interesting things, I think, because we're a multicultural organization, and we find that we have many people from all cultures who are watching us. Even our hosts are from Malaysia, from USA, from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from Dubai, and different places. So, you know, it's quite a multicultural organization. Well, Rotary itself is a very, very diverse organization. They have people from all cultures, all working together as friends, and just with one vision, let's make a difference to the world in a positive way. So there are various different things that you can go through, which are things like the Rotary Friendship Exchange Program, where you can literally discover new cultures and make friends all over the world. It may be better for me to just show you the next slide, because then maybe you'll get a better understanding of it if it's there. No, it's not there. No problems. I'll carry on just sharing a little bit for you. So the Rotary Friendship Exchange is brilliant for discovering new cultures. There's a Rotary Fellowship as well, where you can explore your interests and hobbies with other members. So you can come together. So if you're a doctor, you may be able to set up a group of doctors, or if you like meditation like we all do, then we can come together and we create our own little Rotary Fellowship, a meditation group or so. There's also other things like inter-country committees. So if you're interested in intercultural work, if you want to work in other countries and develop friendships around the world and things like that. So there are also those ways that you can connect with these kinds of committees, or even sit on those committees, and it'll help to open up many more opportunities for you. And finally, I thought this was very interesting. I thought it was very clever. There's also something called the project fairs. So if you have an idea and you think, oh, I really want to go and help another country, let's say India or Israel, or whichever place that you feel that you're really connected to, or where your grandfathers and grandmothers come from, so your homeland. So you feel that you want to go and help there. Well, there are project fairs. So what happens is you go there and people tell you that this is a project we're working on, and we're looking for partners. So you can listen to all these different projects, and whichever one you connect with, you can contact them, and you can literally start building a program and a project with somebody from another country who's looking to develop these kinds of partnerships. I think this is really fantastic, because when I found out and had an insight into something like this, I just felt that I think more people should know about this. If you don't know, once you know, and then you make a choice of not being part of it, it's not an issue at all. That's fine. That's your choice. But at least if you know, then you know there's a choice that you have, that you could connect with some really amazing people, a fantastic group, and also be able to go out there to become the better, to do the best you can for the world too. But apart from, there are so many other things I've noticed about the Rotary side. There are things like Rotary action groups within Rotary. So if you wanted to join the Rotary Club, then you will find that you will be able to connect with other people through Rotary action groups. There's also groups with local residents and businesses come together. These are called, I think, Rotary community courts. So that's where the businesses and local communities come together to create some projects together. You can also have things like, you can even contact your own district community chairs. So they're really great, because if you're part of London, and London has maybe 20, 25 clubs, or 29, I believe, or 26 there are in London, but the district chair would look after some committees or some area for all the clubs. So if you have a project you want to work on, they could maybe connect you to other clubs and help you to start building up your own network as well. So that's really fantastic way to develop your friendships and do your project in a bigger, more impactful way. And of course, there are also experts. So in Rotary itself, I am so proud that there are such amazing people within Rotary. Very humble, very modest, very helpful, with such extensive experiences in different professions. So if you just wanted to go and talk to somebody and say, oh, I wanted to do a campaign like this, can you give me a little bit of advice on this? They would happily support you. But there's also something called the District Resource Network. And in this particular network, the Rotary connects you with perhaps specialists and experts. So they can then support you with your projects as well. So you get free guidance, free advice from the best of the best, so which is really fantastic. So without speaking anymore, maybe I should share another one video with you, because that will probably give you a better idea of how and what I'm talking about here. So let me just see if I can just share another video here for you. Let's see. Again, as I mentioned, these have been provided so kindly by Eve, as I mentioned to you, and she's amazing. She's produced some really lovely videos. This one is one about the diversity, the different types of members that all come together to do different projects. So maybe this would be a good one for us to listen to. I hope you can all see this. I don't know if you can see this. So I'm just going to play that again for you. Can you see this?
Yeah. Yes, honey, it's perfect. Thank you.
Yes, I can't seem to turn it
on. I
on.
thought that Rotary was for older businessmen. I didn't even realise that girls were invited, when actually it's really exciting to find out that Rotary is for everybody, that it is for, you know, the social entrepreneur. I thought that Rotary was for older businessmen. I didn't even realise that girls were invited, when actually it's really exciting to find out that Rotary is for everybody, that it is for, you know, the social entrepreneur on the high street, for the people that are just starting up, you know, like I am.
Well, Rotary's goals have always been the same, working in the community, and these social enterprises are all about working in the community, so we should be working together in the community. It's very simple.
Rotary has changed my life by networking me in with other knowledgeable business professionals and taking on board my crazy and welcoming it as an entrepreneur.
This club is great for us because we now have a small person to consider. He's welcome at meetings, and the club is seen to be flexible, that we can come along to whatever we need to. It just offers so many opportunities for helping in all kinds of different ways, and ways which I really want Matthew to benefit from.
We think it's important that children come along, and particularly as a parent, for them to learn that they should be giving back to their community to help make a difference.
I wanted to become a Rotarian because I wanted to promote that young people in Rotary can do more. Young people can be heavily involved, they can be enthusiastic, and they can be trusted in succeeding in pushing the Rotary further. And I want to help as many young people as well as adults in the community and help develop the community for it to be a better place.
Is it good fun?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And what do you learn?
Helping other people and making them join the club.
Good work. Future membership and marketing chairman right here.
Oh, that's so cute. It's wonderful to see those wonderful children as well getting involved, because I really find that a very passionate thing that, you know, if you teach children good values from a young age, they could become such amazing, amazing society members and really do profound work within the communities. So I'm coming to the end of my slot here. I hope you've enjoyed that little insight that I've tried to share with yourselves. We do have our wonderful guest who's going to be joining us very shortly. Her name is Eve, of course, Eve Conway, as I I mentioned, who kindly produced those videos. I'm not going to tell you anything more because it's all secrets. Otherwise, I'm going to let her share with yourself. But before then, I just wanted to maybe invite any of you, if you're interested, to find out more about the Rotary Club. Well, there is a special event that's taking place on Thursday, 27th of January, where anyone who's interested to find out more can attend an online presentation. It's free of charge, of course. It's online. It'll be a Zoom presentation, and you can find out a little bit about Rotary Club. You can ask questions, anything you want to ask. You can interrogate us, no problems. But it's a really great way for you to at least explore and discover some new things that maybe this could be something for you. And also, I also believe that quality members are really important. Quality members means, if you feel there's somebody who's interested in really doing this kind of work, who really are quite humanitarians, who like helping, contributing, being there for others, well, this could be a place where they could do 100 times more work than what they're doing right now, because they'll get this collective, real wonderful unity and collectivity behind them to support them. So if you're interested to perhaps join us, then at the end I will be sharing some of the information, the website details, and you can just contact us. And of course, you can contact Healing Our Earth anytime you like. So that would be great. Oh, we have our lovely, lovely lady here, dear Eve. A global namaste to you, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste. I'm delighted to be here, honey. And I've been enjoying your presentation as well. Really excellent. So thanks for that. I've still got a little bit to say, though, I think.
Oh gosh, you have about 20 books I think you can talk about when it comes to the Rotary. The amount of information that you have, the amount of experiences you have had with with the Rotary Club, and also you're just amazing when it comes to you being the kind of person that you are, because I think you just need to be that kind of person who's just selfless, and that's what I can see in you, every bit of you. You just want to help. But of course, we're going to be finding out a little bit more about what you do now, so I'm just going to get myself ready with your little presentation here, and we can start chatting away. So of course, this is there you go, it's all ready there for you. Now I would like to welcome our dear Eve to everybody here. First of all, I just want to ask Eve that Healing Our Earth is a platform. It's an online global platform. You do so much work globally. What do you think about Healing Our Earth, what it's trying to do when it tries to transform, inspire, educate people around the world about interesting topics?
Well, I think that's really important, because it does help sort of expand our horizons as well, doesn't it, really? And Healing Our Earth is a particularly topical title, if you like, at the moment, particularly when we're looking at what's happening to our Earth. The emphasis, in fact, Rotary's a new area of focus is protecting the environment, and that's something we need, as well as healing our Earth. Obviously, we need to protect our environment, which is healing our Earth, and by doing that, it's better for all of us, really. So I think it's a wonderful title. It's so important, our self-health, if you like. So
well, you see, that's something brilliant, because you've been working on all these different areas. So before we start asking you a couple of questions, I just would love to do an introduction, because I would love our listeners and our viewers here to really know who Eve is as a person, because if you really hear what she has done, you'll be thinking, I found it so difficult to summarize what she has actually done. But she actually is somebody who's been serving in the Rotary for many, many years. She actually has been the Rotary International Director from 2023 to 25. She's going to become. Now, the Rotary International Director is a very, very big position in the Rotary Club. So I really would like to congratulate Eve for that position, because it's a first female there becoming a Rotary International Director. And she's going to be sitting on the Rotary International Board, the governing board of one of the world's largest humanitarian service organizations, as we say. Eve was also the president of the Rotary International in Great Britain and Ireland in 2016 and 2017. And she's currently a vice chair of Rotary International's End Polio Now. Countdown to History Campaign Committee, and director of the Rotary Action Group for Endangered Species. So that's why I know that she's very interested in the environment and looking after the planet. Now, Eve's unwavering, I should say, commitment to Rotary has continued to grow ever since she was given the life-changing opportunity of being a Rotary Ambassador Scholar. So I never got around to talking about these scholarships because I've got a few guests who are going to come and talk about this area. But she started off when she was a young, university student, and look at her now. She's done so much work and she's been with Rotary for this many years. So I think that's a big congratulations. And thanks to Rotary, she graduated with a Master's of Science degree in Broadcast Journalism. And she also, actually, that was the home of the Rotary International, where she actually graduated in Illinois. Eve has also worked as a multimedia journalist for 35 years for the BBC. And one of Eve's greatest and proudest accomplishments was starting the Rotary Young Citizens Awards in association with BBC News in 2006. And really fantastic. So many young lives have been changed thanks to that one wonderful initiative. And finishing off here with a little bit more there is in 2012, 2013, Eve became the first female district governor of Rotary in London. So it's really nice to see that she's a leader, and she doesn't just talk about being leading things. She is a leader herself. So she's really great in this way. And leading up to the London 2012 Games, she organized numerous projects and sat on the Rotary Olympics and Paralympics Committee. As a district governor, Eve started a successful vocational training team project with the district governor of the Mumbai district in India. And actually, I'm not going to tell you anymore because I'm going to ask her to do all this talking for herself. So we're going to find out from the horse's mouth, as they say.
Yeah, so, I don't know if I want to be called that. But thank you.
Yeah, come to think of it, a glamorous lady like you should not be yeah, that's absolutely right. So Eve, just starting off with our first little question here, because I know that you've done lots and lots of things, but when we talked about how did you actually get involved in Rotary? I know you got a scholarship, but what inspired you? How did you just get involved in this, and what did you get up to once the journey started?
Thanks, Honey, very much for telling everyone all about Eve already. So that's great. But first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to talk about our incredible organisation, Rotary. And that's one of the world's largest humanitarian service organisations. And we connect over 1.2 million people of action, business, professional and community leaders in more than 200 countries and geographical regions, working together to make the world a better place. And I think you've heard quite a lot from Honey already about how amazing our organisation is. And Rotary's vision statement says that together we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities and in ourselves. And that last bit, in ourselves, is incredibly important. And I have to say that Rotary has completely changed my life, and joining Rotary was the best decision that I made, and I even met my husband through Rotary, so he's sitting here listening, so at least
thanks as well. Rotary, there you go, ladies, all the single ones out there, you can maybe meet like-minded partners there too. That's absolutely amazing. We've got that's brilliant. And your background, of course, is brilliant, but there's also a couple of things that you have done from I'm going to share this, by the way, if you wanted to maybe
well, I was going to just answer the question as well, Honey, about how did I get involved in Rotary. So we'll talk a little bit about that first of all, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely, yes. Just give me a little thumbs up, so I'll share something for you.
Okay, it's coming up in a minute. But anyway, my Rotary journey, as Honey has said, started when I was selected as a Rotary Ambassadorial Scholar. And as Honey also said, I studied for a master, well, she didn't say the degree, but it was a Master of Science in Broadcast Journalism at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. Now, Evanston is just outside Chicago, where Rotary was founded in 1905. And Everton is also the home of Rotary International. So this experience was absolutely life-changing, and it really helped me personally develop into the person I am today. You know, I've got resilience, I think, determination and drive. So it was a very hands-on degree. I was based in the Medill School of Journalism's Chicago newsroom, so quite exciting, covering Chicago stories, and also worked as Washington correspondent for a CBS TV affiliate in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So that was incredible. As I say, you know, as an English girl going out there and sort of working on American TV, it was amazing. So
and you haven't got the American accent yet. You still kept your British accent.
No, I never got the American accent. And I have to tell you, it's a really funny story, actually, honey, because I spoke to my director in the newsroom in Tulsa, and I was really concerned. I thought, well, you know, I've got a really English accent. How can they, what do the audience think about an English Washington correspondent? And he said, I can't do the Tulsa accent, but he said, don't worry, Eve. He said, your reports are at the top of our program. Because you're English, you just sound so intelligent. And our latest country and western DJ on the local station is English. So if we can have an English country and western DJ, we can have an English Washington correspondent. So
absolutely, sounds brilliant. So and it's multicultural, right? Rotary are open with everything, open to anything.
Absolutely. And I think most people don't realize actually that Rotary has one of the largest educational scholarship programs in the world. So, you know, we select Rotary scholars and also Peace Fellows, and they do master's degrees. So it's an incredible. But just, you know, moving on, you know, obviously you've mentioned about me becoming district governor, the first woman district governor in the best year ever, I think, with the London Olympics and Paralympics going on. I was elected actually as the second woman president of Rotary in Great Britain and Ireland in 2016-17. And now I'm a future RI director. There are RI directors who are women now, actually. So we have got quite a few of them.
Oh, okay, that's wonderful. Well, congratulations to all the women out there. And I feel that, you know, women can have that more softer touch to them. They may have different aspects they can bring to any of the projects. And I think it's really good to have more equal numbers, you know, where the leader positions are. Yes.
Absolutely. But anyway, my world is now full of Rotary friends all over the world. And I think you've sort of hit on that when you were giving your presentation before, honey. And I've traveled all over the world, getting involved in projects, helping those in need. So this is a moment for you, honey.
Oh, yes. I mean, do you know what? Because you travel, but I haven't just traveled. You travel and you do good everywhere you go. Every place you go, you just leave something positive behind. And it's amazing how you've traveled through your life. But, you know, I just wanted to also congratulate you, by the way. That was really amazing because you were the first female district governor. And I think that that's a very proud moment for everybody and all the women out there. And now, of course, being elected, that's really great. I just wanted to say, you know, you also worked for the BBC, and I know that would you like me to maybe just show a couple of lovely photos so people get a better understanding of what you're all about? Because I feel that this was a time when you went for your travels and you went on this immunizing against vaccination.
Right. Well, I was going to talk about that because I mentioned about sort of traveling the world, if you like. So it includes going to India to immunize children against polio. So we have some photos of that. And, you know, Rotary's top humanitarian goal is a polio-free world. And you know, often we talk about our Rotary moments, and the photos that Honey obviously is showing show me when I was president of Rotary in Britain and Ireland, walking with British Rotarians. There were 70 of us actually there in India. We were walking through, a group of us were walking through the slums of Delhi to make sure that no child was missed in our campaign to vaccinate the world against this dreadful disease. And we were taking part in a mass immunization campaign. It's called a National Immunization Day, or a NID. And that was a huge operation that aimed to deliver polio drops to 172 million children under the age of 5 in one go.
Wow.
Pretty amazing.
That's a huge task. Well done.
Task. But I arranged for the health correspondent from The Independent to join us. She reported on that. And in 2009, went with a colleague of mine, TV presenter Connie Huck, and we made films for BBC News and Rotary about our End Polio Now campaign. So that was
Connie Huck. I broke the Guinness Book of Record, and she was a presenter for the Guinness Book Record Smashed on Sky. So she's a lovely lady.
Oh, she's fabulous. She's got so much for us for Rotary, actually. So have I got time to give a quick snapshot of our campaign, End Polio Now campaign?
Yeah, so if you wanted to maybe miss out on the video, we could move on to that.
No, we do want to see the video. We do.
I think do you know what? I think people will love this, because I think that what you've been doing, you're behind this, and your journalism background also helped you to produce these wonderful videos to help to educate everybody else. Are you happy for me to maybe share that with our wonderful?
I am.
I think this will be really great for people to actually see. There you go. There's these things in the way. Where are you? Should be on. Why is it not sharing?
I can talk while you get it if you like. Oh, here we go.
Where is it gone? Where's my love video? I think, we have to make sure that this is working, but it's, there you go. Can you hear the music?
One of the incredible things about Rotary is knowing that there are
From what I understand, the Bentley Cheshire Rotary Club is the first corporate Rotary club in the UK.
I think you've gone on to the wrong one.
Oh dear, it's jumping today, so I have no idea why it's jumping like this. It normally doesn't jump like that, but it will jump, and we're going to make sure we play it properly. I have no idea what it is. There you go. It's freezing today.
One of the incredible things about Rotary is knowing that there are people across the world who you can connect with. For me, that's just given me a sense of power and belonging. So I know that I belong anywhere, and I know that I've got Rotary friends everywhere. Knowing that you've got a global reach of people who are like-minded, that's the wow factor.
Rotary is one of the most powerful international organizations that a young person can be involved in. It's one of the world's largest humanitarian organizations, has a membership of around 1.2 million members. It's located in over 200 countries and geographical regions. Pretty much any country you can think of, there'll be a Rotary Club there doing work in the local community, as well as connecting to each other across the globe, working together to make the world itself much better.
As Rotarians, being able to do things like start projects that have global impact. And I always talk to people about End Polio Now, because we wouldn't be where we are today in terms of polio in this world without Rotarians starting a project. For me, that's the power in everything that we do.
You have this incredible organization, this incredible network at your disposal where you can learn from, engage with, run things through the organization. Rotary has 7 focus areas where it focuses its energy and its time. Those key areas are disease prevention and treatment, peace and conflict resolution, water and sanitation, maternal and child health, basic education and literacy, and economic and community development. And then this year, a new key area was added, which is the environment.
Rotary has changed my life because it's enabled me to help more communities and more people. Rotary is relevant in our own backyards, and it's relevant right across the world. I think the way that we're working now as Rotarians and Rotary clubs is really changing, not just because we're in the middle of a pandemic, but because we're really thinking more about how we bring people into Rotary and let people know that Rotary is for them. It's a great way, first of all, to meet people, but also to do good work in your community. It doesn't matter who you are, if you have got a heart and mind for giving and helping communities and working with people, yes, Rotary is for you. That's what Rotary is, so yes, it's for everybody.
Wow, it is for everybody, isn't it? It's so brilliant. I love it. And it's really good to know that this great work is being done as well. And I know that, by the way, I may have to kind of speed through some of these things. So maybe you could talk through some of these slides for me, actually, because I've got some really great projects that you've been involved in as well. I just wanted to congratulate you from Healing Our Earth and the rest of our team here. Congratulations for your international directorship, which we're very proud of. And you also launched the Young Citizens Award, is that right? This is a BBC.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think that's one thing that's been great, is to be able to give back, really. And I had an amazing opportunity that changed my life being a scholar. And when it helped me transfer from working in newspapers to TV. So when I got to work in TV, Rotary, in some respects, Rotary and my media career came together. So back in 2006-07, I started the Rotary Young Citizen Awards with my then boss at the BBC, because we wanted to overcome negative stereotypes about young people. So this was really important. And that's, it's been going 15 years. It's its 15th anniversary this year. And in this picture, you can see some of our past Young Citizen Award winners with myself and Ellie Cressell, our presenter, because we're featured live on BBC News each year. So this is really, really significant. But we've recognized hundreds of amazing young people. And this is so important. If you want to change the world, there's so much negative stuff about young people. You need to show positive young role models, and that's what these awards do. So
it's brilliant.
Amazing.
It's keeping them off the streets as well, isn't it, Eve? You giving them something to work towards, focus on something positive, also appreciating and acknowledging their skills and their talents and their efforts, etc. It's amazing. Congratulations for that. And and you've also went and did some kind of vocational training. What was that all about?
So that was, as I say, when I was district governor. I work with, and you touched on it in my introduction, I linked actually, when we were on a virtual seminar, I linked with a district governor in Mumbai who was saying, who wants to link with me on a project and to stop mothers and babies dying in childbirth? So I instantly went back and said, I do. So this was an amazing project. That's one great thing about Rotary. You work on the grassroots. So we work from district to district, but you can work from club to club. And what we did was we sent a vocational training team. So that was midwives and pediatricians from London to go out to the Mumbai district. And they were like train the trainers. So they were training doctors, nurses, and village health workers how to stop mothers and babies dying in childbirth. And the project was actually based, it's still sort of going really now, in Jawa, which is a very poor rural tribal area. And it's been very successful at stopping mothers and babies dying in childbirth. And I went out there when I was president of Rotary in Britain and Ireland, and actually saw the project in action. And I was just astounded because one day we didn't know how many people would turn up for our session. We thought maybe a few dozen. And we had about 136 ASHAs, village health workers. Many had travelled 3 hours and walking in flip-flops, carrying their own children to attend our session. And although many couldn't speak English, but we're saying namaste, namaste, and there was just an instant comprehension about how grateful they were that Rotary was doing this, to make a difference. So
it's really true, because when you change people's lives, of course they're going to be really grateful. Even the positive, things that they, the blessings they give back to you as well. I think that's, that smile, the smile that you see in that's the best feeling, when you see other people happy. So nice. You also do this humanitarian work. Would you like me to perhaps share this with everybody? That would be really interesting.
Yeah, and I think what this shows is how clubs can connect, and we connect across the world to do humanitarian projects.
Okay, so this particular one is, of course, for people, and if you're watching right now and you're part of a club somewhere, you can connect with other clubs around the world too to do more impactful work. Is that right, Eve?
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I just muted myself.
Just outside of Nairobi, which is one of the largest slums in Africa. We saw that the We went over to Kibera in Kenya, just outside of Nairobi, which is one of the largest slums in Africa. We saw that the meals that we had packed were actually there. We actually checked by serial number that the meals from Warrington were the meals that we were actually handling. We were very privileged to be able to feed a whole school with the rice that we had packed with our friends in Warrington. It made a huge difference to their lives. They got an education by going to school and they got food.
It makes me healthy and strong.
It made a huge impact in Warrington because we had the whole Warrington community involved. We had 29 Rotary clubs from the northwest of England all packing food with us, along with other local community groups. We had faith groups, church groups, youth groups, Boy Scouts and students all packing.
We had about 100 volunteers at any one time, children from age 6 right up to 92, and everyone got involved.
And we packed 102,000 meals to go to school children in Kibera in Kenya.
To be able to do something, to see that you're making a difference, actually, it's just fabulous.
I would like to thank the Feed the Hungry, the Rotary group, and the Rise of the Hunger.
It's been a great impact of Rotary. It really shows Rotary as people who get things done, people of action.
Shelterbox is Rotary's emergency disaster relief partner, and together for the last 20 years we've been delivering aid all over the world to natural disasters and conflicts. We've grown from the Rotary Club of Helston Lizard in Cornwall to the international humanitarian organisation we are today. It helps us in terms of having like-minded members of communities where we are working to help us in our response. Our Bangladesh response last year couldn't have happened without Rotarians. In Tanzania, Rotary clubs helped us access populations affected by flooding, and the same was the case in Malawi. Rotarians have a lot of the shared sense of values that Shelterbox responders and staff have, which is about doing more than just your day job. It's about volunteering, it's about compassion for others, it's about working in unfamiliar environments to deliver aid. So for us, this partnership is absolutely vital to reaching the most vulnerable around the world.
Oh, wow. It's beautiful work, really great. Congratulations to all those people who are involved in things like that, you know, because great humanitarian work, Eve. And I think that you also had something else as well, because, you know, that's kind of more of the humanitarian work that you do, but there's also work that you do within the environment. And for what is this one? What is the Rotary in Action about?
Well, Rotary Action Groups, we've got many Rotary Action Groups, and basically they are focused on areas that people care about. So we've got environment, we've got anti-slavery, we've got endangered species, clean water. I mean, there's many action groups but you know, Rotary has actually got, as you've mentioned, I think before, 7 areas of focus where we do take action, and our 46,000 plus clubs work together to promote peace, as we mentioned, fight disease, provide clean water, sanitation and hygiene, save mothers and children, which you heard about just now, support education, grow local economies and protect the environment. So as we've mentioned, we have a huge global impact through our global projects working on the ground at grassroots level with other Rotary clubs across the world. So we come together to create lasting change. We have fellowships, which you have mentioned as well, Honey, before, where people of similar backgrounds can get together, you know, doctors' fellowships, etc., etc. Even people that fly planes have got a fellowship.
Wow. So good. I know. So any hobby you have, if you're interested, you can connect with other like-minded people around the world and turn it into a little organization through the Rotary. I mean, that's amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, it's being able to connect with like-minded community volunteers means you really can work together to make a difference. So I know we have got a film that we're going to show.
Yes, yes. We have a few more minutes left before we have to move on to our next guest. And I think this would be really lovely to show and share people as well, and maybe run through a couple of your lovely special guest people that you've met.
There are some 8 million species on the planet, and about 1 million of them There are some 8 million species on the planet, and about 1 million of them are endangered of going extinct within the next 30 years, primarily due to the illicit wildlife trade industry as well as the loss of habitat. The Sumatran or the Bornean orangutan and the pygmy elephants are critically endangered, and when they're gone, they're gone. My name is Tom Tochterman, and I am the chair of Rotary Action Group for Endangered Species. The African elephant, there is one elephant essentially dying every 15 minutes, primarily due to poaching and poisoning. The Amur leopard is critically endangered. The African black rhino is in a similar situation. The African white rhino is in a little bit better condition. I got involved with RAGES as a Rotarian, being concerned about this issue. I formed a non-profit organization called Rhino Mercy.
Hello, we are the Black Mambas Anti-Poaching Unit. It's Oscar 1 patrolling the Mica side fence.
We have established the first all-female anti-poaching unit called the Black Mamba Anti-Poaching Unit in South Africa, and they're on patrol as we speak in the Greater Kruger National Park.
So this is the evidence of the poachers.
Being involved in a Rotary Action Group is a great thing. If you're passionate about a specific issue, you can join one of the existing action groups, or you can create your own. There's just no limit to the things that you can do.
The reason why I started an action group was because I discovered that there was slavery in the United Kingdom, slavery in the United States, and millions of slaves in India. Ashraf was the very first survivor that I met, and I was shocked by his treatment. There's 40.3 million people estimated to be in slavery worldwide. 25% of that number are children. And even in Great Britain, you've got something like 136,000 people living in modern slavery. So something had to be done. And I thought the best thing to do was to form an action group of Rotarians. My definition of a slave is someone who is forced to work, who's unpaid, unable to leave, and who's controlled by violence or the threat of violence. For these people, their free will is taken away. Their labor, their lives, and their minds are consumed by someone else's greed. We need to raise awareness of the issue of modern slavery and human trafficking in order to increase the number of people who care.
Amazing, really brilliant work, really great work that you're doing there. Really, Eve, I just wanted to congratulate you, and really, I also wanted to say thank you for being an inspiration for other people too, because seeing Rotarians do such impactful work, I think it inspires people to go and do more. Because we've been given and gifted this life, to go and do some things in life, to do some positive things in life, and we sometimes waste it away. And I say to everybody that if you just sat for 2 days and didn't eat anything, and your tummy will just be going, oh, I need some food. Some of these people haven't eaten for days. Can you imagine what it feels like? So, Eve, thank you. Is there any last minute? I know that we kind of got literally a minute before we run off to our next meeting. Oh, there you go. A wonderful guest, Colleen, with a lovely smile there. And Eve, any last minute message that you'd like to share with after that wonderful, impactful interview you just gave us?
Well, I would say that, it shows, doesn't it, that Rotary is an amazing organisation that quite literally is changing the world for the better. And I personally would encourage everyone to join us and help us change lives, transform lives really, and make the world a better place. Because, when you're sort of working on your own, you often want to do that, and people can do things on their own, but being part of this amazing, inspirational global network means you can do so much more. And working together, as I say, we're on the brink of making history and eradicating polio, and that's something an organisation like us took on that really ambitious project, and at the time I think people thought, what?
But I also have to say, after that, you were part of that big journey as well, because you have played a very major role in doing all of this work. You were part of this, or you were in many of the leadership positions to make sure that right decisions are made, right campaigns are created, etc. So also that credit goes to you as well, Eve, for doing great work like that, and other fellow Rotarians who work with you as part of the team. So well done.
Yeah,
Eve, look, I just wanted to say, I just wanted want to say thank you so much. I know you have a really busy schedule, and you've taken some time out to share this wonderful knowledge with our audiences. Thank you for your time, and I just wanted to wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to being inspired by you even more so that I can go out and do even more.
Well, thank you, honey, and you're inspirational as well. So thank you for inspiring us today with everything you've been telling us. So thanks as well.
Thank you, dear Eve. Good mentors we have, I can see in Rotary. When we see other people do great work, you yourself elevate yourself to do more, so it's fantastic. So Eve, thank you very much for your time. Have a global namaste to you. Have a fantastic day. Do stay tuned in if you wish. If we do have a panel discussion, we may pull you back in again with a couple of questions if you're around, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. We're really looking forward to hearing some more of our speakers today. They're very inspirational. So thanks so much.
Yes, we've got a few surprise people coming in as well from the international side who'll be sharing a few things in between as well. So enjoy your day, dear Eve. And we're moving on to Colin Doyle. Colin Doyle, look at her with the lovely Rotary Club of London at the back. Hello. Have you had a good day today, dear Colin?
Oh, absolutely, honey. Can you hear me? Is it
I
working
can,
well?
yes, we can.
I found a new hot chocolate shop near me, so the world is automatically right today.
So you're in a happy mode, right?
Oh, very much so. I think I'll have to go back again later this evening and restock.
Oh dear. Well, they're making me hungry here. But Colleen, I wanted to share with the rest of the our viewers out there, a little bit about your background, because you've had such amazing background within Rotary. So I just wanted to share that Colleen Doyle has over 20 years of Rotary experience, which she draws upon to identify opportunities for Rotarians to serve the community. And she also serves the community as a chairwoman of the newly established vocational committee of RCL, which is the Rotary Club of London. And she's doing a fantastic job of that, because I've been seeing her. She's a hard worker, very passionate, and she's got a strong vision, that we need to get this done. We need to help this many people. So she's very, very, really, she's another leader in the group. And then her energy, I have to say, and her passion for sharing the Rotary ideals, the spirit and the opportunities is definitely evident through her Rotary work that she's been carrying out, and which includes district and international activities. So she's been doing, I'll just share a couple here for you. She's been establishing English conversation clubs across London. So if you feel that you have a bit of a problem with the English language, you can go to a place completely free, join in, and improve your wonderful English as well, so you can have a better conversation with others. Also, she's been planning vocational visits to different organizations. She's also been doing, this is something I think is very brilliant, she's been developing training opportunities for Rotarians to even build their own skills to become the best versions of themselves. She's done many other things like piloting a podcast, and she's done a Soho soup kitchen. She's also been serving meals to the homeless, and many, many more things, which she's going to probably talk about right now. Now, the other thing I think she's done an amazing job with is she's installed water filters in 50+ schools in rural Thailand. So I think that's also a really great accomplishment. Well done there. And now Colleen's professional career as a business analyst, that's her background, by the way. She's involved in IT transformation programs, and she uses her skills and experience to lead a diverse team of members, the Rotarian members, to work on various projects. And anyway, her main motto also is what I shared a little bit earlier. Colleen believes in service above self, and today she's going to be talking about the invaluable training and life-transforming educational opportunities that are offered and delivered within Rotary. So Colleen, I'm so excited to hear a little bit more about your work here. Please tell me a little bit more about your work. How you've been a Rotarian for 20 years plus, and can you tell us just a little bit of your journey? What made you join, and what have you learned from it? Why are you still a Rotarian after this many years?
This is going to sound really funny, but thank you for letting me join in this afternoon and become part of the family today. I joined Rotary last century, which is a really interesting way to say. Obviously, my accent is Australian, so I became a Rotarian in Australia, and not long after women were welcomed into the Rotary. So by also my personal journey, I have seen a massive transition in Rotary itself to accommodate women and get women actively involved in projects, and for women, for Rotary to grow in its it's making sure that it remains relative to the community and meeting community needs.
So you're in quite a range of things, but you also have this vocational committee that you're chairing. You're a chairwoman of the vocational committee. What does vocational actually mean? Because there could be different understanding from different people, but if you could just describe, and what does your committee actually do? I mean, what kind of programs and campaigns do you do?
Okay, so that's great. The Rotary Club of London is this year just stepping back and just looking at, we're establishing a separate vocational committee. So as you say, honey, people will think of it in different ways. First stop is the pure dictionary version. So where we are now saying is, let's step back from that dictionary version, and we're saying that vocation is simply skills and interests of people. It could be professional, could be academic, could be manual, it could be technical. So let me give you some examples. It could go from a plumber to a policeman. It could go from a chef to a surgeon, anywhere in between. Anybody. What about an interest in sport, an interest in photography, or perhaps an interest in music? So vocation is now, in our interpretation of how we're putting it into the Rotary Club of London, all things and everything. So that's why, picking up on Nadine's Pemberton, whose video you just showed before, she said Rotary is open to everybody, and that is absolutely true, because there is no skill nor interest that we cannot utilise in some way, shape or form in a Rotary project.
Wow, so that's really good, because you're saying that you could be any profession, as you just mentioned, and you could have any skills. You could even have just communication skills or needlework skills or something. You can go and teach somebody needlework. You can go and, there could be anything you could do with that. That's lovely. I love that. That's the best part about Rotary.
We really want to make Rotary's journey as being varied as our community changes, and we just really want to make it very simple. Rotarians are all about helping each other around the world and helping people in the community. So the vocational committee is to, if I put it as a little bit like a Rotary is a tree, the vocational service committee is the trunk of that tree, making a really simple analogy. And as a consequence, everything happens by understanding what vocational skills and interests we have in our clubs, that we can then utilise in our local community, in our district, in the UK and around the world. So that's where our job in the committee is to actually understand, when people become members of the Rotary Club of London or in any other Rotary Club, what is their skills and interests that they have, and how can we make them become more aware of all the opportunities that Rotary directly provides, but also with the other committees in the Rotary Club of London and other clubs, how we can help them get into projects in those areas and support those other committees.
Right, it's amazing, isn't it? Because really, education is the most powerful thing you can, I always say to people that you can give people, the gift of education, which will change people's lives completely. And here are some of the areas I think you work on. Is this the kind of, what kind of campaigns do you actually organize? Like, what kind of training programs?
So within Rotary, I think we say about with vocation, there's two different angles that you can look at. Rotary itself has already established sets of programs that people coming into Rotary can use for both their professional development and also develop, if they've never done a project before, they don't know how to go about it. So there's a whole lot of educational materials already there, free to members, that they can receive. Within the Rotary Club of London, though, what we're also doing is we are saying our members have got skills that we can use immediately. So we're actually identifying what skills they've got and running their own training sessions within our teams. The other opportunity then, of course, is jumping straight in. Yeah. So the best way to learn is actually do something. So by getting people actively involved in designing a project, delivering a project, then we can help them build their knowledge and support them all the steps of those journeys, and obviously delivery of a program. So there's a vast wealth of knowledge already available online. There's a lot of training programs that can be done one-to-one. And let's not forget, not only to receive from the training, but all the members of a Rotary have got amazing information and skills that they can feed back. And that's what we're going to start actively encouraging in our club.
Wow, this is really fantastic. And also, you know, because by joining Rotary and having these kinds of opportunities, like the vocational committee seems to be a really important committee where you're actually helping to enrich somebody's life and enhance their lives. And in turn, they can go out there to do even more for others because their skills have been polished, perhaps, or you've been able to give them more skills or training for areas they're interested in. And then you can help them to prepare so that they can go out there and do amazing work out there, you know, for the wider community.
Absolutely. A person comes into Rotary and they want to do something. So why have they come? So being a Rotarian and being in the vocational team is all about ensuring that the value that a person wants to achieve out of Rotary is actually achieved by ensuring that we understand what skills they've got, how much they want to put those skills into practice or to use, and helping them to ensure that they are able to do that by offering them the support, by providing additional training. And that's one of the things that's really important here. I think the vocational challenges that we can offer to people. People can just step straight into doing something that they do every day. Absolutely perfectly fine. If they want to also extend themselves, we can help them do that by saying, okay, here's a project that we can help you just do straight away what you do. But if you do this little bit, it will challenge you and take you outside of your comfort zone. And as a consequence of that, the value that they are learning or achieving out of being a Rotarian is absolutely immense.
Absolutely. I recall because I'm a bookworm, you know, I love reading books. And one of the quotes was there, and they said, you know, that if you teach somebody skills and training and give them knowledge, that wherever they go in the world, they'll be able to feed themselves and find ways and solutions to, you know, whereas if you lose wealth or anything like that, those talents and skills will be helping you to rebuild everything because you will have all the things you need and tools. So it's a very powerful thing. Yeah,
absolutely.
What are the plans then, Colleen? What are you thinking of doing in the future? And because you mentioned it's a newly formed committee as well. So a newly formed committee always has a lot of hard work because you're setting the foundations and getting all the things going and smoothing things out. You know, as we know, there's a transformations going on. So where are you looking to take the vocational committee, and what kind of work will your team be doing, and you know, what kind of impact do you think it'll have on our members or the Rotary members?
I think it's really for every member that joins a club, we need to make sure that the vocational committee understands their skills and experience and interests and where they want to go. We need to ensure that we've got opportunities in place either directly within Rotary itself and the things that Rotary are doing, or within other committees within the Rotary Club of London or other clubs or globally, that we can ensure that those people are linked into. Importantly here, to make sure we achieve sustainable positive impact. And therefore we need to, that's what we've got to do. We've got to understand clearly their skills and experience, want to understand where they want to go, and how do we make that journey very easy for them to achieve their first step, and then grow and grow and grow. So it's not a one-step thing that we will need to do in the vocational. It's an ongoing journey.
Right. And also there's lots of areas of focus as well, isn't it? Because there's the economy side, and then there is a mothers and babies side, and there's education side, and there's youth exchanges and things like that. You have also, you know, like the people of action, the Rotary action groups, etc. So there seems to be something for everyone, you know, for them to be fitted somewhere.
So things like we're picking up straight away in this first year. So like this will be a bit of a pilot year for us. Is we are looking to conduct vocational visits so that we can. So the skills there is a people to plan that. So that then from that vocational visit will be linked to one of those areas of focus of Rotary. So we go area of focus of Rotary, we go to a vocational visit, we will learn from that vocational visit, then we will take it away and build off that a service project that people can then make sure with that knowledge from the vocational visit, we achieve an outcome under that area of focus. So that's one thing. We will look to make sure there's an opportunity, well, they're starting to build it now, for empowering women, which is the international message this year from Rotary President Meta. And so we have got a team building up what could be the way that vocation achieves that within the Rotary Club of London. We are beginning to explore the opportunity for a international professional exchange for young Rotarians. We are only at baby steps for that, but again, it's that way you saw in the previous videos of people working together and connecting, sharing ideas and knowledge between countries by actually going and experiencing the culture. We'll be looking also at conducting in-house training and getting into this vast knowledge of Rotary and having our members actually do that. And I think one of the other key elements is the world in the last 2 years has just shown us the impact of technology, but not everybody is comfortable with it. So we've developed a trial program, and we're looking to understand through a digital strategy, learning about it, understanding how it impacts us on a day-to-day basis, and making sure that Rotarians have the skills that they need to be able to live with digital and also utilize on projects locally and globally. So
that's amazing. Whole range of wonderful things, Colleen. We just want to say, thank you so much for enlightening us, because when a new member who may be watching right now, may be thinking about joining a club or joining Rotary, they can become a little bit more aware that there is always some kind of mentorship. There's always some help. There's always training that could be provided. You don't have to feel lost at all. And if you even didn't know that, I don't know which course to really go for, somebody will sit there, talk to you and find out that what's the best, what would be the best projects.
I think that's a really good point. Rotary sometimes can be very scary to people because it's actually so big. So we can utilize this community, this committee, the vocational, which does not operate by alone. It's the trunk of the tree for a Rotary Club, and it can then help signpost. And if you've got signposts, then that removes all the fear factor and becomes far more exciting because you've got so many streets to turn down. You can help people go that way, that way, that way, that way, or all ways. So we're a signposter.
We've got an A to Z in place by the looks of it. Very nice. And Judith is here as well. We've got our next guest, of course, Judith Dimond. I'm so excited to speak to her as well. Just like you, Colin, you have to listen to her. She's another inspirational lady who I'm totally, she's just enlightened me in so many areas. Amazing lady. So, Colleen, I just wanted to say thank you so much for sharing this wonderful information about the vocational committee. We wish you the best of luck for that. And of course, if there's anybody out there who's interested to find out more, of course, you can contact Healing Our Earth and we'll point you in the right direction. Absolutely. And later on, I think during the interviews, there could be some websites and information shared, so you can all jot it down. So we're now moving on to our next Judith.
We have something for everybody, so everybody was welcome, and we'd love you on board. Yes. If we don't have it, we will make it immediately. Absolutely not a problem.
She's a can-do lady. Our dear Colleen Doyle is a can-do lady. I can see that. Colleen, have a lovely day. Thank you very much for sharing your wonderful knowledge with us. And a global namaste to you. Thank you so much.
Okay,
thank you, Colleen.
Afternoon.
Bye-bye. So we now move on to our wonderful Judith. Hello, a global namaste, Judith.
Hello, honey, and thank you for inviting me.
Oh, thank you for coming. You're so looking gorgeous. I love the red, such a beautiful color. It suits you so nicely. Judith, you're an incredible woman. And I was so super excited to, introduce you to our wonderful audiences who are there. Probably more than 30 countries have tuned in right now. And those of you who probably haven't heard, if you haven't heard of Judith, the rest of you probably would have because of the great work that she's doing. Let me do a little introduction, just a little introduction about Judith. Well, Judith started an independent, award-winning Thames Valley public relations consultancy in 1988 and has held senior positions in marketing and communications for over 30 years, including working as a head of PR at the Natural History Museum. And I love museums. And Judith also has a wide-ranging experience of event management at all levels, including international conferences, exhibitions, and all sorts of award ceremonies and excellence awards. Judith's involvement is also has been in the local community, and that's included helping with the Thames Hospice fundraising, Rivertime Boat Trust, Stanley Spencer Gallery, and many, many more. Judith also has been a district governor for the Rotary International District 1090 and president of the Rotary Club of Windsor. She's also currently a member of the Rotary Club of Maidenhead, but she's coming to London, I believe, very shortly. She was also appointed, by the way, this wonderful story that you heard about polio almost being eradicated. Well, here's another backbone behind these kinds of campaigns. That is Judith, because she also had been appointed to the International Polio Plus Committee and has chaired the IPPC Grants Subcommittee, which recommends grants up to $150 million annually to the World Health Organization and UNICEF. And I'm sure she's going to tell us a little bit more about all the work that she does as well. So welcome, dear Judith, to our wonderful Healing Our Earth. And we're so, so proud to have you here. And today I'm going to be picking your brains about all the wonderful, exciting things that you have done in your life. And I've got some amazing images here as well that I've seen and had a chance to kind of peep into. And I'm so looking forward to sharing that with the rest of our audiences out there. So can we perhaps start off with asking you, dear Judith, the first message that you'd like to share to start off this whole Rotary special, exchange of ideas and sharing of your knowledge?
Thank you, Honey. And Colleen, I just congratulate you on your presentation, because I agree with you that vocational skills is the really heart of Rotary. And by using our vocational skills, we can help to change people's lives for the better. I was very fortunate that in 1996, I was appointed a public relations consultancy to Rotary in Great Britain and Ireland. And of course, at that time, as indeed today, the priority of Rotary all around the world is polio eradication. And so I've spent the last 25 years both promoting Rotary in a PR sense, writing articles, speaking with clubs, but also, and possibly even more important, doing advocacy to governments and philanthropists at any organization where we may be able to get funding for the program. And at the beginning of the time when I started working with Rotary in Britain and Ireland, Rotary International launched its advocacy program to donor countries. And they did this by appointing national advocacy advisors in 20 key countries. And so I've been coordinator of the current group of advocacy advisors. And I'm also the UK National Advocacy Advisor, liaising with the UK government. And I still remember the very first meeting I had. It was with the Overseas Aid Department at that time, in 1996, when I went with Rotary International President in Britain, Keith Barnard-Jones, who is a medical doctor. We went to the government, telling them about the polio program and seeking funding. And I'm still doing that today. I've just sent a letter off last week to the new Minister for Asia, who is also responsible for polio, Amanda Millings, requesting a meeting so I can go in and brief her. So this has been an ongoing program for 25 years. And I'm really proud to say that the UK government over that time has contributed £1.6 billion to the program. And collectively, the 20 national advocacy advisors has helped raise from various donor governments, particularly Canada, Australia, Germany, and the European Union. We've raised $9 million. We've helped to raise $9 billion.
$9 billion. Oh, wow, that's a lot of zeros. Wow, Julie, congratulations for that. Wow.
So absolutely key to the success of the program. And obviously, doing this, I've arranged many meetings with the UK government, but also I've organised a lot of meetings in Parliament, in the House of Commons, the House of Lords, and also at Chatham House. And also I've been very involved with advocacy in Brussels with the European Union. And we're currently working to try, and we've requested 120 million euros from the European Union from their current budget cycle.
Wow. This is such impactful work and such large numbers, because you're talking about the whole world and you're talking about so many people that you have to do this work for, isn't it? It's not just down. So as you move and grow within the Rotary organization, you get chances to perhaps work from the local side, to doing some community work from the local areas, to then starting to do a bit more national work. And like you have now doing international, jet setting everywhere, doing such amazing leadership work that people can be inspired by. Wow, this is real work, impactful work. You also have a media background, a journalism background, and you worked on some amazing campaigns to bring attention to this wonderful cause. Can you tell us a little bit about that with your professional media background? Any campaigns you may have worked on?
Yes, in fact, I trained as a scientist, and I picked up the media side at the Natural History Museum through various projects that I was involved in. I ended up their head of PR and then started my own company. Yes, I mean, we've done some amazing things with the polio program, and I've been incredibly privileged to be involved with them. One of the events we organised was at Windsor Castle. We had a wonderful dinner there, which raised £50,000, and it was hosted by the Dean of St George's Chapel, and it was a really quite extraordinary meeting. Also, I've often been asked, as many Rotarians are, what's your Rotary moment? Well, I can say one of my Rotary moments was actually projecting the Rotary End Polio Now onto the House of Commons. You showed that slide at the beginning, I think.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, look at that. That was amazing.
I'll never forget that day. It was February the 23rd in 2008, and it was a very foggy, misty London day. And we had an opportunity through the Speaker of the House of Commons to project the Rotary logo onto Big Ben. That's what the original idea was. And I was asked, because I was responsible for PR, I was asked to implement it. And I thought, oh yes, I do this every day, projecting things onto the And it was Westminster, originally we were going to do it from Westminster Green, but they said no. Westminster Council said absolutely no way. Lambeth Council said no. So I had a client at St Thomas's Hospital, a consultant there. I went to him and I said, could you put me in touch with the media department? He did. I explained what I wanted to do, and I said, could we use their terrace? Absolutely, they said. And I found this wonderful company from Stockport who came down, had a site visit with me. And at that meeting, we decided not to put it onto, because we were just going to do the Rotary logo, not to put it onto Big Ben. But he said, actually, he'd done his research. He said, the only bit of the Palace of Westminster which is not illuminated is the rectangle where you can see on the photograph the Rotary logo and then he said, we should project it onto there. And because we were putting it onto this very large space, he said, you can have 3 words. So I went away and I thought, gosh, what 3 words are we going to sum up Rotary? And I thought, well, polio is our priority. So I just made that image, End Polio Now. I did try it by our Rotary International colleagues in Evanston to make sure they were happy with the branding and the messaging, and they still, that's absolutely great. And then when I went to the Rotary International Convention, so this was February 2008, in June 2008, I went into our exhibition area And the Rotary International stand, they had picked up on the End Polio Now and changed it to the red, yellow, and white colours and adopted it to be the global branding for the programme, which it still is today. So that was definitely my Rotary moment.
Oh, wow. Congratulations for that one. And it's wonderful because being a PR and having a media background as well, you must be very creative as well to think of a lovely, and the amount of exposure you could help to get for the work that's being carried out as well. Such a lovely, artistic, creative idea there. And you've also created some amazing campaigns where you've worked with celebrities and brought celebrities in through, what was that about? Because I mean, this was really exciting. I saw Naomi Campbell there, and I can see Tony Blair. Which projects were these?
The 12 years that I was PR consultant for Rotary in Great Britain Island, I worked on some amazing initiatives across all aspects of Rotary's work. And of course, I got sucked into Rotary as a result of that, and I joined the Windsor St George Club in 2004. I was actually the first woman to join there. And I have to say the whole experience has obviously changed my life. And I worked with, every year, the incoming president would have his own theme, if you like, and a special charity to support. So I worked on setting up the press launches for things like, we did the Stroke Awareness Day. I think that was about 2003 with the RIBI president. And of course, that's still going today. I also helped with the launch of the Kids Out Day with Rotary clubs in Britain, with Mercy Ships, with Motability, and also with the Institute of Cancer Research, which was supported very much by Sir Julian Fellows. And in 2008, you may remember there were terrible floods in the UK, particularly in Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Yes. And Rotary launched a flood appeal. We'd already raised about £13,000. And the government wasn't doing very much about it. And there were hundreds and hundreds of people who were literally homeless. And I got a call on a Sunday morning from Naomi Campbell's media company saying that she'd spotted the fact that we were trying to do something and she wanted to help us. And she organised a fashion show at London Fashion Week, which was exactly 3 weeks later from the day that I got the call. And she said, would I work with the team? And so we worked flat out for 3 weeks. It was the most extraordinary experience. We had a whole day of media interviews with the RIBI president, Alan Jagger, and Naomi, and they hit the national press. We had a press launch at York Gate, which was the London district's office at the time. And Naomi brought along all the supermodels. And of course, that hit the global media. And the actual event at the Natural History Museum was the most extraordinary event I've ever been to. It was absolutely packed with celebrities acting as models, and the Duchess of York and Princess Beatrix, they also modelled. And the most important thing is we raised over £1 million for the flood relief scheme. And we then had a Rotary committee, which I was part of, actually allocating those funds to projects in those two regions. So that was a very special memory for me.
Wow, this is really brilliant. And also, because you've also done a lot of work on the international level, and it must be so interesting and so important because, as I always say, because Rotary International is definitely such a huge engine, as we say, a big organization. You work with UN, you work with all these different international agencies, etc., to conduct this work and to really create the maximum impact you can with the best partners possible. So can you tell us a little bit about that side of work that you do? What kind of work have you done in that area?
Yes, of course, Rotary is part of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. We started it. And our partners in that is the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta. And we all have our responsibilities. So Rotary's responsibility is fundraising, advocacy, volunteering on the ground. And we have Rotary National Polio Committees in many countries today. UNICEF provide the vaccines and the social mobilization on the ground. WHO, of course, managed the program and all the technical side of it and the staffing. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation They provide a lot of funding, but they also provide a lot of research facilities and staff on the ground. The Centre for Disease Control are responsible for the surveillance of the disease in all the countries. They do an amazing job, and the surveillance is absolutely critical to the success of the program. They also carry out research. They're a very respected organization. And so I attend many meetings. Every week we have conference calls on communications and advocacy. There's a core advocacy group with all of these partners. And there's also a UK advocacy group, which I joined, and also an EU advocacy group. So it's a really busy time. We're planning now to implement the new strategic plan, and also, of course, the investment case to raise the funding to implement the strategic plan. The other role I have, which is international, which dovetails into the polio role, is that I'm chair of the Rotary representatives to the United Nations and international agencies. In 1947, Rotary was instrumental in helping draft the United Nations Charter, and we've always had a place at the United Nations. And so over the years, the representative network has come into being, and today we have 31 Rotary representatives at 22 United Nations agencies, and also other international organizations like the Commonwealth, the World Bank, the African Union, and the Asian Development Bank as well. And I've been the Commonwealth representative for the last 7 years. And in July 2020, I took over as Dean of the Representative Network, which is the chair of the network. And it's a hugely privileged position. The other representatives are highly, Colin was talking about vocational skills. This is a really good example of where it really is being utilized to great effect. Some of our representatives are actually former diplomats, so they're professional diplomats. And it is diplomacy skills that you need in these roles. But we have such a high caliber of individuals who are now representing Rotary at these UN agencies. It really is very exciting.
It is amazing because, first of all, such important decisions have to be made. The right allocation of funds, the right policies have to be implemented, and also which campaigns to work on, because there's so much to be done in the world as well, and how do we do it? So there must be so many areas that you would have had to get involved in. And of course, I just wanted to clarify this with our public and our audience, of course, our Healing Our Earth family out there watching. This is all voluntary. This is all done on a voluntary basis, all from I would say on a selfless service point of view, where, as I mentioned right from the beginning, anybody who's interested in Rotary or joining Rotary, they normally have a few things that I always find. They're normally humanitarians. They're normally people who love contribution. They want to make this world a better place, and it just comes naturally from them. So Judith, I just wanted to congratulate you while we are talking about all this wonderful work, because it's not easy. It's a lot of dedication of time and effort, and using your skills and knowledge. But at the same time, I know that, you have such passion for it. You've really, have this passion, which I can feel whenever you talk about your projects, because it's something that means a lot to you as well. And we're very proud of that. I wish there would be more people like you, Judith, out there doing this kind of work. This world would be such an amazing place. So, coming to our next part of the, question that I had here, I know that you travel around and you do all this work, and of course internationally, look at this Commonwealth and WHO and all these wonderful international agencies you work with, and governments as well. You must have met somebody quite interesting here, or somebody that created some kind of impact for you. I mean, is there somebody that you may have met in your travels where you would have felt that, oh, this was something very special for me?
Yes, honey, you're absolutely right. And I think anyone who's not a Rotarian and might be listening to this meeting today, I would say one of the great things about being a Rotarian is you do meet the most amazing people, both Rotarians and non-Rotarians. It opens up a world of opportunities to you. And of course, I work with governments and politicians and diplomats, and I arrange key meetings for the Rotary International President. And of course, the most recent example of this was COP26, the climate conference, in Glasgow. I was actually there for 12 days, leading the Rotary delegation. And we had a high-level roundtable meeting there with the Rotary International President and 7 ministers from the Commonwealth and the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And coming out of that, we're going to be working going forward with the Commonwealth Blue Charter team on mangroves projects. And so, you know, it isn't just a talking shop, we wanted some action. Also, one of the meetings I attended there, another inspirational person I met was President Kenyatta. He was hosting a very important meeting about a theme which Eve mentioned, conservation of nature. And he was talking about the conservation of forests and habitats in Kenya, well, and indeed in Africa generally, in order to preserve the wildlife. It was a really important and inspirational meeting. But I have met some really interesting people. Of course, I've met Bill Gates because he's one of our partners, and Melinda Gates. I found Melinda Gates particularly inspirational and dedicated philanthropist and humanitarian. But I think the most inspirational person that I've ever met was actually Desmond Tutu.
Oh, yes. Can you see this particular one at the moment on the screen?
Yeah, he came to the Birmingham Rotary International Convention in 2009, and I was on the host organising committee responsible for the PR and marketing. And Desmond Tutu came and he was a speaker, but we also asked him, there was a press conference with him, but we also asked him after the press conference if he'd be willing to have a photograph taken as a polio ambassador, showing that we were this close to eradicating polio. And he very kindly agreed. He was absolutely inspirational. Also at that meeting was Ban Ki-moon, who was another inspirational world leader. And I also remember, I've never forgotten, the Rotary International Convention in Atlanta. One of the speakers there was Andrew Young. Now, he was the right-hand man of Martin Luther King. And I've always been such a great admirer of Martin Luther King. And I've read many, many of his books. And I've always been fascinated. I've been to all the museums in the States on civil rights. And I mean, he was such a great leader, Martin Luther King. But so also Andrew Young, he was, you know, right with him there. And he gave the most wonderfully inspirational talk at our Rotary convention. But I would also say that perhaps the most inspirational people I've ever met are the women health workers in Pakistan, in the Fatah region, the tribal areas, who they are dedicated to giving polio vaccinations to children in the most challenging of situations. And meeting them, I think, was certainly one of the highlights of my life. They were just extraordinary individuals.
What did you find fascinating about it, and what touched your heart with that meeting?
They're working in such impoverished environments. And I remember one of the, and we were in these sort of tents, not in a brick building. And there was a small fridge. And I remember one of the health workers opening the fridge, and she was so proud. It was full of vaccines. And she was determined these vaccines were going to get to the children. And of course, we've lost many health workers in Pakistan who've been killed for doing it. And so they are literally, they are literally risking, not only in Pakistan, in Africa, in India, you know, there've been a lot of deaths during the last 25 years of the polio program. And they are literally risking their lives. And they were just incredibly inspirational.
And I understand that in Pakistan, for example, because you know you've been working on this campaign of eradicating polio completely, it's almost there. There's only a few cases in Afghanistan and Pakistan. They're the only two places that a few polio cases have come up. But otherwise, the whole of the world, polio has been completely eradicated. Is that right?
That's right. This last year, despite the COVID pandemic, has been utterly remarkable. In Pakistan, we had one case of polio, which was January the 27th, 2021. So if we go through to January the 27th this year, which is only 2 weeks' time, they would have been polio-free for one whole year, which is remarkable. And in Afghanistan last year, we've only had 4 cases. So we are on the brink of eradicating it.
Wow.
My passion, I'm just so determined we're going to get there.
I see that. We got a firm little iron lady here. We're going to do it. Oh, Judith, you've been so amazing. You've been so inspirational. Just to finish off with, before we move on to our next guest, I just wanted to ask, I know you've done such a range of work, so there's so many questions I would love to ask, but in this limited time. But what kind of people do you think would join Rotary? What kind of people? Because there's always different types of people. We may have somebody who's more interested in sports, some people who's interested in this. What would you consider are the kind of people that would like to join a lovely organization like Rotary?
Well, I think any person could join Rotary because we have such wide-ranging activities. Clubs are all very different. No two clubs are the same, and they have different emphases. And I really genuinely believe that in Rotary, there is something for everyone. And it's the most wonderful opportunity to actually give back to your local community, to your national country, but also to the international community. And you can, if you join Rotary, you're joining a global network of like-minded people. And you can use your vocational skills to help change lives for the better. And what's not to like in that?
That's true, because you've been working on such vast so many different types of projects. This was like 4 different projects that you've been working on or something here. Is that right? This is some of the projects.
Yes, these just are some examples of joint. The Emporio Now picture on the right. That was when I went to a national immunization week in India, in Delhi, in 2016. And he's a Rotarian. And there's such a diverse range of cultures and ethnic mixes in Rotary. It's just wonderful. And the local community, top left, is my own local club in Maidenhead, actually planting crocuses outside our local library. It was a very bare, dull patch, and we put 5,000 crocuses in there. And the bottom right picture is President Shaker at COP26. Looking at the 20 shortlisted entries of the schools competition, which the Rotary Club of Helensburgh and Garrow Lochside organised for COP26. They had over 4,000 entries, and we had the 20 shortlisted ones exhibited at COP26 in the Commonwealth Pavilion, and I announced the winners of the competition there.
Oh, wow, this is it, because all these things I can see here, lovely little photos all out there, such amazing things that you're doing, and it's such a vast, it's all different. Some people may like health, some people may like to do this, some people may want to work with environment or species, endangered species. It could be anything really. So that's amazing. It was really, and finally, these are all the Commonwealth projects that you've been working on as well, haven't you? So I thought I just wanted to share that with our audiences out there, that look, Judith's been traveling all over the place doing Commonwealth work, working with different groups of people, diverse people from diverse cultural backgrounds. Actually, we had somebody who's going to be joining us just now, our special guest, Mr. Madhusudan, who's going to be joining us just now. And he's a Rotary Scholar alumni, just like Eve was. She was a scholar before, and he's been a Rotarian. So it'd be wonderful to find out. He does a lot of spiritual work around the world, and I think there's a lot of peace projects that are going on at the moment amongst the international countries. Is that right? All the different projects that are going on. Judith?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Sorry, I was saying there's lots of international peace projects that are being run right now from the different countries. People are coming together to create like the Indus Peace Park, for example, and there are various different really wonderful initiatives, powerful initiatives that are coming through. And we actually have Mr. Madhusudan here. Namaste, Mr. Madhusudan. I had a question actually for Judith while you're here. Thank you for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. And I know that your background is that you were a Rotary scholar and alumni, and you've been a Rotarian for a very long time. And you're also part of the Brahma Kumaris organization. I've studied a lot of their work, the Raj Yoga things, and I've traveled to Mount Abu as well as a special guest. But, would you like to perhaps share how can an organization like Rotary be used to do some good work and spread a bit of peace and harmony around the world?
No, thank you first, and a global namaste to you and all the esteemed Rotarians that I see around the screen. Two slight corrections. I'm from the Chinmay Mission, UK, and wasn't a Rotarian. I benefited from the scholarship that was called the Freedom from Hunger Scholarship way back in 1989. And I just wanted to say thanks actually to this wonderful organization, and have been able to kind of take the ethos and put that not only in my work, but also, as you mentioned, in the spiritual activity. Because fundamentally, I think, what really resonated in the early days, I was, in my mid-20s, didn't know anything about anything. I was a little yokel out of university in Coimbatore. Somebody just passed a flyer around, and there's a Rotary scholarship. Would you like to apply? And a few of us did. And that's how, from a small town in India I ended up in Adelaide. And it was an amazing opportunity, not least because personally, as from my own family, I was the first one to go abroad. And the scholarship enabled me to do that. On the other side, I was greeted by this absolutely wonderful Rotarian. God bless his soul. He passed away 2 years ago. I've been in touch with him. He was, they attach a mentor to you who's the local guardian sort of. And he came to a wedding in India, and he and his wife, and it was a beginning of a wonderful journey of self-development, I think, which I've been able to take and continue both through, and you mentioned the spiritual side. And because you see, when you take out all the differences of everything, actually, this diversity is a big thing at the moment. And if you take all that out, what remains is what is actually called, they've described years ago, decades ago, in the four-way test. Is it the truth? Is it fair? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? And if all of us actually take that into account and act accordingly, and it makes I think it was Colleen, the previous speaker before Judith, who mentioned, it takes you out of your comfort zone, and that's exactly what it did. I didn't know anything about anything. I went there to study. I was a true academic in that sense. I was doing my master's, and I was just shipped off to Adelaide with literally $2 in my hand. That's all my parents could afford, and also that is what at that time the equivalent of what the Indian government would allow as foreign exchange to go out. I didn't have enough money to put into a trolley until the first check came. So it was a complete change of scene, and it really made me who I am today. In many ways, that journey there as somebody who hadn't been abroad, learning, of course, doing my degree, of course, was the best thing. I got my PhD thanks to the scholarship, but also gave me so in return, what I had to do was to speak to a range of Rotary clubs, and I did 30 of these. I still very proudly have all those souvenirs that are wine glasses with each Rotary club's name embedded on it, embossed on it. And it is quite a, how shall I say, as I said, it is part of my life. So when Neil Kumar, who is, the force behind this kind of, and I saw that there was an event, I said, can you give me 2 minutes to share my gratitude more than anything else, actually, for what the organization has done and is continuing to do, of course. And as I said, in many ways, it made me come out of my comfort zone, made me think about life. Although I haven't been able to contribute through Rotary, I've got the other mission that I do exactly the same thing. And then occasionally when I do get the chance, I volunteer through Rotary here and up in Cambridge, etc. So it as I said, you learn skills, brings you out of your comfort zone, and I can't thank the organization enough.
Well, we all are very proud of that as well, and it's so nice that you could join us today. And Madhu Sudanji, for joining us and just sharing that to let our audiences know what kind of impact it really creates in people's lives. And when Judith and other team members and other leaders go out there doing this kind of work, opening up opportunities, bringing in the funds, so that more scholars could go and benefit. It's great to hear the fact that all that work is really worth it because people's lives are being fully transformed. So thank you, Judith, as well, for all the lovely work that you're doing. Congratulations to you and all the Rotary Club members out there and the leaders. And Madhusudanji, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I've also been to the Chinmaya mission, just to let you know. I used to study there as well, some Vedic principles and things. So I've been a bit of a learner. I'm an ongoing student of life. So thank you for joining us and a global namaste. We now move on to our next guest, of course, Mohammed Ayaz, who's going to be joining us. Judith, thank you very much for joining us here. Have a fantastic day. And that was a really fantastic interview. And I hope every single audience member who's watching you right now will be rushing down there to find out more about Rotary Club right now. Thanks to our wonderful, inspiring Judith. Thank you. So now we move on to Mo. Hello, Global Namaste, Mo. Would you like me to call you Mo? Oh, Mohammed G. Ayaz. Mohammed Ayaz. We welcome you to our Healing Our Earth platform. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaste to you and salam to everyone there, and peaceful regards to everyone that's listening. Thank you, honey.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you for joining us. Now, I just wanted to do a quick little introduction about your work and your background. And I just wanted to let the audiences know that the Mohammed Ayaz is actually an accomplished facilitator and a community development worker. He specializes in partnership working and building community networks. He has over 20 years of project management experience in East London, delivering local action plans and regeneration programs. He also has a passion for community cohesion and interfaith dialogue, with a reference to the Indo-Pakistani relations. Now, he is a community catalyst, encouraging bridge making, paradigm shifting, and of course, a problem-solving mindset as well. He's been a Rotarian for over 10 years, and he also became an assistant governor for London District 1130, which is fantastic. He now serves as the vice president of the Indus Peace Park Society and organized the global project launch in the British Houses of Parliament in 2019. He used his creative negotiation skills, of course, to ensure the attendance and participation of prominent South Asian leaders. And this took the forms of lords, MPs, London borough mayors, and of course, community and faith representatives who all came together to make a united stand for peace. So today we will get to hear a little bit about the importance of the work being carried out by Rotary to promote peace globally and about the Indus Peace Project. So thank you so much for joining us, GMO. And today we are so looking forward to hearing a little bit about your work. First of all, before we start anything, why peace and unity and interfaith? What inspired you to go and work on campaigns in that area? Because there's such a vast amount of work you could have done. Why did you choose peace, unity, and interfaith work?
Well, thank you for asking that question. As the speakers came before me and Brother Madhu has illustrated so eloquently before, we base everything on what our parents teach us, and mothers, and you've had all these fantastic dynamic women in Rotary, women of action. And with myself, it was also to do with my father, because my father, he was a public servant. He was in the British Indian Army signals and later to be in the Pakistani signals. And he lived through partition. And when he came in the 60s here to the UK to better his life and to serve here, his sort of ethics and ethos was to do hard work and to get on with your community. And when he came here, he never talked about partition, but it was always at the back of his mind. But what he instilled in us as children was to do public service. So I'm now working for local authorities, helping locally, and we heard a lot about international work, but there's so much done, in our local communities. I was introduced to Rotary by a lady called Joy Laguda, and that was a Rotary Club of Newham. And she actually asked me about Rotary, and I said to her, what is this Rotary? Is it some sort of secret organization, or is it some sort of, I don't know, elite organization? I'm just a common person. And she said, no, it is the common person who wants to do something for their community that we want to encourage. And I went to a couple of meetings there and took part in local projects, whether they were tree planting, whether they were helping the homeless, local homeless people, or food banks. There was such a range, as our speaker said before. There's so many different themes of Rotary. It's basically based on a humanitarian principle. As you said earlier, service above self. So it's never about us. So, excuse me, for us Rotarians to come on here and talk about Rotary is also against our nature, because we're humble people. We want to serve, and we want to serve with the right hand, and the left hand doesn't know what we're doing. Because that's the true thing about charity, not to promote and say, we did this, we did this, we did this. And therefore it's a bit unnatural, but we have to kind of promote ourselves in order to attract like-minded people like yourself. So that was my sort of real enthusiasm, was working locally. And then I came across Tony Sharma. As you said before, women came into Rotary a bit later on, and he was the first district governor who had Indian heritage. He's a close friend. When I met him, just like Brother Madhu before, you would know who's Pakistani heritage, who's Indian heritage. And he showed me so much love and affection. And he said to me, you're in Rotary, but what is your passion? And as Colleen said early on, you've got to look deeply. But once you're doing things for the community, naturally it flows out of your heart what you want to do. And what I wanted to do was, in my name of my father, to try and do something to help peace in between India and Pakistan. So that's where my passion came from.
Wow, this is really interesting, because because that's why you're so passionate about it, because you work so tirelessly and passionately for this particular cause. And also, just to find out, and for our listeners and our viewers to understand, what kind of work is being carried out at the moment within the Rotary relating to peace and conflict resolution and that kind of area?
Well, as the speaker said before, we do have peace centers around the world, and that's impart knowledge to master degree levels, and postgraduate level, and try and teach the skills, the tools to do peace. And a project that illustrates this is a project that was done in Papua New Guinea, where you had about 8 villages, 5 different cultural backgrounds, always fighting with one another. And 2 Rotary clubs based in Australia, collaborated with a local Rotary club there and managed to secure peace by supplying clean water to the area. So they signed an agreement or understanding between the different tribes. Okay, we all need water. That's the common feature we need, is water. So why don't we get on? And water acted as a facilitation. Water acted as a catalyst for peace. But through Rotarians there who just felt, wait a minute, let's look for what they have in common, what their needs are, and stick to our principles and try and do what we can in the most transparent manner.
Yes, I like that as well, because it's very, the way things work is very transparent, it's very, straightforward, and it's so easy to work with people like that. We feel comfortable as well. But, sometimes I imagine and I think that all these governments are working to try to create peace, and everybody's like having meetings and discussing conferences, and all sort of summits are taking place. So why do you think Rotary could do something to help to add to this peace process? And something that we really need, and I don't understand, all of us in this whole world, we're all just one anyway. Everybody needs food, everybody needs rest, everybody likes to be loved and appreciated. Everybody has similar human values around the world. Yet there's so much inequality and peace and conflict, things like that. So why do you think Rotary, why Rotary can do something about this?
Rotary has a track record, and I've got to know this, becoming a Rotarian like yourself. Rotary was instrumental in facilitating the formation of the United Nations. So it's always been there to try and connect people. Rotarians are super connectors if they do have a superpower, and that's to get the right people around the table to try and make things happen, positive things happen, as you said. But what makes us, going back to your question, what makes us think that we can do something that politicians can't do and other people can't do? Well, the four-way test, as Brother Madhu said before, four-way test is a non-partisan, a non-sectarial ethical code for Rotarians to use their personal professional relationships. The test has been translated into 100 languages. And as Brother Madhu said before, you have to satisfy each criteria in all the work that we do. We have to say, is it the truth? We can't be, bamboozled by media spin, etc. Is it fair to all concerned? And I will go into this later on. We have to look from every angle, from every participant who is a stakeholder. Are they actually going to, is it going to be fair to them? Is it going to build goodwill, like the water project? It established goodwill and friendship. That's very important. And will it be beneficial to everyone concerned? It has to be a win-win. And if it satisfies these four elements of the test, it's something that Rotarians can do, which politicians can't do.
That's a very good point. A very good answer, actually. Thank you for that. It makes a lot of sense because they're very neutral as well. They're not a non-political organization, so they're very neutral in their stance, etc. So from all of the work that you're doing at this moment in time, is there is something you can, before you tell me a little bit about the work that you're doing, I've always wondered, there is something that I was very confused with. And you have Rotary Peace Scholars, you have Rotary Peace Centers, and then you also have this Fellowship of Peace. Could you tell me what are the differences and what are all these organizations, or what programs are these?
Yes, I mean, as we said about the Peace Scholars, any individual from any part of our community can apply to be a Peace Scholar, as long as they've got the leadership qualities, as long as they've got the passion and got the qualification. They need an undergraduate qualification in most cases, and they put their names forward. And it's almost like one of these competitions where X Factor, where everyone goes forward and says, I want to be a peacemaker. They have to go through a fair and transparent application process, and at different stages, club level, district level, and then they're taken into a pool and decided on who should become a Peace Scholar, because you want the cream of people that are passionate. They may not have the exact qualifications you want or the exact background, because at the end of the day, we are open to all backgrounds because that's our strength, the diversity. But also, these same people will go into government organizations, international organizations, big companies and multinationals. So they are our ambassadors. And the peace centers, there are peace centers all over the world. And I was just looking this up, basically North Carolina in the U.S.A, you've got Tokyo.
Yes, we're going to very shortly have a special guest as well from around that area. Who's going to be joining us. You're going to love meeting him.
Absolutely. So, but we've got so many. And when we talk about the Indus Peace Park project, we hope to also have a peace center within the Indus Peace Park on the border between India and Pakistan. And that will be a catalyst for so much more. But I'll wait for your.
But the Indus Peace Park actually is one of the biggest campaigns you're doing right now. Something that quite a few of you active members are involved in. Yourself, Tony Sharma, and quite a few, even our president as well. So they're all involved in doing this, knowing that it's a very important project to take on board. But what kind of impact do you think it's going to create? Because, what is the project, first of all, and why is it so necessary?
Absolutely. It's necessary because you have two nuclear powered countries who have a history of partition. Partition itself, more than 1 million people were victims of partition on both sides. There was no innocent party. It wasn't, the Hindu community was okay, or the Muslim community. All the bad apples, all the criminality and the chaos of a lack of law and order happened. We don't dwell too much on the history. We can look and write books and do PhDs about the history, but looking forward, what can be the common factor to bring Indians and Pakistanis together? And the common factor is Indus civilization. The Indus civilization is as ancient as Egyptian civilization. And really, what we want people to think about is their joint heritage. 47 was not the beginning of history. And the Indus civilization had an incredible skill in managing water and developing cities and looking at climate and the environment around them. So all these values are in our Rotary sort of checklist of what we need to do.
Yeah, good irrigation systems. I remember, they were so advanced. The civilizations, they knew exactly. The engineers at that time knew how to create all the irrigation networks, etc.
Absolutely, yes. and use all these talented brains in India and Pakistan to look at deciphering the Indus civilization and the language. It was an ancient language. The Egyptian language, using the Rosetta Stone, was deciphered. But they should work on that. So basically look at the environment, look at the common factors, this is what we did with the water project, and bring people together. And most of these issues regarding war happen over land. So what we are saying to the governor of Punjab in Pakistan and chief minister in India is, you give us a bit of land on the border. The Kartarpur project, which is the Sikhs' second holiest site, a corridor to their holy site in Pakistan, is a good basis for us to actually look to build a peace park. Half the land from India, half the land from Pakistan, international collaboration, Rotary being right there, the Commonwealth being right there, the UN being right there, all these partners being there to develop land and then build on that land, facilities that satisfy all our areas of focus, but in particular, have it an enjoyable place. For example, here in the UK, when I grew up, I had friends who were Hindu, Sikh, from all different backgrounds, Bengali, Tamil, etc. We had no issue whatsoever. And we want to build the same friendships there. We want school children to travel to this peace park, which would be a kind of template, would be Kew Gardens for us Londoners. Something like Kew Gardens with the Peace Centre there, with a conference centre there where best practices in different areas, medical, in peace, etc. So get all a safe place, a what we call an oasis of peace, where people from both sides can interact, because people to people, initiated by Rotarians, is what it's about. Not about Rotary. It's not a Rotary peace park. It is for the people of the Indus.
Right, that's a very nice thing. So you bring in the philosophies and the methodologies and the value systems of previous, where there was no division. Actually, there was only unity. That everything was one, actually. So which is fantastic. Is this one of your photographs of your dad? Or the projects you do, or is this?
No, this is actually an illustration of. I mean, if the flags were not there, you wouldn't know who was Indian, who was Pakistani. These are top commandos who give their lives because of the lack of peace. So they're the people who we want to save first. These brave people who are guardians of different countries and nationalities, etc. They're actually related. Our DNA is exactly the same. If you look at the DNA, I've got Sikh relatives, Hindu relatives, etc. Politics can change, geographic borders can change, but your DNA it can never change. And if they can realize they have the Indus civilization, but they also have this common blood bond, how can you be cruel to your family?
Yes, absolutely. What lovely, we're all brothers and sisters, right? Like as they say, we're all brothers together, standing together, fighting together if we have to, or protecting together harmoniously. Oh, Mohammed, that was really amazing. Actually, please do stay here because we've got this a very surprise guest who's just joined us today. He's actually all the way from Texas. And you're going to definitely love hearing about him, because as soon as I heard about all the work that he does, I was so super excited to meet him. So I just wanted to introduce, there he is. Hello, Global Namaste. It's Mr. Shab Elavar. Is that right?
Yes, Namaste, Assalamu alaikum.
Malaikum salam. And you're all the way from Texas. I just want to do a little introduction so that everybody knows, because your background is also peace, and you've been doing a lot of work within Rotary relating to peace. And I think Mohammed would really love this. And maybe there could be a potential, some partnerships going on to do some further work. But Shab Elavar is from Texas, USA, and born in Lebanon. He migrated to US and, of course, graduated in a really interesting subject, structural engineering, and has been in Rotary since 1997. So he's been in there for many, many years, very experienced Rotarian. He has served on many areas, including as an AG for 2 years, international and matching grant director. youth exchange officer, and he's been doing that for 2 years as well. Polio chair for 5 years, grant oversight committee, and district governor. He's been an RI, which means Rotary International President representative. He's also served as a district international service chair, a district global grant chair. Wow. And the list just goes on and on and on and on. It was a book, actually, when I was looking at it. I was thinking, oh God, this gentleman has done a lot. And I just want to say a little bit extra as well there, because I thought you're a recipient of the Service Above Self Award, which is really wonderful, from Rotary International. And you're also the recipient of the Humanitarian Award of the Year from MANA Foundation, amongst many, many other awards that you have received. But I just thought that was really beautiful. And you work on many, many peace initiatives. So I just wanted to let the audiences know that we've got somebody who has extensive experience working within this field. He's part of many, many peace initiatives and campaigns, and has been part of the board of directors for Rotary Action Group for Peace, chairman for Global Council for Peace Ambassadors. He's also the founder of the group Rotaract for Peace, and many other areas all relating to peace. And on top of that, which I thought was the best part of it all, I didn't know what this meant, but he is a SDG Chopal Kindness Ambassador. Kindness ambassador. I love it. I've never heard of a kindness ambassador. We all need to become kindness ambassadors. That's my tagline for Healing Our Earth. Everyone, we're all going to be kindness ambassadors. Welcome to you, Shah Belawarji. Thank you for joining us here today on Healing Our Earth.
Honey, I love your energy. I love the way you carry yourself. You can bring any goodness in anybody out. You know.
Thank you.
Love to see it. That's when you are speaking from the heart. That's when you're giving from the heart. That I think your blood, the Rotary and service runs in your blood, but it also shines right through your actions. I love that. So
thank you very much. But I've noticed one thing about each one of you, as each Rotarian, that smile that always comes through, the passion, the joy, the happiness, and it shows there's something right Rotary's doing that keeps everyone quite happy, doing all the projects they're doing and feeling that they're being of service, at least, doing something good in the world in our own little way. But together, it becomes quite impactful. So Shah Belawarji, you've just been hearing our Mohammed Ayazji, who's just joined us to talk to us about the peace work and interfaith work he does. Is there anything that you'd like to, any messages you'd like to share with our audiences while we're sharing knowledge?
I love to see Muhammad and his passion and his experience put to work through our most honorable organization on earth, Rotary. And we are proud to see young people like Muhammad and the Rotaracts. I mean, you have a great Rotaract in Pakistan, and I've been in contact with all of them. We established at the beginning of this pandemic, in order to keep our young people connected to the, experience and I don't say old, I say mature Rotarians, So in order to keep them connected, so we formed a group which called Rotaract for Peace. And then again, I want to thank Sandeep, who came up with the Rotaract for Kindness. And then, they formed the SDG Shupal, Sustainable Development Goals, and they said, well, we're gonna give you an ambassador for peace because you have brought so many Rotarians together, and now we brought so many Rotarians through global grants. I mean, every month we hold a global grant project fair, which is hands-on, connecting people like Muhammad. Like the other day, we connected one young lady from Nepal with her global grant. And that was a Rotaract. That was the first global grant Rotaract has put together. Bringing people together, that's what brings peace. Because ultimately, what we invested in Muhammad and somebody else, some other young people, it comes back to us. And imagine that. See, let's multiply. Let's say Muhammad, he started at 18 years old, and now it's 78. He's 78 right now. Imagine that. I'm going to use my calculator to multiply that. Let's say he has served 60 years in Rotary, times 365 equal, times 24 equal. So Muhammad, by the end of his life, he will serve 568,800 hours. So that's why we invest in young people, okay? Because they last longer, they are flexible, they can do. But also studying and being with Rotary for all these years and becoming on the board directors for Rotary Action Group for Peace. And now we're starting another two groups, also one for Rotary Action for organ donors and Rotary Action for public diplomacy. So these are one of them just giving life, directly, and one of them is just also dealing with problems before they exist.
And I love the public diplomacy you just mentioned. It's very important to have that, actually. I think I'm going to have to sign up with your little organization too, because I would love to do that. So very nice. Excellent. So please carry on. Yes, that's lovely.
Well, thank you. And then with what I've seen, what I noticed, and I have a big PowerPoint for 35 minutes, 40 minutes, how the environmental changes in the world has affected the peace in the world, especially the migration of people because of economic hardship and because of conflict that creates, and the conflict that creates, it takes the bad people to take over economy, like planting marijuana, cocaine, and all of that stuff, like in Afghanistan also. You can see that when that element comes in, or these people who are migrating from one country to another, they will affect their social system, their economy, their education system, and the peace is disturbed on both countries. Leaving your country disturb that country, and coming to another country and not knowing all the laws and the protection and stuff, it affects those people also mentally, and leaving these families behind. That's what I love about Rotary, is the positive peace that we create. We identify a problem, and then we go into work. We use our foundation, our Rotary Foundation, and our generous people around the world, time-wise or money-wise. Tony Sharma, he's been involved forever. Sandeep has been involved. Neil has been involved. So these are kind of Rotarians that they investing their life, their energy, their resources, and if we can use all the resources that's available for us, especially Rotary International. The website for Rotary International, it keeps you going forever, and you can connect the world, from Rotary International.
It's true. You can find many areas on that website, so many different sections. Even when I went for a little wander through, I thought, oh, there's online courses, there's foundation, there's grants. I didn't know there were grants, and there was so much things you can discover. So you're absolutely right. Maybe the next time round, Shabji, we have to invite you to do a whole presentation for us, so we can share, what you have to say with the world, and also, of course, with our other Rotarians. Maybe you can inspire them with any projects that you're doing, maybe some partnerships work from, develop from there. And of course, Mohammed, Mo, you were going to be also sharing a few more things as well. Maybe you want to share a couple of those photographs, and maybe I'll ask any questions that you may want whilst we have Shabji here, before we finish off our interview here. So would you like to maybe finish off with that photos, and then maybe we can ask a couple of questions to Shabji as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Very quickly, that's a four-way test, and that's our badge. That should be the Rotarians badge. That explains everything that we do and the way we do it. Next slide, please.
It's truth, fair, goodwill, and will it be beneficial to all concerned? It's a very, very important one for people to consider straight away, isn't it? Very true. And there was another slide after. Maybe is there? Yes. There's a.
No, I mean we're always planting seeds of peace. So again, local projects, they're just as important. For example, with the conflict, stopping gangs and knife crime. Anything we can do to kind of occupy young people and become Rotaracts. Get involved and diversion away from street crime.
Absolutely, very nice. That's very good. And at least when we see pictures, it makes it tells 1,000 words, as they say. We can understand straight away what you're doing. And what about this one? What is this for? Partners
this one's
in
our
Peace.
close relationship, as I said before, with the United Nations. And I think Judith is wonderful listening to Judith. It's people like Judith that give us that international stand-in and try and again facilitate work to be done for millions and millions of people around the world. Thank you.
Absolutely. That was fantastic. Lovely. And did you have anything to say about that, Shabji, while you're here? Oh, what's this Rotary Park?
Oh, that's the last one. I mean, we're trying to build a Rotary Park where everyone can feel included, where there is no, I mean, in the area of India and Pakistan, we have our own Shakespeare's and Dickens in the shape of Bulleh Shah, Mir Muhammad Saab, Sufi poets, who say that you shouldn't look at someone, when you go to this peace park, you're not going to be judged on your caste, where you come from, your color, etc. And that's the environment we want to create, where, as you said before, in the Indian civilization, there was no hierarchy or caste. Everyone can walk in there, you're not going to be judged, be there. The interaction between you and others is going to make the world a safer and peaceful place.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's really, is there one more there as well? Oh my God.
Oh, that's the last one. That's
wow.
Polio awareness. That's near the Stratford Olympic site. That was when London Rotarians got together and drummed up, and as you can see there, the picture of diversity, drummed up support for the international projects that they're doing to save people's lives who we will never see, but hopefully we'll get their blessings. Thank you.
That's amazing. Well, do you know, I know that Tony Sharma also does, works on the Indus Park with you. Perhaps we can invite him, and if Judith is around, maybe we can invite him, so maybe we can have a little discussion like a panel and maybe see what maybe we can leave sharing some insights and inspire people who are listening to us right now, or share some knowledge with them so that they can perhaps be enlightened with some of the work that's going on out there. Tony, thank you for sharing. And I was hoping to get you on board in shortly. And because you're here, I'd love to do a live interview with you, because then I can interrogate you a bit more. but yes, is there any questions that you may have? Of course, either to Mohammed or to, of course, Shabji while he's here.
You can't ask Mohammed or Shabji any question, because they've answered all the questions every time. I'm very honored and privileged to know these characters for many years, and I always applaud them for all that energy and work they do so selflessly. Thank you both, guys.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, you do the same as well. You actually do the same. We actually have another gentleman who's here, and he's again a very interesting gentleman who I'd like to just introduce to the team here, to the panel, whilst we have a few minutes. And we have a Rotarian, Pankaj Agarwal, who's working with the Brahma Kumari. So it's you. I'm so sorry. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
Yes. And you're working with Brahma Kumari's Art of Living for the upliftment of human life. And your motto is a service of Mother Earth in form of love, respect, responsibility for everything that we do as human beings, to make our globe a more beautiful place for all of us. Is that right? That's what you work towards.
Absolutely.
What did you? Well, thank you very much for joining. You're also the director of the Action Group on Mental Well-being. Is that right? As a Rotarian. Yeah, as a Rotarian. So I would say a global namaste again to you, dear Pankaj, for joining us here. And you've been listening to these wonderful gentlemen, the selfless people who are out there, leaders in the field, doing lots of wonderful work. Is there any comments that you'd like to share whilst you're here with us and joining us?
Yes, absolutely.
All the way from India as well.
First of all, I'm very honored sitting before PDG Tony sir, PDG Shop, and all you beautiful people. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, good evening. Season's greeting and warm welcome to all of you. I'm Rotarian Pankaj Agrawal. Director, District Action Group on Mental Health Initiative, RID 3030. World's first registered district chapter of Rotary Action Group Mental Health Initiative, named DAGMI. District Action Group Mental Health Initiative wants to change the number of causes of disability worldwide, mental illness to mental wellness. Hence, we are trying to have a shared vision amongst the Rotarians who believe in promptly mental health to mental wellness in society. We cannot give others if our basket is empty. So we work to open hearts of people to express their feelings, emotions. Thus they fill their basket with positivity. Through our initiative, we are trying to protect each other and make world a better place. We have joined hands with the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, a well-known institute in India, NIMHANS, a center government tertiary care facility or service under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to train teachers in basic counseling under the program Intervention for Strengthening School Mental Health. Through our signature project, Mind Matters, a monthly e-newsletter which is distributed across the globe, we try to promote awareness in mental health to mental well-being. Recently, RI President Shekhar Mehta sir visited us, praised our efforts. One touch of nature makes the worldwide keen. Let us join hands. Let us make the world a better place. Rotary cares for mental health. For that, signing off. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving opportunity to speak before you all wonderful people. Thank you very much.
Pankaj, very well done. This is Nil Kumar here, and I'm very proud of each and every one of you Rotarians. Saab, welcome from Texas in the USA. What a wonderful journey you've had. Is simply amazing. I can see lots and lots of flags and your trophies and Rotarian work. What an amazing work. Tony, we'll be with you shortly because you are a very exciting person and I think a past district governor as well. So Hani will be interviewing you later. Muhammad, very well done. I loved the pictures that you shared with us. Saab, what is your opinion so far with the Rotarians that you have heard?
You know, every time we listen to Rotarians, we know, like the young Rotarians or the mature Rotarians, we know that our care for our Rotarians, especially the young one, is the best guarantee that our service in the world will never, ever be interrupted. Because these are the investment for the future. Yes. See, we are in the best business. We will never run out of business. In the business of humanity, we will never, ever run out of business. There will be, Rotary has been in business for over 116 years, 117 years, and will be another 117 years. But right now, how I see our service improving is the women that come into Rotary are changing the world. They're changing us. You see, women are implemented. They come with kindness. They're mothers. When they give motherly love. You know, so the women and the young people, the Rotary Act, Inner Act, and Early Act, and the Youth Exchange, and Peace Fellows, the combination that we have in Rotary gives us the color that we have, the color of kindness. You know, they say the polio, it's a health issue. You know, we just saw, you know, think about it twice. We have vaccinated over 2 billion children. This is the best and the widest, the biggest kind of act of kindness we ever did in Rotary. Think about that also. Does these kids have parents and uncles and yes. So we have touched with our kindness over 3, 4, 5 billion people living. That's what we should be proud of. Our action we should be proud of. Look how like Mahatma Gandhi says, before you talk peace to anyone, to a hungry person, you got to feed them first. Got to take care of their problem. So, and that's what the Rotarians do. The 7th area of focus serves a lot of need of the people. And those areas, sometimes those areas of focus are not served probably, but they are byproduct of something else. Global grants that Pakistan, India does more than 1/8 of the grants in the world. But the whole world has helped India all along, Pakistan all along, Nepal all along. And now India coming along. The second people in giving to Rotary Foundation, the highest second per capita. Why? Because people see in their community what the Rotarians are doing in their community. They're involving their youth. I have attended so many Rotary installation, and I tell you what, the way they organize each other, the way they organize their district, and the way they honor each other. You see, I've always asked my people when I was governor, I did not ask them, bring me a million members or $1 million, whatever, what have you. I asked them to do 3 things: thank, acknowledge, and encourage every single one that you in contact with. And you know what? I was #1 in giving, and with our district gave over $6.1 million.
So you didn't get that award for no reason, right? With your lovely kindness award, by the sounds of it. oh, that was really lovely. You know, I will remember that. Thank, acknowledge, and encourage. It's all the things we love doing, and we all appreciate it as well. And I think it's nice, you know, to just what you call it, be with like-minded people who encourage you to be the best version of yourself. So I think it's fantastic. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Shabji and Shab Elavar, who's joined us all the way here from Las Vegas?
Actually, my club is in Las I live in San Bernardino, but I want to invite every single one of you to Texas.
Well, Mo, Tony, let's get our bags ready before Shab changes his mind.
June is coming, and we want all of you and the Rotary Act, and we'll love to meet you face to face. It will be the 3rd year that, 2 years we don't see anybody, and now this will be a big one. President Shaker, we were meeting the other day, a couple of days ago, and he said, we need to ask our Rotarians to just come to Texas, come and meet each other, come and see what people have done in the past, and build some collaboration for future. So I would love to see all of you.
We'd love to come. Thank you very much for the lovely, lovely invitation. Actually, Judith was here. If Judith the Dement, if you can hear us, and if you're still around, if you'd like to join us, I'd love to hear what the men say about the women work, their women empowerment work that's going on at the moment. And it'll be wonderful. Maybe you talked about the acknowledging, the encouraging, etc. Oh, hello, Judith. Global Namaste back again. I think you're on mute at the moment.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, hello, Judith. Thank you for joining us again. We thought we've got about 5 to 10 minutes before I go and interrogate Tony about all the environmental work he's going to be doing and what he's doing at the moment. But was there any, Mo and Tony, I would love to hear your points of view about women who are doing great work out there. And I believe that Eve as well, who's just become an international director as well. There are some really great, there's such amazing work that's happening in the group. And of course, Judith as well. May I ask the gentlemen to say a few words about what they think about the women empowerment programs that are going on at the moment? And should we have more leaders like our dear Judith?
So you want me to say something about the empowerment?
Start off, why not? Yes, it may activate a little bit of discussion.
No, I think empowering women and girls is one of the most important things you can do. Because, for example, if you teach your mother to read and write, she will teach her children to read and write. And so there's nothing more important. And I'm really proud of a program that I helped start in the Commonwealth Women's Mentoring Program. In 2015, the Commonwealth Heads of Government met in Malta. And for the first time, they had a women's forum. And out of that forum came a recommendation that women under the age of 30, 18 to 30-year-olds, there was a huge need for a mentoring program. And a few months later, I was approached by the Commonwealth and asked if I could start it, using Rotarians as the mentors. And I said, yes, why don't we just do a pilot to start with? And I asked them which countries they'd like. They were talking about the whole Commonwealth. Let's do a pilot in maybe 1 or 2 countries. So they chose, and it was a Commonwealth Youth Council who chose the countries. They chose Canada and the Commonwealth countries in the Caribbean, and there are a lot of them, but they're very small. And we had great support from Rotary International President Barry Racine, and also who was in the Bahamas, and also from Dean Rowers, who I think now she was a Rotary International Director, is now a trustee of the foundation. And both of them were very supportive. And Dean identified Shirley Pat-Chamberlain, a wonderful Rotarian from Vancouver. She undertook to get all the Rotarian mentors. And the Commonwealth Youth Council got all the mentees. We put a notice up on the Commonwealth website. We launched it Commonwealth Week in London in 2016. And we had over 500 women within the first hour of putting the website up, wanting to be mentored. So the demand is huge, there's no question about that. So we were able to mentor 65 young women from Canada and the Caribbean. And we had a couple from Africa, a couple from Nairobi, and a few others. And it was hugely successful. All of them were mentored by Rotarians. And again, re-emphasizing what was discussed earlier about the importance of vocations, because the mentoring scheme, it matched up. So we had a young lady in Nairobi, Winnie Chekimoy. She was in the global health. She had a global health degree, and she was matched with someone in global health. Someone in marketing was matched with a Rotarian with a marketing company. And so that worked really well. Of course, it was all done online, on email, telephone, no face-to-face. But in fact, we were able, they did a report on it all. And I submitted it to the Commonwealth. I said, we want to discuss this at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in London in 2018. And through Rotary, we were able to bring 10 of the young mentees to London for the Youth Forum. And they spoke about the importance of the mentoring program. And one of them, Winnie Chekimoy from Nairobi, she was noticed by the Foreign Office, and they invited her to stay on an extra day and do a presentation about the mentoring scheme to the heads of state from Africa. And since then, she's gone on to really good things. She will say herself, as a result of the mentoring. She went to speak at the World Bank Youth Summit in Washington, D.C., invited by the Rotary representative to the World Bank. And as a result of that, she was actually offered a job at the World Bank. So that was a terrific outcome. And a little support on the way can make such a world of difference to young women. And it's really
yes. You know, that reminds me of something, Judith, because sometimes people say that there's so many talented people everywhere. But without the right guidance, without the right person holding their hands and putting them somewhere, that talent's just never going to be, seen, used, or, maximized to its full potential unless somebody guides them in the right direction. So mentors' jobs is a very important job. In Indian terms, we always say guru, guru who removes darkness and gives light. So we always see teachers or mentors or somebody, we always respect them because without their contribution, your mind would have never expanded the way it could do with the right guidance. So thank you for that, Judith, for sharing that, and congratulations for the lovely work. Mo had something to say. I wasn't sure whether it was a question or whether you wanted to mention something there.
No, well, I didn't want to interrupt the flow, but Judith and Eve and other leaders that we have in Rotary, they're the people who are going to make the projects achievable, because they have that intuition and that all-round emotional intelligence to make things happen. I mean, I've seen Judith in action, for example, and amazing the group of people she can get round into one place and make things happen. And going back to our Peace Park project, sexual violence was used during partition. So we want as you have Indian and Pakistani peacekeepers around the world, they serve all in different hotspots around the world. In our park, we want the rangers to be female rangers from Pakistan and India, with facilitation from Judith and connections with the government, to make sure that it's a safe environment, a family-friendly environment that we can all be proud of.
Wow. So we better not have Kill Bill coming in to give them any training. You've got opposite to what you really want to teach, right? But meaning making sure that there are tough cookies there, but who are also using their, of course, it's a peaceful place. I'm just joking. But it's a very, very, very good thing that is, because when you take initiatives like that, that starts encouraging everybody else to do even more and more and more. So it actually has a snowball effect by having wonderful people like yourself starting these campaigns, like Judith starting these mentoring campaigns. It just needs one person to start and the rest of them carrying on, because very shortly we'll find out about the Treatley project as well with Tony. And, it's this one project that starts and now everybody starts getting involved in it, and so amazing. We don't know whether that's going to be in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. And just like we talk about polio being eradicated, there could be something we could be talking about Treatley in 5 years' time, that, we started like this and look what we managed to get. But it needed that step forward, and we needed that idea first. So well done, all of you. Thank you, Mo, for joining us here today. Thank you very much for sharing all your wonderful, and good luck with the Peace Indus Park, because I think it's going to be a fantastic place, and is a very good initiative. I know Tony's involved in that as well, so both of you, congratulations for that. And Judith, thank you very much for sharing this empowering women information with our wonderful viewers, because they need to appreciate and understand that there's so much work that's being done in Rotary, and they really respect the women too. They really encourage and try to bring up get the women to get involved in more roles. And I just wanted to share before we start with Tony that I just joined about 6 months ago. I just wanted to join a voluntary committee, thinking that let me just learn a little bit about the Rotary to get to an understanding. Didn't know many people. And straight away, within the 6 months, I joined the committee, became a chair as, for the new members committee. And then from there, Tony, you put me forward. So I just want to say a very big thank you to you for putting me forward. And now I've received a confirmation and an invitation as well to become a district chair for the environmental committee. So I'm looking forward to every single person who's watching this today, the Healing Our Earth. You're part of our family. You've always, tune into us, watch and encourage us. You send us all your messages. So we're looking forward to getting your support for doing a little bit more of the environment work as well out there, as part of us as a collective force. Thank you. So Tony, I thought you went in Florida. Are you in Florida or are you in UK? I just wanted to confirm that and clarify this.
Right, honey, first of all, yes, I'm in Florida, but before we proceed, I do want to acknowledge Judith, because the amazing energy she puts in is unbelievable. She travels the world more than the presidents of the world do. I've seen her in action, but the highest accolade I can give her is no higher than the Prime Minister of England, the immediate past Prime Minister, Theresa May, in the House of Commons in Parliament, acknowledged the work Judith did for polio and the other things. It was a very public acknowledgement, which she more than well deserves. So well done, Judith.
Oh, well done. Everybody should be very, and you should be very proud of that. And everybody should be so inspired by that too. That is work that you focused on. It doesn't matter how many years it takes. We'll always
I'm especially proud of Judith because she's from my neighbourhood. She's from Maidenhead and I'm from Slough. So that has to be said. You know, some of the best people like Judith come from the right areas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You're on mute, Judith.
Tomorrow, Tony, I'm being inducted into the Rotary Club of London.
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
Yes. We're looking forward to that, Judith. We are so looking forward to that. And we're looking forward to spending a lot more time together as well. And I'm sure we'll be working on many more initiatives in the future. And you'll be continuously inspiring the rest of us to do 20 times more than what we can do. Oh gosh, we can do that because you know, thanks to Judith's energy. Judith, thank you very much for joining us here today. And we are now going to be moving on to Tony Sharma. Tony, I have to give you a little introduction before we start, if that's okay, because I know that you're super cool and you're very, very well established within the Rotary. Everybody loves you. Everybody speaks so highly of you. And everybody wants to work with you because you're a doer. You show results with all the things you do. So Tony Sharma was born in Slough, as he mentioned just now, in England, of course, and studied textile engineering in Cardiff University. He's the director of Land and Company, a property company established in 1988, and a vice president of Nanoland Global Limited. He established in 2012 a company called Nanoland Global, which are suppliers of cutting-edge nanotechnology that is not available on the open market and providing nano solutions for environment safety. Tony has also been a Rotarian for over 30 years and a member of the Rotary Club of Woodford Green. He also served as a past president, a past assistant governor, a district governor in 2019-2020, and he has also contributed to Rotary projects in UK, abroad, including many countries like Mexico, Brazil, Albania, India, Ethiopia, etc., South Africa. And in London, he's been working as a lead for volunteer teams for marshal duties in the London Marathon. So all of you marathon lovers out there, then running lovers, you can volunteer there as well with his team. So he's been involved in this for over 12 years, volunteering in running and cycling events. Now, on top of that, he's the founder of Rotary Dragon Boat Festival and London New Year Days Parade. London New Year Days Parade is amazing because I've been involved in that a few years, and it's one of the best parades that you should definitely watch on 31st of December. It always happens, to celebrate 1st of the next year. And finally, this currently the current projects he's working on is the Indus Peace Park, which is what Mohammed just spoke to us about. That's mainly to support peace and conflict resolution, and the Rotary Treacly partnership to help reverse climate damage by planting mangrove trees and mitigating your carbon footprint, which I'm very interested into finding out much more and getting involved in, hopefully. Now, today he'll be sharing with us some information on the environmental projects that Rotary gets involved in to make this world a better place. So, Tony, thank you very much, and a global namaste, as always, to you on Healing Our Earth. We're loving having you here. You always bring a bit of warmth and some inspiration, even though you're all the way from Florida. You've been jet setting as well, and this was for Rotary that you were in Florida?
Regrettably, no, I'm here on business. But since I'm here on business, I will be visiting a Rotary Club on Tuesday to launch the Treacly project in the United States.
Oh, fantastic. So you're spreading the news and the information and sharing the knowledge with everybody else and inspiring people to get involved. So today I was just wondering that, is it possible for us to maybe go through the Treacly project, or would you like me to play that particular interview that you'd like me to, that you did previously? Or would you like to run through that presentation for us?
Whatever you feel, I'll do.
Ah, that's fantastic. I think it would be wonderful if we can hear you live right now, sharing that wonderful presentation with us. I just wanted to share with the viewers out there, whilst you perhaps prepare your presentation, I just wanted to mention that there's a really amazing project called the Treacly Project that Tony was one of the initiators. And of course, he's working with a team of people within the environmental committees to plant trees around the world. These are various places around the world. And he mentioned the mangrove trees that are being planted everywhere, which I think we really need because there's so many deforestation and things like that going on. So today, Tony will share with us how what the project is and perhaps how you can get involved. It's a very little thing you can do, but it'll make a huge impact if you can just do that. And if you could share that with the rest of your friends, families, and your social media contacts, we would totally, definitely appreciate that. And that could be your kindness act for today, perhaps. So, Tony, please go ahead and share what you needed to share.
So have you got the presentation there, honey?
Would you like me to use that presentation there?
Yeah, there's only about 4 slides.
Okay. But, sure. If you'd like to maybe tell the public about a few other things, then I'll just get that for you.
Okay, so for the benefit of everybody on the screen here, about September it was, we had in the UK, in Glasgow, COP26. And what's evident about all these world leaders coming together and talking about things is that they talk. They talk and they talk. And they don't do what they should be doing. And there's very many reasons. And this is where Rotary gives you a platform for not talking, but doing. So one of the programs that we found when we partnered up with the Treacly organization, the 2 directors are both Rotarians from Norfolk in England, and they've partnered with the Eden Project based out of California. And what they've done, these guys have developed a software whereby if you download their app onto your phone, by the mere action of downloading the app, you plant a tree through the Eden Project. And at this point, there's no charge. Then if you walk, and once you download the app, it connects to your smartphone step tracker. So if you walk 5,000 steps a day, 5 days out of 7, automatically the Eden Project will plant yet another tree. Again, at this point, at no cost. So for no money involved, for Rotary, you could plant 53 trees a year just by doing what you're normally doing. You don't have to do anything extra. So on your smartphone, in your pocket, when you're walking, do your 5,000, plant a tree. So I know Shab's got his calculator. So if you imagine 1.3 million Rotarians all planting 53 trees a year, that's a hell of a lot of trees without any cost. And that's the project I'm launching in the United States on Tuesday. Now, through the presentation, if we can find it, but if we don't have it, it doesn't really matter. Once you go on the
yes, we've got it. We do have it here. Yes, it's all ready to go. So if you would you like me to start with the first slide, or would you like me to go for it?
Yeah, let's go for it. Then just quickly walk it through.
Yeah, that'll be lovely, because I think visually, if people can see, I think they'll get a much better idea of what the project is. There you go.
So there you go. Okay, that's basically the program is in line with the 7th area of focus, and it's called Turning Footsteps into Forests. Next slide, please. We saw at COP26 the very noted scientist Lord Attenborough talk about the need, but here on this platform, we already know that there's a need. Next slide, please. We also know, because of COP26, there is no easy solution. There's no one single solution. There has to be many solutions. But we don't need to sit around talking about it. We need to start acting. One of the projects I've mentioned is planting trees, and specifically mangrove trees, because they are the most efficient in neutralizing carbon. They're planted in coastal areas which suffer the most heaviest deforestation. Currently, we're looking at Madagascar because they suffered the most deforestation. By working there, what we do is by planting the trees, not only do we save the environment, but we also provide, because the local people are paid to plant the trees. Therefore, we take them out of extreme poverty. We teach them about the environment, why they should look after the trees, and mangrove trees, especially because in the coastal areas, their roots provide a habitat for marine life. So that's exactly what you see on the screen. These are all the reasons why mangroves should be planted. Next slide, please. And that's just showing you providing the employment and therefore taking these people out of extreme poverty. Next slide, please. So by walking, you're planting trees. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I know that every day I walk to the local shops to buy my newspaper, and that does about 600 steps. During the day, I easily do 5,000 steps, just in my normal daily routine. Do that 5 days, and that plants another tree. Next slide, please. So that's okay, carry on to the last one, that's fine. So what you do is, by planting the trees, we've chosen 5,000 steps for a specific reason, because the average of a normal adult is 7,500. So 5,000 should be an easy target for most people. And as Shab keeps on saying, we're the mature Rotarians who tend to walk less. So we're not only encouraging you to plant trees, we're encouraging you to make sure you walk 5,000 because it has added benefits to your own health. It reverses the aging of the brain. It makes you, provides improvement in mental health well-being. It, repairs your organs. So walking less than 5,000 steps doesn't do any of these things. Next slide, please.
Yeah, actually, that's what I love about this one, because it's got the health aspect with it as well. So it's actually good for every person who does this, and at the same time, it's doing good for the world. So it's a really fantastic idea, that connection as well.
So what we're doing is, this is a free option, which means it doesn't cost you a single penny, dollar, rupee, or cent. Walk 5,000 steps a day, 5 days a week, you plant a tree. That removes up to 50% of an annual carbon footprint of the average person. Now, I say it's for free, someone has to be paying for it. What happens is, this is where the Treacly partnership comes down to its own. Not only do they provide the software, they raise funds from corporate entities around the UK initially, and then around the world as the partnership develops, because under corporate social responsibility, corporations are needing to show they're doing something to help the planet. Organizations at the highest level, the CEOs and directors, they know what Rotary is. It's a trusted brand. And they are lining up to partner Rotary, and therefore using some of their budget to help plant these trees. Next slide, please. The next slide will show option 2. And option 2 means if you donate £40 sterling, they will use that to plant more trees. And what that actually means is that instead of planting 1 tree a week, you can potentially plant 7 trees a week, 365 trees a year. And that removes up to 2 times an annual carbon footprint. And what also we've negotiated is, instead of £40 being spent for just trees, a £4 donation will be made towards End Polio Now campaign. Next slide, please. So option 3 is a UK-based option, but it will be rolled out soon to the rest of the world. By donating £60, of which £4 is donated to the End Polio campaign, you get to plant 240 trees. And that removes 12 months of UK adult carbon footprint and that has no connection with the free app or the trees. And basically what they're saying is, if you feel you can't do 5,000 steps, just pay the money, we'll plant the trees and let others do the walking. Next slide, please. So in the UK, we have 25 districts. We have set a competition between them to see who can plant the most trees, who can do the most steps, and there'll be an award-winning prize of environmental collaboration with another organization to help mitigate the carbon footprint of the district. And by doing a donation of £225, £25 will go to the polio campaign, and each member gets to plant 60 trees for this £225, in addition to anything else you might be doing. And this is just basically setting up a bit of a competition to see who can plant the most trees. But more importantly, what it does do is this number of trees becomes totally accountable, which means we can share with the world that Rotary in London, Rotary in Great Britain and Ireland have planted this many trees. So that's the real purpose, is so that we can say and shout from the hilltops, these are how many trees that we planted. And this is, as I said, being rolled out in the United States on Tuesday, and the rest of the world in Europe and Asia, we are planning to roll it out in the middle of February. I think that's the last slide. So, honey, that's the tree project.
Oh, that's lovely. The Tree Clean project. And you mentioned to everybody of how we can order or download the app is normally you can find it on the App Store, or you have a special QR code, right? Yes. Which I don't seem to have here, but yeah.
The easy way is just to go to your Play Store or App Store and look at Tree Clean, and you'll see the logo, and just download the app. As I say, by downloading the app, you just planted a tree. So if every Rotarian, and the other benefits, of course, is you can share this with your family and friends. And it's not the sort of thing that they would expect Rotary to be doing, because it's modern technology, downloading an app. It's the sort of thing that the younger generations will say, oh, that's easy. My own children do it and think nothing of it. And they think, oh, Rotary's got sort of a bit modernized, and how do they know what apps are and stuff like that? So
there's no age limit. There's no age limit to this, Tony, because I'm just thinking that if ever, because people go to school, they're always walking around. Oh, there's Shab's just found it. He's just showing it on this. Yeah, that's very nice.
Shab, your job now is, Shab, is you've got to share this app with as many people as you can.
Yes.
You're on mute.
He's
Shab.
muted. Yes, he's on mute. Yes. But Tony, as we were saying, so people can actually just go download that app, make sure there's a QR code on any of these flyers, which they'll probably find on what is the website?
Treeclean.org. Oh, yeah, Judith has done it as well. So Judith's done it, and Ian has done it as well. Oh, he's done 75. He's showing off. He's done 75,000 steps.
Wow, Ian's a proper walker. We could plant loads of trees with him around. I'll be on his team.
He's lost the keys of his car.
Oh, look, you're on mute, dear Shabji. You're on mute. Ah, yes.
Let me see if I can show it. That's how an average 15. Well, it's 15,000 steps to 21,000 steps on average a day. But Tony, it's ironic that you say that about the environment, because my wife is involved with cleaning the rivers and also planting trees, and then she's establishing a new club this month worldwide with chapters. So if you want to be a chapter in Pakistan, you can hold one meeting every 2 weeks out of the world. So, and the motto of the club will be protect and restore the environment. So, but this morning I just want to say something extra. Tony,
peace builders. I love that.
You are people of action, like Tony says. we talk, but until we start to walk, it does not change into action. So, Tony, you're awesome. Thank you very much. Honey, you're awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's a wonderful.
Shab, honey,
Yes.
you understand now one thing. As a person of action, you've just hijacked my launch in the United States.
Well,
so let's see how many people you can share this Treaty app with, because you're up in Vegas, I'm on the east side, you're on the west side of this. Let's see how many you can get.
I think
get a report.
I am on a forum at the end of this month in Ukraine, and my session for 1.5 hours to fill, and how to connect the universe to how to connect the planet. So, and I think this could be a great addition to the forum.
Well, keep in touch. You've now planted a tree on behalf of Las Vegas. So, honey, can you see?
Yes.
And I think several of our members here, Judith included and Ian included, have downloaded the app. So by being merely on this platform today, at least 6 or 7 trees have been planted.
Wow, this is amazing. I'm going to do that on all my phones now, right? And we've got Candy, who's going to join us very shortly. She's an amazing woman too. She's the one who can get these messages out because she's the specialist in this area. She's not just a Rotarian, but she's the one who makes sure that everybody gets the information out there. She's fantastic. Tony, I just want to say thank you very much for joining us here today. That was a really fantastic, I love that, step-by-step process. And I just wanted to request all our audience members, it's treacly.org. You can find the website on our Healing Our Earth as well. If you forget it, just go and check it out. It should be written on there under Tony's interview name. And do make sure you just go and get that little app on your phone. We look forward to hearing more success stories from you, like how many trees you planted. And Tony, is there any final message you'd like to mention before we move on to Candy?
What I'd like to say, because I didn't get to answer the question about women empowerment, it makes me so happy to see so many young ladies and women taking the leadership roles. And I've been campaigning so much for Jennifer Jones to be the RI president, and she will be from this coming calendar year on July the 1st, the RI president. She's an awesome woman who's been in Rotary a long time, and she's going to be probably one of the most dynamic leaders Rotary's seen for a long, long time. And, it's people like Judith and Annie, you're now in the district, and Candy and Colleen and Eve Conway and so forth. You guys are going to do the rest of it. That means I can put my feet up.
Well, you guys inspire us, and I think that it's really, energy creates more energy, right? So it's a fantastic thing. And just whilst you're talking about this, we're having our special event happening on the 30th of January, and it's all to do with women empowerment and self-care. It's all about empowering women and empowering humanity as well. And as a lot of the gentlemen mentioned today, that women leaders would be great because they have this other type of intelligence there, the emotional intelligence, the intuition, the kindness, the softness that could bring out other areas, and bring other results. So thank you for that, dear Neil. So Tony, any final messages before we move on to Candy?
My final message is God bless you all and thank you for all you do.
Well, a final message from me is, Tony, keep inspiring. You're a really amazing, unique person. And I think very few people, heroes, like Rotary heroes like you exist. So I just wanted to say there are many, many heroes out there, Rotary heroes, but you're very practical. And I just wanted to say to you that congratulations for your hard work, efforts, dedication, inspiration, encouragement, and all the positive things you're doing, through the platform of Rotary. One message maybe to the audience: why do you think they should join a Rotary? Maybe was there any inspiration that you could share with our audiences out there? That why they should join Rotary?
Okay, the reason they should join Rotary is the same reason I joined Rotary. I needed the money.
Oh, okay, we don't listen to that one. Okay.
No, it's true, because Rotary Foundation has millions and billions of dollars. They don't like giving it away because they want to make sure that whatever they give that money for is going to be fully accountable. So it's hard to get money out of Rotary, and it's for the right reasons. But if you have the right project, and you all know, as an individual, you can only do so much. As a collective, you can do so much more. And that's what the foundation is for. So when I found that out, I thought, well, you know, let's say I contribute £400 or £500 a year, Rotary will match that £400 or £500. But then if you get your friends in your club to donate the money, Rotary will match all that money. So just to give you an idea, 2 years ago, we did a global grant application, the biggest in our club's history. We did a project of $250 million. And that was because we all joined together to get the money. Rotary helped by providing half the money to establish an intensive care unit in a hospital in Gujarat in India. So join Rotary if you need the money. If you don't need the money, give it to me anyway.
That's amazing. So that's a really good little point there. So if anybody's looking for a cause that they're very passionate about and they wish to launch it, they wish to go and make an impact out there in the world, but you can definitely get some support through the Rotary platform. Fantastic. Thank you so much, dear Tony. And global namaste to you. Thank you for joining us here all the way from Florida as well on Healing Our Earth. And we move on. Do listen to this amazing next interview with our dear Candy. Now, Candy Liu, hello, a global namaste to you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for joining us. What a lovely smile. Look all glamorous there. Before we start, I thought I must do a little introduction to the wonderful work that you do. So if I could just do a little introduction, I think that'd be great of the all wonderful things you have done within Rotary and who you are as a person, because your background is all about technology and communications. So I proudly would like to present to you our dear Liu Kit Shan, which is her real name, known as Candy. And she's all the way from Hong Kong, and she's going to be talking to us about transforming lives through technology and communication. This could be, how do we get messages out? How does Rotary work on supporting other members, so they're well informed about what's going on, etc. But she'll be telling us a little bit more and giving us an insight into how Rotary works. Now, before then, let me just tell you a little bit about Candy. Candy actually is amazing because I found her to be a really interesting lady. Candy Liu is the founder and a CEO of Shine Technology Limited, and she has over 20 years of experience holding senior regional executive roles in the ICT industry. She started her career in global telecom, working for companies such as Cable and Wireless, BT, and Hong Kong Communication Holding Limited, a Hong Kong listed company. Candy was the first woman sitting on the HKST board, which focused on RFID and robotic solutions, and was responsible also for leading the research and development, as well as the sales and marketing teams in Asia. So you can tell she's very multi-talented here. Apart from that, Candy won quite a few awards. So she won the 3rd Golden Bohemia Women Entrepreneur Technology Innovation Award 2020, which fully recognizes her leadership and contribution in the field of innovation, which is amazing. She also graduated, by the way, from the City University of Hong Kong with a degree in electronic engineering. And she sits on so many non-profit organization boards. She contributes as a governor in various schools. And she's also a board of director of the Women Foundation, which I think a lot of us would be very interested to know more about. And finally, just wanted to say that Candy was a chartered member and a president of a Rotary Club of Smart Hong Kong, where people were taught to utilize technology to help them, such as, they would help students, they would help the elderly to learn a little bit about how to get a little bit more savvy technologically. She'll be discussing her work as a communication chair today, and she's actually a communication chair of Rotary Club of London, and her passion of compiling newsletters, social media updates, and inspiring stories to keep members informed of the latest updates and developments is what we are going to be discussing today. How does she get involved in that? What actually, gives her this passion? And also maybe celebrate the many successful, charitable and community-based Rotary projects she has done. So I just wanted to say a very, very warm welcome to you, Candy. What an impressive background you have in information and technology and communication. So you seem to have a nice little presentation ready. Please go ahead. And would you like to just go through a presentation and share?
No, I think we can be like a discussion, but when you ask me the question, I can show some slide. This is not heavy slide. We just want to. When your question, then I can have some picture to show people.
Oh, that's a really wonderful thing. Oh, yeah. See, you can tell she's a specialist when it comes to communication. She's very prepared about all these things, right? Well, the first thing I would really love to ask you is, of course, because you've been in Rotary for quite a lot of years, but I just wanted to find out, because you're into communication, I just wanted to know, where did you actually hear about Rotary? Which avenue did you hear about the Rotary? And, what made you join?
So that's how I want to start my presentation today. So talking about what is my Rotary journey. So I think Rotary I think many years ago, it's like a gentleman club. It's not many women, even not many technology people join. Most likely it's accountant, lawyer, right? I think the majority. So in 2015, I found my first ICT Women Club in Hong Kong. So only within, I think, 2-3 years, we from 0 member up to 3,000 member in Hong Kong. So I think this journey at Czech Rotary Club District at that time, that year in 2016, the governor come to approach me. Well, you know what? We want more women and more from technology field to join our Rotary. So then I start to know what is Rotary, because at that time the DG the district governor so invite me to join different, I think, event, different project they do. So when I joined, I feel, wow, such a big global organization. The different from, of course, my ICT professional field come to this service NGO is big difference, but they got a very global framework. I'm impressed at what they have. So instead of I join any club, so in 2017, I found our own club called Rotary Smart Hong Kong, starting from 45 new members, which break the record in Hong Kong in that district at that time. So 45 of them is from, at that time, is all from IT senior executive role to come to our club. But right now, I think this club already got over 100 members. We start to diversify, not just ICT people. We got more like accountant, lawyer, even doctor to join our club. So in 2018, I start to become the president of Rotary Club of Hong Kong. And then I moved here in 2021. So I moved my membership to Rotary Club of London. That's how am I.
Oh my God, what a lovely journey. And I love the fact, from 45 women, it went to 100. And, this is how Rotary itself grew like that, didn't it? It started with all business people networking and sharing same ideas, etc. And then from there, look at it, it's become a global network. So we don't know where your women organization is going to be in the future, right, Candy?
Yeah,
which is fun.
I think for the Women's Club, I think, as you say, right now more and more people want to be women, empower women. So that's why I also sitting in the London Tech Lady Cup here.
Yeah, a London Tech Lady. We remember that. We got very rare women tech ladies, right? So, which is really good to know. And also because this is one kind of a project that you've worked on, because of course you're a chairwoman of the communications committee at the club, at your local club. But I just wanted to find out that from your side, is there, something you could share about the kind of projects that you've been involved in? Because it doesn't mean just because you do communications committee and you're just writing things and, I'm sure you're involved practically on doing practical things. What kind of projects have you worked on?
I think in my past 4 years, I'm in the Rotary history. This is one of the projects I always smile and inspire me, and I think inspire many people. So we're starting from training all the elderly people to playing e-sport. So you can see we even won the world record at that time. So I am the one to write a virtual reality game to all the elderly, to using the virtual reality to train up their muscles, to make sure they got balance. Because as I say, fundamental, I believe technology can help people to improve the life. So this is one of our cup project at the very beginning. but because of the feedback is very good, so that's why we become, at the bottom side, we become a district activity now. And we even right now, after 4 years, we train up the elderly in Hong Kong to be a professional e-sporter. So we invited to go to Sweden to compete with the professional globally to join the e-sport. So this is the kind of local project starting, but right now we become a very, I think, regional and very popular and famous. So when people talk searching about e-sport elderly, so I'm sure this is always coming up.
Oh, wonderful. What a lovely, lovely, lovely project. And not just that, it shows me, you know, it's not just a soft candy. She can be a proper little tough cookie too.
Yeah. I remember very tough. At that time when we start to train up the elderly, we really go to one elderly center. They even don't know what the button start, and then train up, they can pay the game. And then after a few years, I think in Hong Kong, over 1,000 elderly center become one slot paying e-sport now, because of we got more and more sponsor, many big organizations to join this program as well. So roll out all this e-sport to all the elderly center, instead of they just sitting to the TV or doing very traditional activity. Right now, e-sport become one of the activity they are doing in daily and regularly.
Oh, congratulations. What wonderful work, Candy. We're very proud of you. That's really something to be very proud of. Wonderful achievement there. And also, it perhaps shares with our audiences out there the range of projects you can get involved in for anything that you're passionate about. And you mentioned about, you know, you had IT skills. So then you started teaching people about the IT side. So you're helping people grow in that way. So if somebody had, I don't know, baking skills or whatever, and that's all they like, they can give free baking cake courses, you know, to people just as a volunteer, right? Meaning that you could transform lives in any way, as long as you're putting a smile, you know, sharing your kindness and transforming lives in a positive way. So which is great. And apart from that, because I know you're part of the, I mean, if you wanted to mention any more, please go ahead. But you also are also a member of the vocational committee, as you said, as a chair. What kind of things do you do? I mean, do you organize these kinds of projects, or what kind of work would if somebody wanted to join a communications committee, what kind of skills would they need, and what would they do actually?
So right now our communication team actually all women. So
these women are taking over. Oh gosh, we better,
so, I am
be
the
careful.
chair.
Ian.
So Chicago is the vice chair, and then Maria and Anna will be our committee as well. So 4 of us, as you say, actually communication, we got so many objectives want to be achieved, and also we got so many activity. You didn't know why all committee actually calling communication help to do. So regularly you will see we got our cup magazine, bulletin weekly, all the cup event promote, social media, how they update, we all do it from 4 of us. So, but I think we are very efficient and very professional as well. So, although we only got 4 resources, but I think we already deliver a very good job in weekly bulletin. And right now, recently, from last year, you can see we even got a magazine coming out. So this is all the work we're proud of. And I think the major objective, we want to be promote our cup and also build a very good foundation about the communication between members and all the officers.
That's really amazing. So have I lost you somewhere? Oh, there you are. Because all the things that you talked about as well, this communication is normally the most important thing, I believe, as well, because if we don't know what's going on, if we can't be inspired by each other, or if there's an event going on we didn't know, so we didn't turn up, you know, so you're playing quite a very major role here to ensure that the communication network is working very well within your club, and also in ensuring, you know, the right messages are going out. So well done. This is good. And this is all voluntary work, of course, because everybody does, whoever puts in their time to support through the Rotary are all doing it from the kindness of their heart, because they want to serve and do the best they can. So we all appreciate that, actually. So it's really great. So are these all the different specific responsibilities that you have to or even if somebody wanted to join you, they would have to go through these responsibilities? Is that right?
Yes, yes. If welcome to anyone, feel free. Maybe they don't need to be very technical background. When we talk about communication, or they always think, "Oh, I need to have this kind of background." But actually, no, right? Day to day, you also pay your Facebook, Instagram, or just sometimes the editing, the wording actually can help as well. So if you are interested, welcome to approach me to join and then pay some effort to our communication team. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic because even though I'm just showing and I'm just sharing the fact that it's a voluntary thing, etc., and there's all these things going on, but every person is always so happy and they love doing this work. They love being part of a team. They love being part of the committee as well, has these amazing all four are wonderful women. So, we have such lovely friendships that we build, long-term friendships that you can build through this. And plus we have some very good, our president, vice president, they're all very supportive of things that we wish to do. So they always try their best to encourage and support, etc. So I think, so is these the four people, right, that you mentioned?
So this is, as you mentioned, we want more people come to join. So the role and responsibility, actually, we are very clear. So if they join in or they come in, we normally ask what skill you have, or what, as you say, at the end of the day, you need to be passionate. You need to do the job happy. So for example, Maria, so at the very beginning, she didn't know about social media, but I think during the past year, we're teaching her how to create the e-file, right now she's expertise for the social media. So
lovely. That's third one, right? Third picture, that is Maria. Yes.
Yeah, the third one. Even, of course, Anna is very new member, but maybe in the past, she didn't realize actually many data we can be produced in the social media. So because of that, we are teaching her how to retrieve all this useful data to become very meaningless for our club, and also how we become better. Because I running an enterprise for so many years. Data and performance is very, very interconnected to all what we want to deliver and all what we want to be more success.
Yeah, that's a very good tip that you've just given. So if there's any new members who are joining and they're very interested in the communications committee or being part of it, then at least they know that that's a tip that you've mentioned to them, that also the data is very important to keep monitoring, to keep measuring how things are going. So they're aware, and the right actions can be taken before things get out of proportion. You think, oh, that's not working, quickly change that and start making sure a solution is there.
And also upskill, right? I think right now all the whole market is talking about reskill and upskill. So I think joining our community can be help yourself to upskill or reskill all your existing or current situation or skill as well.
Yes, it's very true, isn't it? Because, people go to courses, you'll have to study, you do this, that. This is practical, hands-on experience. But along the way, you're having fun as well. And you're part of an amazing organization, a 1.2 million plus organization. And with so many areas to it that even if you just want to come for the communication side, you may wander off to do women empowerment or environment, or, then you may realize what your interests are and may try some new things in life, which will add more, what would you say, fun in your life, isn't it? A little bit more energy and a bit more vitality in your life, because I think we are creatures that want to do more, but we just sometimes lack the confidence, or, we're a bit shy. So if there are people around we know in the Rotary Club are always very inviting. They're very, very warm, all very highly ethical people. They all have some standard, I would say. So that you'll always feel comfortable working with them. So I think it's really great, Candy. Candy, is there any other area that you may want to share regarding this? Was there any other area that you'd like to share?
I want to tell about, I think the world is changing so quick. Even as an NGO, we need to be very modern. We need to try to be more innovative to whatever our activity, or even how we how we podcast the message. So right now, I think everyone talking about O2O only model. What does it mean is whatever you're doing offline, your activity, actually when you publish, actually can be very online, very powerful message, like our billion seed more challenge, right? When you're doing just the gardening, actually once you tag a very little message to the social media, can be broadcast this message very, very widely and globally as well. So this is I want to tell all NGO, or this is the trick is I think in the coming years we need to look at more this action but to be offline and online model to make the message more broadcasted globally.
Right. So an omni-channel means what? Could you explain that so that just in case if our viewers do not understand this, an omni-channel means?
Omni-channel means we always is physically to do some activity. It's offline, but you want to be populate this online to make a very big message, like billion seed is one of the example. So once you do the activity offline, actually publish it, very simple message, but remember to hashtag to your social media to make it easier to search and then make this message deliver globally and bigly. Yeah.
Very nice. That's a really lovely, because people are going to post anyway, but if you just add a couple more things to it, it could multiply the reach, etc. Yes, absolutely. Oh, Candy, you've been so brilliant. Thank you so much. It's just such a lovely insight into the world of the communications committee, and really great work you're doing as well with the whole team. Congratulations to the whole team. I think, and to have good leaders like yourself in there is really fun to work with as well.
Thank you, honey. Yeah, thanks for organizing that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And Candy, why would people want to join? Just maybe a couple of 3 things that you think would be the best for people if people are thinking about maybe trying and finding out more about Rotary because they may not be aware. Is there 3 things you could suggest why people should, would be good for people to join something like Rotary?
Rotary, as I say, is very global or NGO, so very hard to find such an NGO so powerful, globally network and connect each other. Secondly, it's full of history, right? Even you will say, oh, I'm very young, I'm very modern. But in the back end, Rotary also very historical and also got so many history in the background. Every time when I learn the activity, every time when I learn the history, I also feel, wow. So seems there's still a lot of things to learn. And and as I say, because of the global network, you learn is the diversity is huge, the level.
The diversity is good as well, isn't it? Absolutely. Candy, perfect. What a wonderful way to finish off our interview. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. And have global namaste from all of us here on Healing Our Earth, and good luck with all your communications committee work.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that leads us on to a very incredible man that I've been working with in the last few months, who I've been very inspired with, and also who I would like to congratulate for the wonderful work he's doing. So global namaste and welcome, dear David, onto Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. I'm very pleased to be here.
We are very pleased to always have you here. Actually, I believe that you've been here once before and everybody loved you, which is great. So we're having you back here again to tell us a little bit more about all the work that you do as well. And I would love to do a little introduction before we perhaps start discussing all the questions that I had for you. Have you had a good day so far?
Well, I've been 10-pin bowling on behalf of the club, and I can't say I had a good day. I was not last, but I'm afraid I came away with no prizes.
Oh, you're a competitive one, are you?
We are all competitive. I don't think we should have anybody in the club who doesn't have a leadership instinct, and that means surviving competition.
Wow, I love it. So actually, just to let our audiences know that we're actually going to be talking about the leadership roles within Rotary that inspire powerful change. Now, a quick little introduction about our dear David. David is actually a Shropshire born and schooled, and of course, David Johnson is his second name. I should really say President David Johnson from the Rotary Club of London. He served an apprenticeship at a telecommunications company in Coventry, graduated with a degree in business studies from Coventry University, and also qualified as a member of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. Actually, my background's a little bit of accountancy as well. Now, he has served as a member on the CIMA Council and worked as a management consultant in London and Kuwait as well. He's been working with various quite well-known companies like Price PricewaterhouseCoopers, is it Cooper, I believe, and Deloitte consulting firms. And David has also worked as a commercial director of a startup robotics company. This robotics keeps on coming up quite a lot with this group. Now, his business experience includes being a joint owner of a consulting business and director of a dental instrument business. He's a freeman of a liveryman, I hope I'm saying that right, in the City of London, and pioneered and managed a successful government apprenticeship pilot scheme in the City of London. He's the past master of the Worshipful Company of Management Consultants and a Rotarian since 2015. His current role as a president of Rotary Club of London at 2020 to 22 has led him to work on many exciting and charitable projects, as well as community-based projects, and as well as offered a chance to display his great leadership skills, which he has plenty of. And he also gives great tips to others as well, just for your information. Now, today, David will be discussing, as I mentioned, the role of the president, and of course the different roles that are there in the Rotary organization, and of course on top of that how Rotary clubs operate. So it's going to be a really interesting session, and he will definitely be enlightening us about how the whole Rotary structure works. Is that right, David?
I will try, though there are people with greater expertise on the call than I, but I'm going to do my best.
Well, and they always say we're always in a school of life, they say, right? So we're always learning, and there's never going to be a time when we won't, we'll know everything. So it's okay. And David, you're pretty good. To start off with, it would be really good to know, what are your responsibilities as a president, and how does it make you feel being a president of the Rotary Club? Is there a...
Well, let me start with the responsibilities. There are 35,000 every year. There are 35,000 presidents in Rotary clubs around the world, because every Rotary club has a constitution, and the constitution requires elements of organization. Our own constitution precedes the standard Rotary international constitutions because it goes back to before 1925, our club being formed in 1911. In that, certain responsibilities are applied to a president. For example, the first one I would say is making sure that the constitution is respected by the club during his year. Secondly, he has to preside over annual general meetings and council meetings, and occasionally on other meetings. So you have a presiding role of the president, which you would expect. In addition to that, presidents are expected to be representatives. So every now and again, one will have to stand up somewhere and say, I represent the Rotary Club of London as president. And within the movement, it is significant, and people do look to the president of the club to actually provide guidance from time to time to members. But the responsibilities vary from year to year. Each president, he is there because the club wants him to be there, but each president could well be quite different in their approach to the role, because the clubs require differences year by year. Sometimes you'll need somebody who's going to play a defensive role, sometimes an attacking role, sometimes a conciliatory role, and it is amazing how clubs tend to find the right people at the right time for what they need. So whoever the president is, hopefully he is doing something that the club want him to do, but those could vary widely.
Wow, that's really lovely. That's really nice to know that, and that's a very good answer actually, because it's very true. Because it's good to see that every individual is different. Each individual will deal with the same issue in a different way. So you will have these different, but of course the rules, like you said, there are certain rules that they follow. But there is always that little flexibility of bringing in their own character and their own vision of how to take the club in a certain direction. And do you find, I mean, from your side, when being a president, because you've had a tough one, because the COVID has been there. It's like in the pandemic, you must have, everything must have been very different, and so many challenges along the way to deal with because of the COVID side. Has it been different, or how has it been for you?
Well, of course, my air miles and my road miles are much reduced during COVID. We've had the luxury of staying put and finding people online. That has some benefits because it means you can communicate internationally at the click of a switch, and some negatives. So when you're coming to find what people really want to do and what members of the club, how they can best contribute, it can be difficult. When you're just looking in a binary relationship, whereas the meetings that we've had since June, you'll find you can meet people, you can explore what they want and how they can gain from Rotary, as well as how the club can gain from them.
Yes,
and that is the important point about meeting in person.
I think that's a really good point, what you just said. I just wanted to highlight that to the audiences out there who are listening and who are maybe looking into, finding out more about Rotary, is the fact that it's always, the Rotary Club, I've noticed as well, they're always looking at how you could benefit too and how they can support you to grow to the next level too. It's never about, can you do this for me? Can you get this voluntary work done? Can you put some time into this? They actually really want to help you to grow. I see that, each and every single member wants to see you do better and wants to see, and very supportive, definitely. And do you find that, are there any particular types of, what do you think? Is it important to have a good, of course, everybody knows you have to have good, be a good leader, but are there any types
I'm not sure that the word leadership can be a little bit confusing. My view is that every Rotarian is a leader before they become a Rotarian. And so the job, at least my particular interpretation of the job, is to get as much as you can from the leaders to make sure they give as much as the leaders in the club can give to the club. A little bit of direction, a little bit of consideration, but really you're not there. You're only there for a year. You're there for no time at all. And you can't suddenly say, oh, I think our club should be relocated, or our club should have a permanent premises, or anything like this. Those things take years to engineer, and it's not the president's job to do that. That is the club's job. As a club, we're a large club, and we have a lot of committees, and every committee has got a leader for that committee. And there's great reliance placed on the leader of that committee, helping the council and the club either change direction or take direction or develop, so that we are helping our community in the ways that Rotary should be helping their community.
Oh, that's really great, because even when we go out there to do good work for the community in terms of charitable work, the same skills will apply. You'll need to bring people together. You'll have to encourage them. You have to guide them on how we're going to do this charitable work together, maybe feed them. The 10,000 people, this is how we're going to work it out. So in a way, there is team building always going on, whichever level you're working, and every single person, like you mentioned, are leaders in their own right. And you mentioned all the chairs are leaders as well, because they're leading that particular team to ensure that certain roles and responsibilities are being done in the best way possible. I think that's a very good thing. And I also heard you just mention as well that either you give them the direction, or we can change the direction, or just give them a chance to develop. So work can be done in the best way possible. Is that right?
I would observe, really covering that last point, that some of the biggest steps forward taken by the club have not been taken by presidents. They've been taken by members who've had the energy and drive to ensure, who haven't got time, to be honest, to become a president. A president can be a very consuming activity in itself. And if you actually want to get a job done, you don't look to the president to do it. You look to people whose mission it is to achieve it. So we've had great recruiters for the club, over 110, 12 years. And the president doesn't do the recruiting. It's the members that do the recruiting. And certainly specific members do a lot of good work. So in terms of developing or changing the nature of the club, it is the members that do that. So we are increasing our number of women in the club. That's not being done by the men, by and large, although there is no resistance amongst the existing members on screen.
Yes.
Well, we've got a great lady who's been doing that recruiting, who has been a president, but is not a president. And over the years, I'm thinking here, Ian, of Siggy Steinberg. We've had individuals who will tap the very high-profile people on the shoulder and say, join our club. And because of relationships and profiles, we've had very high-profile members join the club, or come and speak to the club. People like Winston Churchill, who we were considering yesterday morning when the club did a tour of the Imperial War Museum war rooms. Winston Churchill spoke to our club, not because he was one of us, but because somebody said, "Come on, Winston, time you gave us a talk."
That's amazing. And also the event was great, just to share with our audiences that, it's not just about Rotary Club, it's also about organizing events through the community services chair as well. And they organize these lovely events for people to bond, to get to know each other, to learn new things, to enrich our experience of life. And yesterday we had a fantastic time at the Winston Churchill War Museum. Amazing. And he himself was at the Rotary Club of London. That is really amazing to find out. I discover something new all the time about our club, and it's always so good to hear. It's so interesting. So,
we have a signed photograph to prove it.
Really? I'm going to have to check it out. I'm going to make sure it is his signature. It'll give me a chance to look at it myself.
but perhaps to summarize the actual leadership and achievement, I think the job of the president really is, at the end of his year, to be able to say that he's encouraged more members to be proud of the club, and he's encouraged more members to join the club. Not necessarily more than a predecessor, but he actually has achieved that, because our objective is for every member to be proud of his or her club, and to want to actually bring other members into it.
Absolutely. They all need to become ambassadors, for the club. That every single one is an ambassador. And if you can be the right ambassador for your club, that's the best way possible. That's wonderful. And, there are the organization, the Rotary organization itself is a large, huge organization. And coming into the organization, you could sometimes get a little confused with all the different roles and responsibilities and, the structure of the organization. Would you be able to perhaps just give us a little insight into how does this whole work, throw some light onto how the organization is structured?
Well, if you come into the club as a member, then the thing is to work certainly with your sponsors and the people in the club who know you, who know your interests, and perhaps who will direct you in a certain area for developing your interest. But one shouldn't, in my own view, and others may disagree, try to take on the whole of Rotary International in your first week, month, or even year of membership. Deal with what's in front of you and get to grips with that. So if you're organizing an event in London, you don't worry too much about the international conference in Houston, Texas. Not this year, unless of course you happen to have great friends in Houston, Texas, and you want to visit them in the summer, but that's another matter. As you've said, 1.2 million members, 35,000 clubs, 200 countries. It is a global opportunity, but we can only deal with, at least I can only deal with one person at a time.
That is very true. And actually, the way I see Rotary is this: every new member that comes into Rotary, wherever in any part of the world, and if they get involved in nice, good activities, positive activities, contribution-based activities, then the world will be that little better, So the more members we could perhaps attract into the Rotary, and of course, this is not about forcing people. It's only if you feel this is the right place for you, because I know that the club themselves are very careful with who they bring in. So they have to go through a stringent process as well. There's an application that goes through at the end of the day, and then they go through, they become a member. So all I'm trying to say is that if we had more members around the world in any clubs, it doesn't matter, maybe more good could be done for the world as well, collectively, through our organization. So which is great.
I mean, I would say that any prospective member should actually look at the opportunities of various clubs. And if they decide to join one club, to understand what that club is about before they join it, and then support it in its activities. Not necessarily just to join the first club you trip over. because there's so much choice. In London, we have so much choice in particular, over 60 odd clubs, over 60 very good clubs in London.
Yes, absolutely. That's very true as well. Yes. I mean, I use normally a dance example. You know, if you went to a dance school, you don't just go through the first one. You check 2-3 schools out and you see which one you feel most comfortable with or you connect with, and then you would go through that. Yeah, that's a very good.
Honey, it's simpler than that. If you find that Honey is the teacher, then you join that dance school.
That's true. I like that one, David. Now, moving on to another one question. I know because very shortly we'll be moving on to our next interview, but I'd really like to know this. You know, because a club may have to go through challenges as well. It's not just good things that happen. There may be other things, challenges come in, etc. How does the president or the leaders of the organization deal with these things? Is there a protocol?
Well, I think a question you have posed in the past was challenges and threats to the organisation, and I don't really see a distinction, because if there's a challenge, then there's also a threat. But we are working with every challenge. I mean, life is a challenge, and what we try to do is overcome the challenges one by one. As we come across them. And the biggest challenge that probably any club, our club would have, is resources. There are always more ideas and more opportunities than there are resources to deliver it. Those resources could be people, numbers, people, time, people, money. And so you actually have to identify what you can do and make sure that what you do deliver is excellent. So you use your resources to actually achieve the best result, perhaps in more limited fields than you would like at any one time. And that is difficult, because somebody has to make that decision as to where the resources should go. And in our club, that is a decision that is effectively put through council. So our council have to allocate our resources. But if through this, your work, Honey, as new membership chair, you get more people, we have more resources, we can achieve more.
Oh, that's a really good thing. Yeah. So everything will affect the next bit, right? So if somebody does their work well, it will help the other parties and teams as well. So if we have more members or more committees, we'll have nice, good people to work with. And the people who come in as well will really enjoy themselves too as well, you know, because they'll be at the right places, in the right committees, guided, you know, mentored in the right way. So right people are there. But this is fantastic. Was there any last messages that you may want to share, David? Maybe, you know, anything that potential members may be interested in finding out, or your leadership tips or advice that you may wish to give to other club members or somebody wishing to become a president in the future. You know, any tip that you would like to perhaps pass on?
Part of the challenge for every volunteer organisation is recruitment and retention. There is an awful lot of work in recruiting, training. And wherever possible, we should be focusing on retention, and trying to engage the members we have by giving them more interesting things to do. And that is one of the objectives, of course, of our vocational committee, to find the areas where people could deliver more, would like to deliver more, get more engaged. And then it's up to the committee chairman, really, to make sure they do.
Right, that's a very, very, very good point there. Yes, absolutely. It's all not about quantity. It's all about quality of how each person is experiencing their time there, and you know, what contribution they can make to the best of their ability, what support we could give them as well from the club point of view. There's those areas of it too. David, you're absolutely amazing, and thank you very much for your time. I know you did have the most fruitful game this morning. But don't worry, we will try to be a bit more competitive, you know, get that competitive edge, energy in us as well, so we can go out there a bit more competitive. Any tips on your sports that you want to pass on to everybody that you really love a lot? Before
yes,
we move on to Ian shortly now.
You can't beat training.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. David, I just want to say thank you very much. Just want to say one more time to everybody, we've been talking to David Johnson, who is the president of the London Rotary Club, which is one of the oldest Rotary clubs and was the first one to be set up outside
North America.
Absolutely. 110 years old, right?
And I know you get confused by the numbers because in the directory it says something differently, but on our charter, we are number 50.
Number 50, right. It's a nice number.
That's number 50 out of 35,000. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I just wondered because I had some lovely people who are joining us. So if you were around there for a short while, David, we may have...
I'm around.
Oh, wonderful. We may have some panel guests who I want to ask a few questions to our wonderful guests. So do stay around, enjoy, and we'll move on to dear Ian. Before we move on, just wanted to say to everybody, a Happy Republic Day event is happening on the 23rd of January, which is a One Nation, One Vision and One Identity event that we're celebrating. You'll be hearing people sing the latest songs, share some poems, maybe show some cultural dances on video. There'll be lots of interesting things going on. It's a lovely cultural event. On 30th of January, we have a really amazing show. It's a women empowerment and self-care, where it's all about empowering women and empowering humanity. So I think you must definitely, if you're a woman, must join that. And if you're a man, still join that so you can understand your partner better. And as we move on, there is also the vegan and vegetarian kitchen taking place on Sunday, 6th of February, a day before my birthday, just in case you wanted to send the message through to Healing Our Earth, then here you go. But it's a vegan and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health, and it's a really, really amazing program that's done and produced by our wonderful Seema, who's an amazing host. And we've got the Valentine's special for all those wonderful romantic people out there and the lovely couples out there, or even single people looking for a perfect partner. The Valentine's special, you can dedicate a song, you can write a poem, send a message to your loved ones, whatever you would like to do. Sunday, 13th of February is your program where you can come on board and contribute in the best way you want. We move on now to the one and only Vice President of the London Rotary Club. We've just spoken to an amazing leader there with David Johnson there. And global namaste, dear Ian. Thank you for joining us here today on Healing Our Earth.
My pleasure.
Did you have a good day today? Have you been having a nice, fun day?
Yeah, yes, had a good walk this morning, yes.
You do a lot of walking.
Got some more trees planted under Treacly, yes.
Oh, wow, I'm so proud of that. That's good. I think I better start doing that if I'm going to be part of this Rotary, Treacly organization. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Well, before then, let me just see if I can just do a really nice little introduction, because I know that you've done such amazing work and you've got some interesting hobbies, which are very unusual, very rare, because I've never heard of anybody who has that kind of hobbies. So it'd be wonderful to find out a little bit of an insight about what makes you you. So let me start off with telling everybody a little bit about dear Ian Balcom. Ian was born and raised in the Manchester area and moved to London in 1982. He actually is involved and works he's been working as a public insurance loss assessor for almost 30 years. And he also acts on behalf of insured or third parties in pursuing claims on their behalf. So that's really an interesting one. As you can see, that he's a tough cookie to make sure that this work gets done. Now, he retired from full-time work 2 years ago and now serves as the secretary of the Institute of Public Loss Assessors. He also is a life member of the NCC. And Ian has been a keen stamp collector, and I have to say this again, philatelist, and I hope I've said that right, and has also been elected as a member of the Royal Philatelic Society London. He will tell you a little bit about what that actually means. Now, he was elected as a local councillor in the London Borough of Barnet from 1986 to 1990, and he has served as a chairman of the governing bodies of 3 schools in Barnet until 1992. He definitely is a wonderful counselor, I think, because he gives you fantastic advice when you go and talk to him, and he can get things done. So in 1992, he was a chairman of a Chipping Barnet Conservative Association, and he's also a freeman of the City of London and a liveryman of the Worshipful Company of Pattern Makers. Again, I think he may give us a little insight into what that is. So let me tell you a little bit about his Rotary background. Ian has been a member of the Rotary Club of London for 30 years and has also contributed extensively as a chairman of the Rotary Foundation and international committees. He has also been elected as honorary secretary twice, and has served as such as, well, he's been serving all this for 10 years. At present, he's the vice president and president-elect of Rotary Club of London, which means that he will be the next president, and regularly takes part in many fundraising and community activities. He was there as well at our Winston Churchill trip yesterday, so that was great fun. Now, today we will get to hear about the wonderful work he's carrying out as a vice president within Rotary, as well as get an insight into the impactful work being carried out by the Rotary Foundation, especially in relation to various areas like the scholars and the kind of grants and funding that's available. So Ian, I'd just like to say thank you so much. What a wonderful background you have. What is that? What is this? I had to say this again, the name, I have to read this actually. What is
Philatelist is a collector of stamps, yes. And the Philatelic Society of London was set up about 150. I think it's just celebrated its 150th anniversary. And King George V, who visited, was also a very keen stamp collector or philatelist, allowed the club to use the Royal. And we have a letter from King George V in his own handwriting to the club saying, I'm granting you the title of Royal, but because you're based in London, I think you ought to call yourself the Royal Philatelic Society, London. And the Queen is the current patron, and she opened our new headquarters building in the City of London just before, I think it was the last public event she attended before COVID. So.
Oh wow! Well, and you're also very keen as is it pattern makers?
Pattern makers, yes.
That's with shoes. Is that or liveryman? You mentioned last time.
Yes, patterns were in the 1500s and 1600s when the streets of London were running sewers. There were undershoes to keep the fine shoes, the gentry, out of all the muck.
Right.
But then the paviours came along. And that rather did for the pattern makers, because then we had proper streets and drainage, and it's now allied with the modern shoe industry. And we do a lot of charitable work, mainly orthopedic shoes and such like. And we also have a lot of members from the who manage premises. We have a lot of those members as well over the years. Oh. You've gone mute.
Isn't that wonderful? Because when you actually help people with the orthopedic shoes, there are so many people who are having health issues, back problems, leg pain, etc. So this is a really wonderful work you're doing.
We fund bespoke orthopedic shoes, and it makes a huge difference to the person using them. And the Duke of Gloucester, who's our patron, that's how he got us involved in the rehabilitation of servicemen as well.
Wow! So it's a wonderful royal connection because of the historical nature of it and the the traditional aspect. Beautiful, lovely, it's an interesting background. You became a vice president, of course, and at the moment you also took part in being a leader in the foundation side, the Rotary Foundation, as well as the international work that takes place with the Rotary Club as well. So can you tell us a little bit, maybe to start off with, I know your specialist area is the funding side because you've worked on that area for so long, but could you tell us the kind of range of grants and funding that are available within the organization, Rotary?
If I tell you that just the background, that the first started in 1917, when the outgoing Rotary president at that time, Arch Clumph, who is well known in Rotary, proposed setting up an endowment for the purpose, and that was for the purpose of doing good in the world. That one idea, initial contribution of $26.50, set in motion a powerful force that has transformed millions of lives around the world. And if I tell you that at the present time, the present history or the present size of Rotary International, there's been 467 grants, which generate 31.1 million, that's district grants, 55 disaster response grants, which generate 3.1 million, and 2,066 global grants, which generate 130 million, you'll know how what an impact it has had. And as Tony Sharma says before, they don't make it easy, because Rotary Foundation is a victim of its own success.
What are the tests? What are the tests? What would you look at if you were looking? And perhaps we can go through it in a little while. But you know, what kind of projects are put forward to you? I mean, what are the kind of projects that people can come to you with, or you maybe say that these are the kind of these are the kind of projects we would fund, or do you fund
all sorts of projects? If I tell you that one of our members came to me with he wanted, this is some years ago now, he wanted to make a fund to the blind school in Beirut, and he wanted to put £400 up. So we then, as a club, put £400 up. District then matched that, so that became 1,600. The same thing happened in Lebanon with their district and their club, and then immediately you've got £6,400 out of his seed of £400. So now I know that nowadays the matching is not exactly the same. It's in that sort of area. And then we've had schools in South Africa where we've helped there as well. We had a member, this is post-apartheid, we had a member at the South African Embassy, which David mentioned, Siggy Sternberg. He got a lot of ambassadors and foreign representatives involved just by telling them they had to be members of the Rotary Club of London. So, and then we used to have meetings at the South African Embassy, and then we used to get involved in helping projects with them. And at that time, we were donating pounds, they were donating rands, and of course the Rotary International were donating dollars. So I had a phone call from Evanston one day saying the money doesn't quite add up. You're a little bit short. Can you contribute some more because you haven't used the right conversion? And I said, well, I'm sorry, but the rand's going up and down like a yo-yo. The dollars and the pound are fluctuating. Whatever you've got, work with. And the project went through. I didn't hear from them again, and the project went through. But they do make sure it's. First of all, if I can just tell you that the chairman of foundation has to go to a foundation seminar, which is run by district. If you don't go to that, you don't get what's called a memorandum of understanding. And if you don't sign the memorandum of understanding, which is an agreement between yourself and Rotary International, you don't get any grants. So it is properly
it's very well structured. So is that because at the end of the day, it's funds as well, and of course, you know, if the funds do go through, it'll transform so many people's lives as well.
And then when it's finalised, you then have to do a final report to say what's happened, how it's happened, and what the benefits have been. So it is very well monitored, and I think Rotary Foundation has a very good reputation of having very little overhead costs, as it were. So all the money goes to the project. And when you're doing projects in some other countries, the pound can go a lot further than it does in this country.
That's very good. Well, yeah. So you take many things into consideration when you're doing the funding.
Well, what we like to do is if a member of our club comes to us, and as David said, we're a very large club. We've got 115 members, so a lot, and we're very diverse, and so therefore they have contacts all over the world. And if they hear of a project that they want to get involved in, they'll bring that to us. We'll then have a look at that, see whether it is something that can be a candidate for matching grant. It has to meet the 7 areas of
the 7 areas of focus. Yes, that which the work that Rotary takes part in.
Has to be sustaining. and there's some things you can do it for, and some things you can't do it for, and we then pursue that if we can. And the beauty of it is that you're then getting another Rotary club in that country involved, and they're overseeing it as well. So you've got a good connection between the two.
That's a very good idea, actually, because if I had a friend of mine, let's say they live in a different part of London, so they may have joined that Rotary club, and I've joined, let's say, the London Rotary Club. Well, we could still work on a project together. The two clubs could be introduced. That look, we want to work on this project. Could we get some support for this? And if they both agree, then so meaning that you could also have friends from different clubs can come in, meaning you don't have to be in the same club to do the projects. You could work as partners from different clubs, different organizations. Is that right? I understand there's also international partnerships. So if you have a project, you could be working on it with your club, and then you may have somebody in Africa that you're connected with.
Exactly, and that's where we know that money's being spent properly and wisely if there's another Rotary club involved in it.
Very nice. Yeah, this is really amazing because the funding aspects is very important for people, because there could be so many people who could really go out there to do more impactful work, but maybe it's the resources that they're not getting, or the know-how of how do I get this done. And if they came and spoke to somebody within the Rotary group, they could say that, look, I'm really passionate about this, I'm not sure how to do this. Then I'm sure they would get the right guidance, isn't it, as they do this.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. So what kind of?
I mean, we do take part in other projects, other clubs where we don't have a matching grant, because it's just a one-to-one, and the amounts are, I'm not saying small, but too small for matching grant. So we still do projects with international projects, ongoing international projects with other clubs. So.
Yeah, but just to share with the audiences, of course, that we're talking about grants and funding for specific projects, etc. But there's also other grants, like if they're for a university student, they could get a grant for cultural grants. They could get grants for traveling to another part of the world to do some kind of a something that connects with their passion, and at the same time it's a humanitarian cause. So if you combine the two together, then you can also apply for some kind of funding there. So there are ways that when you come and join Rotary, there are many opportunities and at least avenues that you can pursue if you've got the right projects on hand, which will have a given impact.
And Rajiv's on the screen. I think he's going to speak a bit more about the Global Scholars scheme, which I've been involved in, but he's currently involved in. So.
Oh, fantastic. We'll be seeing him very shortly. Actually, I have one of our host panel members with us. Hello, Seema. Hello, good evening, and a global namaste to you.
Very warm global namaste to you, honey. How are you?
Very well. I was having a really good time chatting away, as you know, and I know that some of you were interested to find out more about the Rotary Club and what they do, etc. So I just wondered that if you wanted to maybe, if you had any questions that you had to ask Ian whilst he's here, or we may have a little panel discussion in a short for about 5-10 minutes. But if you'd like to ask any questions.
Can I just say, honey, that although I've been involved in the Rotary Club for 30 years, and your enthusiasm and passion energize, I think, all of us on screen, and many congratulations for organising this event today. It's been absolutely fantastic, and you put a lot of time and effort into it. It's incredible. So well done.
Oh, thank you very much. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. And, each one of us are volunteers here as well. But we just like to educate and inspire the wider community with the interesting things that go out there. And I know the Rotary heroes, as I call them, all the work that you're doing, I'm sure that any person who's watching and, they may be thinking that, oh, why am I not getting involved in such good things out there? And that's the idea, to inspire people. So thank you for all my lovely guests.
Individuals can also contribute towards Rotary Foundation. There's schemes for that as well, so, and awards, as it were. So
right, and so
done individually or as a club, but yeah.
So you mean to say people can donate and contribute and give donations to the club itself to do some good work, and they can also give grants and fund? Is that what you mean?
No, they can't. The individuals can't give the grants. The clubs give the grants. But what I'm saying is that individuals can contribute to the Rotary Foundation.
Got it. So we have a lot of business. Yeah, so we have a lot of business people out there who are also watching from any part of the world. If you can't put in time, effort in terms of because of a busy lifestyle, then of course you could maybe just contribute by giving some kind of a contribution to support other people doing the work and still creating that impact. Very good point. Thank you for sharing. Sorry, Seema, I know that you wanted. I would love to find out what you had in mind and what question you may have for dear Ian.
Thank you so much. And I'd love to say very nice to meet you, Ian. A global namaste to you. You know, this session has been so inspirational. You know, the amount of work, I didn't realize the Rotary does so much work, you know. You're doing so much. And this brings me to a very beautiful quote that I want to share with you. It says, true giving from the heart is an expression of love. This was by Cora Stein. What a small quote, but it has so much power. And that is what you are doing, you know, everything from, you know, tackling climate crisis to women's empowerment and so much more. It's got me thinking, you know, that I really should be joining the Rotary now. You know, I'm moving over to London middle of this year. And I'm thinking, you know, this is an organization that I really must hop onto. I am a volunteer at the International Association for Human Values, as you know, Hani, and we are also doing a lot tackling climate crisis, and we are also working with the Eden Project.
Yes, and we were working on the Save the Planet with the trees, and now I've got another position where we can do this in a very big way together. So I think we're going to do some great work for Rotary as well as all the Saving the Planet, you know, with a nice team. So it'll be wonderful. Thank you, Seema. Thank you very much. You yourself, you know, are always encouraging. Just like Ian mentioned, we encourage everybody to be the best. But yeah, thank you.
Very kind words. Thank you so much. And I just say, you know, keep up the good work. It's very empowering and very inspirational to see all of you come together on this session and speak of all the wonderful, wonderful things you're all doing. So thank you all so much, and stay safe and stay well and stay blessed.
Oh, thank you. So it was a lovely comment from you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Seema, for joining us. I think we've got another lady here. Perhaps David may want to join us here as well on the panel. So if we want to interrogate both of them, we could do so. And thank you, Seema.
And just as a mother background is that with the livery company, we also have an annual sheep drive each year, which allows a liveryman is entitled to take his sheep across London Bridge, and we do that once a year. I've done that. I've taken my inverted commas sheep across London Bridge, and we raised £50,000 in one day through doing that.
Actually, I have a photo of that, which I will be sharing in a short while. We went into a different discussion right now here because of the timing. Okay. But it's fine. Lata, is there any question from your side? A global namaste to you, and thank you for joining us, Lataji.
Global namaste. It's just wonderful and very inspiring because thanks to you, Hani, you've awakened in us all these wonderful aspirations that we have to bring the best out of every human being. We've all got these wonderful attributions and talents to want to give and share and, you know, unite. And so I think the Rotary Club has been very low key in some ways, because now their profile needs to be raised, you know, much higher, because they're doing such wonderful humanitarian work, and it's to be applauded. It really does. And we're in a wonderful position in UK to be able to do all this, because we've got all the tools and all the links and whatever it needs to get things going. So yeah, I'm really, really proud of you, Hani, for bringing this on.
I actually was a team effort, and it's all the wonderful guests, you know, who we worked with together as a team. Like, come on, we need to get this done. Let's educate the audiences. We've had some requests from people to know more about the Rotary Club, so I felt this would be a fantastic way to get, you know, the whole thing done. And we've been getting messages of lots of people sending messages saying we're loving the interviews. We really are feeling inspired. So I will share all that later on with everybody. But it's a wonderful thing.
I think we'll have to do more of it, another session, you know, regular sessions to keep up and with all these wonderful, exciting projects that are taking place. And, you know, sorry?
But I was just going to say, given the size of Rotary and its global reach, you know, the grants are over hundreds of millions of pounds a year. It's dollars, sorry, should I say. So, you know, the amount of projects is incredible, and diversity.
Yes, very.
My father was involved in it and passed away in '89. So I've lost contact, you know, and connections. But yes, my father, when he was in Hong Kong, he was a businessman in Middle East and in Far East, and yeah, and now he moved to, you know, the West. So he's been a man of all continents, I would say, a global traveler and a merchant, and the one that taught us wonderful values of kindness and humanitarian cause, you know, actions. So yeah, it's all one good thing, isn't it, to reunite?
Absolutely. Lata, thank you so much. And I'm glad your dad is a bit of an inspiration there. Maybe it's brought back some beautiful memories. And it's wonderful that I know that the very nice high ethical standards are there within the groups, within the membership, and every member has really wonderful values. So I'm sure your dad must have had really great values. They must have passed it on to you guys for you to be even here and appreciating such good work. So thank you for that. I may take one last question if maybe Hasmita wants to ask a question to David or Ian to find out any other information about the Rotary Club, or if you want to mention anything, no problems.
So, global namaste to you, Hani.
Global namaste, Hasmita. Looking gorgeous.
Phenomenal, and yourself. What a phenomenal opportunity to bring Rotary onto this platform and healing our earth. And it's amazing to listen to the fantastic work that you're doing across the globe, really. And also interesting what you've mentioned about the history and how London, you know, all those little bits and pieces that we don't often get to learn about. So that's great. And also I think the phenomenal thing is it's the opportunity for the next generation and the leadership and how we can lead and add value and support communities and the charities. But my question to you would be in terms of what kind of leadership development programs are there for young people? Are we, you know, it's a great opportunity and we're learning about Rotary, but what is it that we bring together the next generation, the youth of tomorrow?
David, would you like to answer that? David, is there anything that you'd like to
I'd like to make an observation, really. We're not a training organization. We don't run training programs. We are experienced people. However, by giving younger members the opportunity to lead projects with all the advice and mentoring that is available through the club, effectively there is continuous mentoring for young people who wish to develop themselves, and it's in a fairly benevolent way. In other words, we're not going to let people go over the edge, you know, because they lack experience. People will be helped to achieve more than they thought possible when they started through the experience of the people around them. We need everybody in the organization to achieve more than they thought possible. And it gives us an opportunity as the, if you like, the senior members of the organization to do that for ourselves by encouraging other people to achieve more than we could achieve.
I think that's fantastic, because I think you mentioned awards. That was quite interesting as to the platform that gives youth the opportunity. So thank you very much. That was
Oh,
wonderful.
Ian may have something to say about that, because there's a wonderful award that maybe you want to share about the award, the Leonardo Award. That
yes.
Maybe if you want to mention.
The Rotary Club London is part of a number of clubs in Europe. I think it's maybe about 10 or 12, and we rotate around each year between the clubs, and we give an award. Has been to young people. I think last year in Vienna was to a young musician who was quite incredible, quite outstanding, and we all joined together to have an award, a prize award, which we then give to that person.
The young person, yeah.
The young person. We've had somebody in London. We've had somebody, goldsmith. We've had a cartoonist. We had Evelyn Glennie, who we gave an award to when she was just starting out, and she's done incredibly well in the music side. And then it gives us an opportunity also to visit each other's city, which we do. So we rotate around Europe, yes.
Yeah, it's celebrated. It's like 7-8 countries, 11 countries now. They've all come together and they support. And each year you go to the different countries and they choose one person from there, and they all put money in together to donate it and give it as an award. Like I think it's £10,000 or $10,000 or so to each child, so they can do more of what their talents or their creativity or whatever they wanted to study. So it's a fantastic way to encourage, people to do more and things.
Well,
but it's a very good question.
Apart from going to Houston, we'll also then be going to Copenhagen for the Leonardo Award, yes.
Yeah.
If I may, I'd just like to add that Rotary in Great Britain and Ireland and Rotary districts also provide awards to heroes, if you like, in the community who are Rotarians can recognize each other through various award structures, but we also want to recognize non-Rotarians who are doing fantastic work in their community and to provide them with additional support as well as perhaps a little bit of money so that their achievements are expanded and leverage is applied so that people can get more from what they do.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Smith. Those are lovely questions there. Thank you, and very appropriate questions, because I know there's a lot of parents out there watching as well, and it's a really great way to start younger people to get involved in this kind of area. Just like I'm a firm believer of getting them on board with Duke of Edinburgh Awards and things like that to develop young people at a young age. So this would be a really great way to get involved in such activities. Thank you, Hasmita. And I should also say thank you to Neil Kumar as well, who's been a real pillar of strength and encouraged me as well from this side to be able to do and take over for today. So thank you very much for that as well, for supporting and serving the community in the best way possible. David and dear Ian, thank you for your answers as well. Really wonderful answers there. And thank you, Hasmita, and everybody. If you have a few more questions at the end, we've got two very interesting guests who are going to be joining us. You'll hear a little bit more about the work of Rotary, and you will also get to learn how you can use your talents and skills in the best way possible to do good for the world very shortly. And we will have Clive Amos joining us literally in a minute or so. Ian, any final messages to finish off your wonderful interview for today?
No, I don't think so, other than you've said before, why do people get involved in Rotary? And I'd say, A, to do good. And I think as Clive has said, and it's so true, that you meet people you wouldn't otherwise meet, make friendships, and you visit other places which you wouldn't otherwise visit. So, for instance, in Leonardo, we had it was in Florence, which has always been one of my ambitions to go to. And we had a very good meeting there, and the Rotary Club there meets in a palazzo, which is we had dinner in, which is incredible. And then the same year we also teamed up with the Rotary Club of Capri and went there, and I achieved another ambition, which was to visit Pompeii.
Pompeii! Oh, that's wonderful.
And then when we went to the Rotary Club of Pompeii, I was sat at lunch with an Italian professor of Roman history who didn't speak any English. And I didn't speak any Italian, but we were still able to communicate because we had Google Translate.
There's always a solution for those people who know how to find solutions. So well done, you, Ian. Thank you so much. And really, it would be only right for me to say to, of course, our dear President, David Johnson, to maybe finish off with our little, with any message that you may want to finish off with for today.
Keep in touch.
Wonderful. Oh, wow. So all the audience members who've been watching today and the messages we've been receiving, thank you very much for that. Thank you for all the encouragement. Our aim is, of course, to make this world a better place. So if you're interested to find out more about the Rotary Club, there is an event happening on the 27th of January, which is a Thursday in the evening, where you can come in and find out more about the Rotary Club. It's an online event, so you don't have to come out of your house. It's a Zoom event, but it's an introduction to the Rotary Club. So if you're interested, come and find out, and then we can pass you on to the local, your local, just in case if you are from a different country that you want to do, you know, attend. No problems. Everybody's invited. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much for your time and wonderful insight into the work that you're doing within the foundation. Thank you very much. And a global namaste to you. And we move on to our wonderful Clive now, Clive Amos, the one I was telling you about. If you're thinking that you're super talented, if you feel that you got loads of skills and you're just not using them in the best way possible and you want to change the world in a better way, then Clive is going to be sharing some wonderful tips and insight into the Rotary Club in this area. Welcome, dear Clive. Thank you for joining us today. Global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you, honey, and thank you for having invited me. Now, I'm sure that what I'm going to say today has probably been said already this afternoon, but it does no harm in echoing and supporting what my colleagues have already said.
Oh, let me because we have many different people from all over the world joining us from different parts of the world. Some people watch the first half of the program sometimes, you know, because some people watch the second half of the program. So we always have new audiences are watching. So don't worry, even if you feel that you're repeating it, no problems whatsoever, because we could have many new audiences watching us and tuning in right now. So thank you. So let me do a bit of an introduction about you before I start, dear Clive, because of course you have a very interesting background too, and you were also a magistrate, right? We're going to be able to share that with the world now. So Clive Amos was born and raised in Colchester. He was a senior manager in the NHS before retirement and a magistrate for nearly 25 years. That can tell you already what kind of gentleman this wonderful man is. Now, Rotary International is a global organization of over 1.2 million members in nearly 200 countries and geographical regions. And it's made up of all people from all diverse backgrounds, all race, all creeds, and all, of course, orientations, dedicated to providing humanitarian service in their home countries and, of course, abroad. Members organize fundraising events to support a vast range of projects, but also give their time and talents. And because I would say Clive is been in the Rotary organization for almost 40 years or more, we are going to be talking to a very experienced gentleman who's really been working within the Rotary and seen it develop. And he's got some great tips that he's going to be sharing with us today. He has been a Rotarian for 45 years and has held appointments at all levels of the organization. He has taken part in many activities, including helping to feed the lonely and destitute, collecting items for food banks, helping immigrants with their English language skills, and of course to organize regional and national conferences to inspire Rotarians. And he's an amazing mentor for me as well, because I'm part of his committee there. Now, today we'll be discussing his work as a chairman of the membership committee and share with us the range of activities that new members can participate in, as well as share some insight into the types of appointments he has been blessed to get involved in within Rotary. So welcome, and Clive, we're so looking forward to hearing what you have to share with the rest of us today about the work of Rotary. 45 years, wow. Did the time go really fast, or does it? Well, it must feel like 45 years has gone just like that, right?
Well, I think anything in life, certainly when you get to my age, you think it's gone pretty fast. I
thought you must be having so much fun. That's why.
No, it was extraordinary when I was invited to join Rotary in February 1977. Yeah. I looked around and I said, oh, this is a great organization to join, but I'll just be just an ordinary member in the background, as it were. I won't get involved with anything very much. Never say never. You never know where things are going to take you. And I always say to people, if somebody says to you, do you think you can do X or Y? Well, providing you've got the time, you think you've got the time to do it, say yes, because you never know where it will take you. You never know what opportunities it will open up. If you say no, well, you know, nothing is going to happen. But by saying yes and not necessarily knowing how you're going to do it or where it's going to go, you can open up so much in life, and it can become really exciting and really interesting.
Well, very wise words, extremely wise words. That is, yeah, that is absolutely, I totally agree with that. And it's a very good wise words there. And they also say that if you try something, you may fail 50%, but you may succeed 50%. But if you don't try at all, then 100% you failed already before even starting, right? So it's really important. Now, I just wanted to ask, Clive, you've been involved in the Rotary Club for a very long time. But could you share with us, why do you think it's so important for an organization such as Rotary to be in this world? Because, I mean, I know, as we all heard, they're doing such impactful work, but why is it so important for someone, you know, an organization like Rotary to be there?
Yes. As I say, I'm sure I'm probably reflecting what some of my colleagues have said earlier, but we all know and we all see on our televisions, on our news items, and on the stuff that is fed to us by social media, all the humanitarian needs that there are around the world today. They are tremendous. The great thing about Rotary is a very large organization in nearly 200 countries with over 1.2 million members, and in 36,000 Rotary clubs, that we can reach out and we can give that humanitarian service across the globe should it be needed. We always work, whatever we do, we always work, if we're working internationally, with Rotary clubs in those areas. And we do that to ensure, A, that what has been asked for is really needed, because there have been so many instances over the years that people well-meaning have raised money for all sorts of things that have been, when they've gone on site, are really not appropriate. So we always check that out. And then we always say to people, okay, if we raise funds for this, if we help with this, will you supervise it and make sure it's spent properly and it does? And we do that with the Rotary clubs, and we can do that, as I say, in about 200 different countries. So that's one good reason why we need a large international organization that can give humanitarian service.
Wow, that's really true, because we don't even see the engine, the huge engine that's behind everything, because we may just say Rotary, but Rotary, like you said, it's got this many, almost 40,000 clubs, 36,000 clubs. It's got this many members, 1.2 million members. It's a huge, and you've got friends already. You can even do business networking with them. You can, you know, work on causes and charitable projects with them. So many things can be done together, collectively. Very good point. Yes, absolutely. And also, you know, there was another thing that I was thinking about as well. You know, you've been involved in the Rotary for 45 years. That's a long time. The experiences, you know, you must have learned lessons along the way. You may have met some amazing people, or even worked on causes that you really care about. Is there anything in particular that stands out for you, or a couple of things that really stand out for you for this 45 years of Rotary contribution? I mean, I have to congratulate you, but I have to also, before you say a big, huge congratulations. You know, that's service, complete, full, you know, selfless service. And I just want to say, very well done. Congratulations. Really, really honored to know people like yourself.
One thing, honey, people tend to overlook. We say the motto of Rotary is service above self, and we are there to give humanitarian service. But what people do not often realize is that in joining Rotary, in participating in Rotary, we get so much back ourselves. I have been to places, I have done things, and I have met people that I never would have done if it hadn't have been for Rotary. My own personal self-development is quite amazing. If I could just share this with you, when I was
Please
about
do.
18, when I was about 18 or 19, I was pretty socially awkward and fairly inarticulate. Over the years, I have developed through Rotary. I have lost count now of the number of speeches that I've made to different Rotary clubs, to different organizations, which if you'd seen me at 18 and 19, you would have thought was totally impossible. It would never have happened. It has given me the chance to visit so many countries. I've been to Canada, the United States, Argentina, Malaysia, and all European countries for Rotary events. And you talked about friendship. You can go to any one of the 36,000 Rotary clubs. You're entitled to go as a Rotarian if they're regular meetings, and you will be greeted as a friend. And that is quite amazing. And if you ever need any help or support, if you're in a foreign country, it's there immediately. You have nothing to fear. That's one of the tremendous things that certainly I have got out of it. I've been involved in lots of things. You no doubt you will have heard earlier this afternoon about Rotary's polio eradication campaign.
Yes.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of actually delivering the immunisation, but to greater or lesser extent, I've been involved with it since it started. And it's amazing to see how what we have done in those years, how we've managed. I won't go over what will have been said earlier this afternoon, but it's amazing to see what we have achieved. That's one of our greatest achievements. But you know, it's not necessarily just the big things. It's the little things that make a difference. What we do, the ability to take disabled and elderly people to their social events, on shopping trips, take them out for days, it makes a tremendous difference to them. The things that we do with Kids Out every year to help underprivileged children and the impact that it has upon them. Those small things are just as valuable, in my view, as the very large things that we do. In fact, when people ask me, what does Rotary do? I said, well, we do everything about taking people out on shopping trips and various things to ridding the world of polio and everything else in between. It is tremendous, the scope, what Rotary can do. It is quite amazing.
Yes, I realized, that you could have the most, rare type of an interest, thinking, oh, I want to help this cause, I want to help this, or this particular type of butterfly, let's say, which is to stop letting it go extinct or something. You'll still find a committee in your, network. Just say, oh yeah, we can help you with the endangered species. We can help you with that. And you think, what? Where did you find that? So it's really amazing. I can see that definitely, and that's a really good point. What you also mentioned about a very nice, good experience that you've had over the years that you mentioned. And I'm sure that every single person who stayed for 20, 30 years in Rotary would probably share that same stories like you, because that's the reason they would continue being there, because they enjoy it so much. And, there are lots of people as well, I feel, Clive, that, who really want to make this world a better place. And they really do, but they don't. I mean, how can they start? Or if they joined Rotary, what are the tips you can give them? That look, they've got this big, huge cause that really want to get involved, or may just want to help women empowerment or something. It doesn't matter. It's just a cause that they want to help. What tips can you give those people?
Well, I always say to all new members, and I've been interviewing prospective members this week. I was doing it yesterday, I'm pleased to say. And I always say to all the new members, please come along with your ideas. If you see something, that you see a need that you think Rotary could fulfill, don't be reluctant. Even though you've only been a member for 2 weeks, your views are just as valuable as those who've been a member for 20 years. You can give us new ideas. You can bring new blood to our organizations. You can infuse us. And you just need to speak up and say, look, I've had this idea. And I wonder if I can just put this point in as well. It doesn't matter whether you're young or whether you're old. In one of my previous Rotary clubs, we had a member who was in his 90s. And he would say, I think we should do X, Y, and Z. And you expected that's where it would stop. And if we thought it was a good idea, we'd say, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. He said, right, I'll do something about it. And he did. And he was in his 90s. I mean, It is amazing what Rotarians can do. Never write anybody off. Don't say they're too old or too young or anything. Everybody, there are so many people out there who want to contribute and will do, given half a chance.
Yeah. One of the things I've noticed, with what you said just now as well, Rotarians tend to be very big-hearted. They're very welcoming, very inclusive, they don't have judgments and things like that. They're very open to diversity, etc.
Yes.
And yes, and really welcoming and appreciating each other's differences, actually, rather than seeing it as a problem. So that's something I have to also say, well done to the whole organization, that they've got this culture there of everybody being very open and being themselves and feeling very happy. Everybody's very, very happy when they come to Rotary, because I think you meet other very nice, like-minded people there. And I just also wanted to ask that there are a lot of people very, very skilled, very talented, have lots of knowledge, maybe real experts in their field. What kind of opportunities could you perhaps, as a new members chair, be able to advise them about that? Look, how they can use these skills and talents.
Well, apart from using them in our club and using to help organisations in the community. I mean, you mentioned that I was a magistrate for nearly 25 years. I only did that because of the encouragement by my fellow Rotarians who were magistrates. I hadn't thought of doing that. And, they kept on at me and they kept encouraging me. So I eventually applied. And I also helped for 16 years with an organisation that provides accommodation. It's not a care home, it's not a residential homes or nursing homes for elderly people. Because having worked working in the NHS, helping to run hospitals, I fully understood how you had to run various organisations. But Rotary has also got what are called action groups. And it's not just in your own club, that they are across the world. And they cover the 7 areas of Rotary's focus. It's promoting peace, fighting disease, providing clean water and sanitation, saving mothers and children, growing local communities, supporting education, and the latest one, number 7, is protecting the environment. Now, there are action groups in every one of those categories across the world that you can join with people who are taking action to achieve all the various objectives. I won't read them all. We would be here for another 10 minutes if I did that, just me reading the list, so I won't do that. But there is plenty of opportunities. And we also have got professional groups. There's a Rotary doctors group that go out and give their services in the developing countries, and dentists. And if you're an accountant, you can help various charitable organizations who often find they struggle with their various returns and things. I've seen that happening. I've seen Rotarians who are accountants helping different organizations. There are so many things you can do, so many opportunities. All you need to do is say, hey, I'm interested, how do I find to do this? And I can tell you, in Rotary, there will be a place for you to go to work there.
Wow, that's really powerful, isn't it? Can you imagine how many different areas there are in the whole of Rotary that you could be placed in? Any place that there is, there's always something for you to be connected to, which is amazing. Isn't that great? And I also had this one last question here, Clive. I know we're coming to the end of our time, because we've got our next interview with Rajiv, who's going to be talking to us a little bit more about these scholars and all the awards, and of course the foundation that he's a chair of. But could you tell me, maybe to finish off with, that if somebody was interested in becoming a member of the Rotary Club, and what is the process they have to go through? What is it that they would have to?
Yes, let me tell you. At one time when I joined, the only way you joined is if an existing Rotarian invited you to join. There was no other way of doing it. Now, with social media and with our website, I get many, yes, I really do get many expressions of interest in joining Rotary. Some of them are suitable for our club, some I point to other clubs, but basically get in touch via our website with me. I will send you an information sheet telling you about Rotary, because not everybody fully understands it, and telling you about our club. And then if you say, yeah, I'm interested, then we go through the application process, and I will have a talk with you. We will talk about what your aspirations are, what you expect from Rotary. see if that is really what you want to do, and then we take it forward and we give it to our executive body to approve it, and then just see if any of our members have got the objection. And I say this now, never have I known anybody object to anybody joining, and I'd be most upset if they did. So yeah, get in touch with us, and we will always welcome people of all ages, of all ethnicities, of all political persuasions, of all faiths and no faiths. We are a very inclusive organization. We welcome everybody.
Oh, that's so beautiful. That's really wonderful. And of course, the website itself, it's www.london-rotary.org.
Rotary-london.org, yes.
Yeah, it's at rotary-london.org. Okay, so if anybody's interested, and of course we have the website on our Healing Our Earth website as well, so you can come and visit that page, the Rotary in Action page, and you'll always be able to get the website somewhere there for it. And of course you can contact Healing Our Earth, so we can just guide you and pass you on to the right place as well. Clive, you've been absolutely amazing, and I love that. If you don't mind maybe staying over for another 15-20 minutes, I have these gorgeous ladies like Hasmita, and we've got our beautiful Sharon all the way from U.S.A. who's just joined us, I can see, and I've got Seema again as well, so they may have a couple of questions for you.
I'd be delighted to stay, honey. Thank you, and thank you very much for having invited me and for having organised this, and for your enthusiasm. That's what we need above all, enthusiasm. Well done.
Thank you so much. Oh, here's our Rotary Club as well. There you go. Rotary Club of London is where we have to go. But it's www. It says
Rotary-london.org. It's at the top there.
Just in case, yeah, just in case. Right. Yes. So I just wanted to also say to everybody that Clive has also been a really great mentor for me. And I'm so pleased to have him there. I've been very lucky and very blessed to have the right people around me. As soon as I stepped into the Rotary Club, I just had these wonderful people surrounding me and guiding me and advising me, so that I've been able to really get my teeth into things straight away. Yes. And I really, from my hand on my heart, say that I feel at home in Rotary. It feels like the kind of people I love being with. And it's very much like Healing Our Earth. Every single person, as well, Seema, Sharon, Hasmita, they will all mention to you that we all feel like a little family, like a little one family here, but Rotary feels that way too. So thank you, Clive, for making me feel so at home there. And enjoy your evening, and I know we'll get you back in for a couple of questions again, and we're moving on to this wonderful smart looking gentleman. Oh yes, hello Rajiv, a global namaste to you, Rajiv Sabharwal. We have
global namaste to you, and I'm delighted to be with you today, and thank you for having me.
Oh, we're so, and you're looking very smart, I have to say, and you're always looking smart anyway, but you're an accountant. Your background is in accountancy, right?
Absolutely, yes. I qualified as an accountant many years ago. Indeed.
Yes, we what you call it? We always find that the accountants are so particular. They normally have a pen on on the pocket. So anytime you're rushing around looking for a pen, they just take a pen and give it to you. They're so well organized, I have to say. I admire them for that. So Rajiv, today we're going to have a really good discussion about the work that you do. But before then, I just would like to just do a bit of an introduction and just let people know a little bit of your background, so that people are aware about what kind of people come together into the Rotary Club, and how many varied backgrounds and experiences and cultural backgrounds do we have within our group. It's amazing. So with our dear Rajiv, he's a highly motivated finance professional with a breadth of experience in property, consultancy, retailing, and accountancy management. Rajiv has created forward-thinking management systems which support business objectives and provide swift and accurate financial information. With extensive knowledge of financial control systems, he has the ability to manage their practical implementation. And Rajiv also possesses strong people management skills, which is very good. especially in our Rotary, we all love having wonderful communications there. And as an excellent and energetic communicator, I think he's been doing amazing work. I've seen him in action. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, and currently works at Sutton's, based in Pall Mall, I should say, as a commercial chief executive officer, and providing accountancy and property related services, together with acquiring commercial properties with strong covenants, including retail, offices and warehouses. Whoa, what an amazing background. So all finance, real estate, properties, etc. But look what he does on the other side. As an active member of the Rotary Club of London since 2015, he's currently on the board of trustees, helping in the management of the funds held by the Rotary Club of London. In addition, Rajiv is the foundation chair, looking after the global scholars who come to study in London, and is also looking forward to continue in that role, contributing in his usual lively way. And today, Rajiv will be sharing about his Rotary work and involvement within the fields of global scholarship programs, global grants, and any kind of funding programs that he may want to share with us. So Rajiv, that was a really impressive background there. And no wonder they ask you to be a trustee and they ask you to look after this area, because you seem to be very good with your money management skills, right?
Well, absolutely, that is right, absolutely. We have a committee who manage all the finances for the Rotary Club of London, and we actually employ an outside body to look after the funds for us. So it's not too onerous a task. But we keep
look at you. You're very modest. But yeah, definitely. But you've been an amazing mentor for many people who've been coming into the club and sharing your knowledge, guiding them, getting them into the right paths as well within the Rotary. So that kind of coming back to this wonderful scholarship program, and of course the work that you do. I had a few questions actually. I had just made a little list on, so I thought let me see if I can perhaps ask these really interesting questions that I would love to find out more from you about. So I just first of all wanted to ask is, why did you join Rotary? Because this is a very intriguing question for everyone. Everybody seems to have a different story why they joined. So I would love to hear your background. How did you join Rotary?
I'd love to tell you about it. I'm basically a Rotarian because we are actually a global group of 1.4 like-minded people in over 200 countries. And we work together to improve the lives of people worldwide. Now, being a member allows me the gratifying opportunity to be able to give back to society. The motto, service above self, resonated with me, and that's the main reason why I joined Rotary.
Oh, wow. And I like that motto as well. There's a nice little motto there, which is great. It's a nice, yeah. And once you join, then you feel like staying, isn't it? Once you get kind of comfortable in a lovely place like that. But you're also a chair, and you've been in different committees by the looks of it. But at the moment, you're the chair of the Rotary Foundation. So what do you exactly have to do within that committee? What's your role? What are your responsibilities as a chair of the Rotary Foundation?
Before I go into tell you about foundations, I'd just like to tell you a bit about Rotary itself, because if you are, which I am, a prestigious, a member of this prestigious club, we have the opportunity to hear from local, national, and international speakers as well. So we are in the unique position of being in this long-established Rotary Club, which established in 1911. And this attracts very prominent speakers. So I will tell you about an incident or a speaker that we came across who came to speak to us in time. But you ask about being chairperson of the foundation committee. My basic role is to look after the global scholars. Now, these are talented professionals who want to further their academics with a master's degree in London. My role is to make them feel at home by providing ongoing support throughout their stay and by inviting them to club events to broaden their horizons. So basically, if you were to go into a foreign land tomorrow, you need somebody there or a safe pair of hands to feel comfortable with, because even things like buying Oyster cards or how does one get from A to B, or whatever small thing in life, it's different in a different country. And these people love that support, which we give them. Right. So what we normally do is I normally have them all on a WhatsApp group. So if you get into trouble at 1 o'clock in the morning somewhere, you know we're there to look after you.
Wow, isn't that really amazing? They're like little angels, you know, when somebody's looking after you all the way through. So just in case, you know, you feel like your own family or your friends or close people are nearby who care for you. So you don't feel, because of course it could be quite, when you go to a new country, it must be very, very, especially for the people who are not so confident, the very shy ones. Yeah, it must be very, very unusual for them. So it's very nice, good work, very nice. And I love the WhatsApp, because what you're doing is using the latest technology to keep in touch. So just in case if they're stuck, you just send them a message right now and you receive it straight away, right?
And I'm also, the other job I do there is I'm also vice chair of the international committee. Now, this does projects overseas, and we normally join forces with other Rotary clubs around the world to respond to emergencies and support projects for fundraising. At the moment, you probably heard about the Beirut explosion. We sent 50,000 cans of milk to them. We're providing electricity to a remote village in Malawi at the moment. So these are our current projects.
Wow, such a range. I mean, I'm just really completely taken in by the fact that there is such a range, because you know, it's like a non-ending list that you did this. And when I ask different Rotarians, they're all working on different projects. But if you put them all together, there'll be like reels and reels of all the work that's being done. It's amazing. You get more and more, I think, encouraged to be part of Rotary when you see how much work is being done within the organization. And you know, and of course, you mentioned as well about the Scholars Party as well. You mentioned as well the Global Scholarship Program. What is that all about? I mean, how can people apply for the Global Scholarship Programs? Who can apply? And what is the process for them to? What do they have to go through?
So the Global Scholarship Program is a program run by Rotary clubs to invest in future leaders by funding scholarships for graduate study abroad. So these grants are provided if one meets the Rotary's 7 areas of focus. I think we've heard them all, but
please do share. It'd be nice to. It'll be no problems. Please tell us.
It's promoting peace, fighting disease, providing clean water, sanitation and hygiene, saving mothers and children, supporting education, and growing local economies, and lastly, protecting the environment. So if there is something that does one of these 7, if you go to your Rotary club, they will sponsor you for a master's degree. As it happens, we in London do not do global scholarships for students, because the cost is about $30,000 for somebody to spend a year overseas doing a master's degree.
Right.
What we do is accept these scholars from different countries, and I said earlier, we look after them while they're here. But there's no reason a time may come when a club decides to sponsor somebody who needs this sponsorship to study overseas for a year doing a master's degree.
Right. So just to get clear about this, so what happens is it's not the fees for the studies and the programs and for staying here, etc. It's not that funding that you're giving. What you're giving them is the funding, the time, the effort to give them advice, to give them mentoring, to give them the fact that we are there for them all the way through. That's what we are actually sponsoring. Is
Correct.
That right?
Just to give you some idea, we had in the last couple of years a gentleman called Brian. He was based in America. He came to London to study at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So he spent a year with us. We looked after him. He was truly a global scholar, very talented. And these guys, for example, this gentleman, he spent time in America. He spent time in France. He worked for the United Nations. He was a doctor by profession, and he came to London. But once he finished, Rotary did so much for him. It's unbelievable, because when he finished, he went back to California, where the governor of California got him involved with COVID response. So to get that job, it was only because of Rotary he got that particular job. Since then, he's moved on to Miami, where he's got a top job in a teaching hospital, once again, thanks to Rotary. So
wow.
Rotary does a lot for people, which behind the scenes, which one doesn't hear about.
Yes, and I think more people should hear about this because it inspires more people to do it, you see. So I think it's a fantastic work that you're doing. And you must have projects also lined up. Like, are there any applications, any scholars, or any kind of projects that you're currently, or campaigns that you're working on right now as part of the 2022? Or do you just wait for people to come to us? Or do you actually have a program of how many people you will take on board, etc.?
No, I'm sure you've heard about the projects I'm going to be talking about. The project that we're all involved in at the moment on the international side is this very ambitious project called the Indus Peace Park. And I haven't been here with you all day, but I'm sure a number of people, Tony Sharma, Mo Ayaz, they've all mentioned it. And it's really an exciting project because this project hopefully will unite 1.4 billion people. Yes, honey, I mean 1.4 billion people. So in India and Pakistan. So
it's a lot of zeros. Yes.
We've had a number of high-profile meetings, and the governor of Punjab is progressing our application, and he thinks he's very confident that they will give us the 250 acres of land that we required of him to start building this peace park. And I'm sure Tony Sharma has mentioned to you, we intend to build schools, teaching hospitals, maternity facilities for women, and a lovely peace garden, amongst other things we haven't thought of.
Wow, everything sounds so good. And I also, yes, everything sounds, I heard from Mohammed, who was sharing as well, that they're also bringing in the women empowerment side, that even some of the security people, you're not walking around and things like that, will be women as well. It doesn't, it's not like segregation, only you can do this. And they're empowering women to also be tough and look after the area. And of course, it's going to be a peace park, so I don't think there's going to be that much fighting. Hopefully, then we really need to think twice about what we're doing. Yeah, but it's amazing. It's really good, Rajiv, and good luck with that. That's a really, when projects come that really means something, this one is one of those that really touches everybody's hearts. So it's great. Is this the land that you've just been able to get?
So we've requested 250 acres of land. But it hasn't been sort of given to us as yet. So we're not sure where it's going to be because there's some debate on where this land may be. But it's hopefully with our patron, who's Lord Rami Ranger, who you know quite well.
Yes.
He's progressing this application with the governor of Punjab. So let's see.
Right.
But the other thing I want to tell you about is my passion, which I want to do this year. You mentioned what we're going to do this year, is an eye project, i.e. doing cataract operations for people in villages in India. It's as you may know, if you have cataract in India, in a village, they put you in a corner and you're left there to rot.
Yes, yes,
so,
it's terrible. Yes,
an operation for 25 odd pounds can restore the sight and make this person's life again. So you get a new lease of life with this operation. Now, how good is that?
It's brilliant. And if you can give somebody with the seeing and with vision, you've actually removed all the darkness from their lives, right? I mean, you've actually really given them light. Can you imagine, even if because I used to work with blind people and I used to try to learn the language and things. I've tried all sorts of different things that I've tried. So it's really tough. It's really difficult for them, just by helping to, donate the cataract or eye hospital funds or whatever it requires. It's such a beautiful gift from every person who does that. It's really great. And I wanted to also ask you one last question here, Rajiv, because I think very shortly we're going to go into a little panel discussion, but just to ask if anybody was interested in applying for the scholarships, for the Rotary scholarships, do they have to become a Rotarian? Is there a process and a procedure, and what kind of people can apply for this kind of
well, you need to apply to your Rotary club. you should be a graduate, and it's up to the Rotary Club to sponsor you. So if they were to do a global grant, that means the club should collect about $15,000 for you, because as Ian has said earlier, Rotary International matches the other half or thereabouts. But the main thing is, it's up to each individual club to sponsor a person if they think that person is worthwhile doing a scholarship. It's normally a master's course in a foreign land. So for us, it has to be obviously sending somebody overseas for a year. And that's what Rotary believe in. It's all about friendship and making contacts and developing a person. So that's their idea of an overseas scholarship.
So these are like criterias as well, like, oh, are they this, are they this? You kind of check that area, then it's
but also,
more likely.
Also, honey, they must meet one of the 7 areas of focus. So that's the important bit. Now, as I say, with doctors, it's quite easy to fit into one of the areas of focus. We normally have mainly doctors, but now last year we had 2 lawyers who were doing their masters in London too.
Right.
And they're progressing one of the 7 areas. So if they qualify in one of the 7 areas, then Rotary International put their bit of that half of the money they pledged towards the scholarship.
That's really amazing. I know this is something completely out of the thing, but you've got royal you've got royal blood, right? Your ancestors used to be kings, and you have to share a little bit about this with our audience, because it's amazing that you found out and you discovered that your generations went back to the kings and queens who used to rule India. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Such an interesting background of yours.
You're making me blush now, because I can be here for the next 4 hours and I can see Seema Bhatia in Hong Kong. It's about 3:30 Hong Kong time and she's still on. So I'm a bit confused what's going on.
Yes, they're going to be coming on right now, but you need to share that maybe a little bit at the end before we say bye-bye to you.
No, I can tell you now. I can tell you very quickly.
Sure.
Lord Porus, no, not Lord Porus, but King Porus.
Yes.
King Porus was a Sabharwal with my surname. And he was the guy or the person who defended Alexander the Great. So on the banks of the Indus, there was King Porus and Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great was obviously wanting to invade, but he found that he couldn't cross the river. And there was a time, 2-3 months down the road, he did cross the river and he conquered King Porus. And well, basically, anybody conquered by King Alexandra is killed. I mean, there's beheaded. But as regards King Porus, he said, well, he was called in front of him and he said, how would you like to be treated? And he said, as a king would like to treat a king, and he was forgiven. So it was one of those things. But the important bit was we come from we have the same surname. So there's 8 families who are descendants of King Porus, and they're called Cochrane. So they're all based in the Indus. So as Mo was saying earlier, we are affiliated to this Indus Peace Park project because we come from there. That was our homeland. And
right.
Now we're somewhere else.
Mo, what a wonderful thing. You've got everybody all passionate about this project, right? This Indus Peace Project. But now I understand there's a real deeper connection, there's a much deeper connection to this. It's amazing. We'll have to ask our ladies, what do they think of all of this, right? With this, if you must have heard the actual interviews where the land is being bought between Pakistan and India, and they're creating a peace park there. And of course, one of the areas of the Rotary organization is to promote peace, interfaith, and conflict resolution. Are there any comments from you, ladies? And we've got Mo, Rajiv, but we got Tony, and I believe Clive was going to join us actually for our panel discussion. So I don't know if Clive is there, but if you are listening, Clive, come and join us, please. Yes, if you have any questions, that'd be great.
So firstly, I'd like to say a very warm global namaste, Mr. Sabharwal and everybody, Mohammed ji and Tony. I am actually in Oxford. I moved here a year ago from Hong Kong, and so I am actually on British time right now. But I think the vision of this In the Speech Peace Project is just fabulous. What a huge vision, you know. And, you know, it takes a lot of courage to work towards something like this, and a lot of strength and inner will. And I think this, if, you know, getting the land and bringing this forward with education and everything is just phenomenal. Kudos to all of you, each and every one of you, you know, through this Rotary Club, you know, what you're doing, this global organization worldwide. I mean, I'm so inspired today. I'm so inspired, really. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful to listen to this session. Honey, great work, really. Bringing it together, fabulous.
Thank you so much. It's our little team, right? And you do so many great shows. And Seema, by the way, does all the beautiful vegan shows. She's the producer of all the vegan shows. She gets the best chefs from around the world to give us the best recipes. And she's also a specialist in healing through using herbs and plants as medicine. So she makes food and everything that will help to heal you. So she's amazing like that. Thank you for that. Maybe we could ask Sharon as well. You know, if she had a question, she's all the way from U.S.A. I would like to, I'd be interested to find out if there's anything that a Rotarian who's interested to find out more about the Rotary Club, or a new member who's thinking of joining, if they ask any questions, it can help them. So Sharon, if you're there, would you like to join us?
Honey, she'll be joining us in a moment. Thank you, Ava.
No problems. Okay, that's great. No problems. We've got a few more minutes of a panel discussion. So maybe Lata, would you like to come and join us? And just if you have any questions, it'll be great. That if you want to interrogate anybody with any questions.
Yeah, I'm also wanting to join Seema in this initiative that's being started with Pakistan and India. I mean, it's just going to be a dream come true, isn't it? Because I'm just blown away.
But do you think this could happen? I mean, I'm trying to just find out. But do you think you know, with all the things that have happened, because I know that, you know, that's a beautiful traditional background where we talk about Indus, where we're all part of one family, and then all these things of conflict and things have taken place. Do you feel something like this could help with you know, do you think that will help? Can you suggest anything else that could add on to it to you know, give a little tip here and there? I'm sure the guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know who initiated it, what sparked it off. It's something that should have been done a long time ago, but yeah, I mean, anything is possible once we have the right minds to it. How is it going to achieve is not our problem. I think it's the universe is going to use us as tools. So I just want to give my kudos as well, and yeah, we want to be involved and want to know how, you know, we can take part in it, and what it needs to progress it. It'll be amazing. Yeah, it needs a lot of courage and strength.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
a very noble cause. It's a very noble thing. Yeah, because we are a family, and to you know, repair the damage is going to be phenomenal.
Okay. And Tony has also something to that's a really by the way, very good point, Lata, really beautiful point. And it's good. I remember, was it Mr. Asher who came from Texas, who mentioned that you must always encourage people when they do good work, always admire and, you know, give them that encouragement. And definitely what you've said is just perfect. Tony, you had something to say with the group as well, and I'll come to Mo after then.
I just wanted to answer Lata who started it and where we're at, and I'll keep it very brief. Basically, a Rotarian from Canada went to Pakistan on a Rotary mission to end polio, and whilst he was there, he was hosted by Pakistani Rotarians, And one of the things he wanted to see was the Wagah border ceremony. Because of the tensions, he was not allowed. He goes, what do you mean there's tensions? He never understood the politics of India and Pakistan. He's a Rotarian from Canada. And he's also a member of the Waterton Glacier Peace Park, which is a peace park established by Rotarians on the border of Canada and America back in 1932. You may remember or recall or know that back in that time, America had gained independence and Canada was still under the British, and therefore they had their tensions and they built the peace park. So when he went to Pakistan and when he found out there was this problem, he suggested, as the director of the Waterton Glacier Peace Park, that India and Pakistan should have this peace park. Now, he was not aware of the politics and the deep-rooted hatred, I have to tell you, between two nations. Anyway, he started this idea then. I then went to Pakistan 6 months after him, and it was put forward to me, he goes, well, you're a Rotarian who understands the politics, but can you help? And that's when I became involved, and I got the Indians and Pakistanis to work together. That was 2015. Many things have happened. Many other people have come on board. Rajiv brought Lord Rami Ranger to the party, let me put it that way, and he facilitated, along with Mo Ayaz and David Johnson, a meeting with the governor of Punjab. Now, Mo had arranged one 2 years earlier where we had met him and he agreed to give us the park, but COVID got in the way. So we've lost 2 years. And the meeting that Rajiv and Lord Rami Ranger had with him had a different angle. Because Lord Rami Ranger is a very close friend of the governor of Punjab, Jagdish Sarwar. And as Rajiv mentioned earlier, he has made a commitment to give us the land. So getting the land is the hardest part. Then comes the question, what do we do in the park? So we're going to cover all areas of focus. So there'll be opportunities for all the local people to better their lives. That's the opportunity Rotary wants to give them. So in a nutshell, that's where we're at. We have committed support from many international organizations such as Kew Gardens, such as the Aga Khan Foundation, plus, of course, Rotary's backing it through all the leadership. So at this point in time, what can you do? As an individual, you need to go to our website and sponsor and support our petition, which we want to gather pace so we can get over 1 million signatures. We're about 4,000 or 5,000 or whatever it is. So induspeacepark.org is what you can do right now. More than that, just keep in touch with us, be a part of our conversation. Once we get the land, that's when more people can get involved. And you can get involved by donating money. You can get involved by donating your talent. So if you're, let's say, whatever line of profession you're in, there is something that you can add with your professional background to enhance the park. So the vision is we get the first park in Pakistan, then we will get the park, the land in India. We will build 2 iconic peace parks. When the barriers break down, it will become the 8th wonder of the world. Many have said that we're all mad and we should be locked up. But whoever thought the Berlin Wall would come down? Whoever thought apartheid would end? So if that can happen, if Rotary can initiate the United Nations back in 1945, it's only Rotary that can do this project because governments spend too much time fighting. And I have to tell you, as an Indian, going to Pakistan was not the best move in the world. They thought that I would never come out of it alive being Indian. And I have to tell you, I was pretty scared going there. 5 days in Pakistan, I left there with probably the best friend on the planet. So hospitable, full of love, and they can't understand why we're at war, because once upon a time we were all one. So Rotary transcends the politics, and therefore this can happen. I hope that answers your question, Lata.
Very nice. Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much for that. Very nicely explained as well, because the whole, you can understand the project now. You can understand what has happened. So Seema, I hope that's helped to get a bit of an understanding. I had a suggestion in the group here, because when we talk to friends, I'm sure that we've got a lot of lovely Healing Our Earth family members, and we're joining, some more are joining now. Oh God, they're now all coming through. Oh, David's there. So, could we not, when we meet people, have something on a mobile where we say, okay, I agree with this. We want the million signatures. So could we not have somebody just signing with some kind of like a QR code or something, saying, yes, I agree with this, and he goes straight as a signature. It'll be very quick. And, some people may not sit there maybe writing a petition and signing things up, but they don't mind doing that. Could that be something that could be acceptable for a petition?
Well, we could certainly look at that. However, I have to add, at this point in time, all you need to do is go to the website and press a button.
Oh, is that all it is, right? Okay, right. So you've just got, okay, fine. But I'm just saying that when we meet people or something, can you just go, come on, say, sign up, come on. Let's get everybody signing up. Okay, come on. So it'll be easy when you meet people all the time, right? And talk to them about it so they get a bit more informed about the project. Maybe with the Tweetly one, I can try that. See how it works. Now,
Mo's our expert with the QR code, so we'll get him on the job.
Oh, that sounds good. So I see already you've got a wonderful team here. But from Hasmita, if she wanted to, Hasmita, did you have perhaps a question here before we go on to our next interview, which is actually Anastasia, who's going to be talking about women empowerment. By the way, ladies, you may enjoy this one. To finish off our little session. Okay, Hasmita's gone. From our special guests who are here with us right now, Rajiv, Mohammed, Mo, Tony, or Clive, are there any particular messages you'd like to give to our Healing Our Earth audiences while you're here, of how they can be of service, how they can support the good work that's taking place in the Rotary Club? Maybe if they didn't want to become a Rotary member, but just support through volunteering and helping out or something. Is there anything they can get involved in that way? Clive, perhaps you may want to answer this, please. Yeah, you're on a mute. You're on mute, Clive. We can't hear you.
Clive, you're muted.
That's right. I was clicking unmute, and it wouldn't unmute, but it has done now. Yes,
sure. Yes. Did you? Would you have any ideas?
You know you're on a Zoom meeting because there's all these people saying unmute. Yeah, look, we also like to partner with organisations, and I'm sure we can form a liaison with everybody here. But do go along and talk to your local Rotary Club if you don't particularly want to join, and say, look, I'm here because we hold events where we involve quite often a lot of people who are not necessarily Rotarians, but we need the people to come along and help. So talk to your local Rotary Club. Say, if ever you need any support or help, come along. I'm here. I would like to work with you, but we can certainly partner with your organisation as well. We do that with lots. Yeah.
That's brilliant. So you can do partnerships. So yeah, somebody doesn't. And if they did want to become a member, of course, I'm just going to remind everybody that on Thursday, 27th of January, there's an introduction to Rotary. So if they're all our friends who are listening right now, we will be sharing that in our Healing Our Earth platform as well. But at the same time, if you wanted to go and check out www.rotary-london.org, you'll find all the details in there in about 2 or 3 days time. The details should be on there. And Clive, was there any other final messages before we move on to our next interview?
No, I will repeat what I said at the beginning, because I always think it's worth saying. It was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life to accept the invitation to join Rotary. And I would urge everybody, if you are invited or if you'd like to join Rotary, please do. It will make an enormous beneficial difference to your life.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Clive. And Rajiv, can we finish off with a little message from you? Because we were finishing off your interview as well there. So is there any messages you want to finish off with the rest of us? And Mo has, Mo, we will come to you just now. Sorry. Can we go to Mo, please? And then we can finish off the session with our dear Rajiv.
The thumbs up was for what Clive said was so important. Yeah, if you're invited, try and attend events that Rotary are organising. But on a smaller level, if you feel the same way we do, you can always write a letter directly to your local MP or representative and just say, we've heard about the Rotary Indus Peace Park. We want to support this. Would you support that? That would help as well. And in London, we're lucky enough to have the Friends of the Indus Peace Park. So anyone can join that. I'm sure Tony would echo that and Rajiv would echo that. The more involvement you have, and then you might decide to join the Rotary Club, but at least you're involved with something you're passionate about.
Absolutely.
I would go a stage further and say, pick up the phone and join us today.
Yes, no wasting time. We've got an accountant on our books right here, right? Absolutely. The people who join Rotary, they will definitely speak from their heart saying that, look, you should join, because everybody will say it's a fun thing to do. And Seema noticed that straight away. Lata also saw that straight away, because you feel the energy. And plus, we're all like-minded people. The value system is similar. And that's why I think we're all people who want to contribute. So it's a really great thing. So thank you, Rajiv, for your time. A global namaste to all of you. Thank you for all your contributions, sharing your knowledge, pearls of wisdom, etc. We will now we'll be finishing off with our 1 or 2 interviews that are left. These are pre-recorded interviews because unfortunately our wonderful guests couldn't make it here. And so we felt that we didn't want you to miss out on this wonderful interviews. So we have 2 interviews left that we would like to perhaps share with you. And I'm like thinking, why am I somewhere different right now? Oh, where's my sharing screen? There you go. Right, so this is a very, very interesting for all the women out there. So if you are there interested in women empowerment programs, we had a lovely lady called Anastasia who joined us and spoke to us about women empowerment. That should be coming up on just right now. Let's move that out of the way. That's it. Enjoy. And say a global namaste to dear Rita Kajuhari. I hope I've said that right. No, she's. Oh, sorry. Okay, so you're going to have to see it smaller, everyone, but you will still hear her lovely interview. Welcome. And say a global namaste to dear Rita Kajuhari. I hope I've said that right. No, she's going to be talking about the women empowerment in the 21st century. And Anastasia actually was born and raised in Italy, moved to London at the age of 16. And in Italy, she studied foreign languages and went to pursue politics and international relations in London. And at the early age of 17, Anastasia actually gained so much experience working for some of the wealthiest families in Kensington and Chelsea. Experiences and knowledge that allowed her to build multiple successful businesses in different sectors, such as real estate, e-commerce, marketing, and fintech. And thanks to her business, she was often involved in working with companies such as St. James Place and L'Oreal. Wow, all the beauty lovers out there. Now, in her free time, Anastasia volunteers and reads nonfiction books. Think and Grow Rich, by the way, that was one of my favorite books as well. Principles by Ray Dalio. Meditations by Marcus, and reality transurfing are some of her favorites. Anastasia also meditates every day, as you can tell by her really calm style, and follows values and teachings from different cultures, religions, and leaders. In 2020, Anastasia was involved in supporting a startup AI software company driven by the mission to assist in the fight against domestic and sexual violence. And Anastasia is passionate about tackling the most pressing issues, things like healthcare, women's abuse, education, poverty, and space travel relating to women. And today she'll be discussing her work as a community committee vice chair of Rotary Club of London, and of course the importance of women's empowerment in the 21st century. Wow, what a list of wonderful talents you have. Welcome, Rita. A global namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you. Pleasure to be here, honey.
Oh, it's such a wonderful, you have such an interesting and varied background, Anastasia. You know, it's all ranging from studying foreign languages, you've pursued politics, you've built so many businesses as well, and successful ones too. So as a multi-talented woman, what actually inspires you and drives you in life?
That's a really good question. I like it. Well, the first thing, or, let's better say the first person to inspire me in, doing what I do is my mother. And of course, some of the nuns that raised me as well. As you know, I grew up, with a single mother, and while growing up, seeing her being very brave and very strong, I think that that was the beginning of everything for me. Pretty much everything I do, whether, related to business, philanthropy, giving back, charity work, or, even the day-to-day life, it's thanks to that.
Wow. So this is your beautiful mom there with the pink on, and you must have been a tiny little one there. So since that time, you've been interested in these kinds of areas, have you?
Yes, correct.
And you got empowered with this particular area. It's interesting, isn't it? Because there's so much connected to women empowerment, isn't there? And you're also actually the vice chair of the Community Services Committee. So what does your role entail, and what do you actually enjoy most about becoming a Rotary member or being a Rotary member?
Yeah, so I really love the fact that, members of the club, first of all, they're amazing people, and they bring years and years of experience in different fields. And of course, they add value one another. Now, as a vice chair of the Community Service Committee, we always try to support charitable projects. For example, last December, we partnered up with Karma Bank, and our members gave away, I don't know how many clothes, I don't have the exact number, but there were, a lot of pieces to refugees from Afghanistan. Next month, instead, for example, which is going to be in February, we're going to be supporting a fencing project for people with disability. So as you can see, it really varies, but the main thing is, the charitable part.
Wow. So this Karma Bank one that we just spoke about, so it's like collecting clothes, is that right? So you must have so many people. This is a humanitarian work that we do in Rotary, isn't it? So if you can see somebody cold in winter time, the most humanitarian thing to do is to go and find clothes and nice coats and blankets or something to help others. And it's the least we could do, isn't it? So this is wonderful work. And do you do this as a group? How does the Rotary or do the voluntary work? Is it like a group of members come together, or do you create partnerships, or what do you actually do?
Yeah, so really depends. Most committees, they decide which projects to support. In this case, we came together, decided to support Karma Bank for, the fact that they're supporting refugees from Afghanistan. And each member of the club gave away, some of their pieces. There were a lot of clothes that helped for this, project.
Oh, what a wonderful way. You can also clear your own cupboards too. And some people keep their, clothes for ages and ages, put them in boxes, etc. At least you can put them into good use here, isn't it? So that was really nice. And you're also extremely interested in working on pressing issues that affect women, such as healthcare, abuse, poverty, education. And as a Rotarian, what kind of action are you taking or planning to take, especially to deal with women empowerment issues?
Yes. So as you know, I'm pretty much a new Rotarian. But for example, in the community committee, we're going to be looking into different projects. As I just mentioned, the causes that we are supporting are different ones, but we are planning to work on a few ones that are going to inspire women, especially young girls. We would love to inspire more women to join, for example, the club or to join different career paths, especially the ones who are male dominant. And also business. I mean, why not? Very often, I personally speak with many girls from universities here in London, and they're terrific. They're so talented. They're really amazing people. But oftentimes, I mean, they're just afraid to take action. And I think, we, especially because we are women, Rotarian women, we can inspire them in different ways. Of course, me and my club, we are currently working on that. But the club itself, it was only a gentleman's club once, but then started allowing women. So that, to begin was a great change as well. And for example, the proposed president for this year, is going to be a woman that we are going to, talk about later on.
Yes, absolutely. And you mentioned as well that educate, there are various different areas. You talked about abuse and domestic things and all sorts of ways. How do you tend to empower the women? What are the tools and techniques you use to help to bring out the best in these women?
Yeah, this is related to the fort.
It's like, because I believe that you do a lot of education work as well, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so I believe that there was some kind of thing that I heard you speak about, that education and life, it's something different. What is that quote that you normally share with other women?
Yeah, sure. So, Elon Musk, as Elon Musk says, being educated and going to school are two different things. Now, most women, for example, they don't know how to take care of their finances, which is sad. They don't know anything about money management, savings. I was looking actually today at one article, and it said that women, they have less money, pretty much nothing in their savings compared to men. And of course, because of that, most of the times they're dependent upon someone else, and oftentimes it's either father or husband. I think especially today, being self-dependent, it's such a very important thing for women. And another thing, for example, it's salaries in the workspace business. Women are oftentimes compared to men, they're underpaid. They're paid less than men. And we are expected to do more, to give more, to be more. So it's a very long topic, and but I hope that I've given you a quick idea.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, and can you imagine that one day, if things are equal for everybody, I mean, what a wonderful thing it would be. All this hard work and all this effort and dedication, the passion to help bring change through the Rotary clubs, through the members, who work within the Rotary organization. Such powerful, profound changes are taking place step by step, which is fantastic. You also spoke something about, there are like some projects, for example. Your topic normally you are very passionate about women empowerment in the 21st century. So can you expand perhaps on what areas you think are most important to consider when discussing and educating others about women empowerment?
Yes, sure. As I said before, this is something I really care about. And again, I could be here talking for hours, but I don't think we have much time today. So I'm just going to cover a few things. Women empowerment, it's a very broad argument and covers many, many aspects. But to begin with, if you look at the history, women have been always, they've always been undervalued. We have lived, and I think we are still living today, unfortunately, in a very male-dominant society. And again, as I said before, I think one of the main factors that we can do is basically to help them understand not necessarily, the fact that school is important, but education, which, that they're very different from one another.
That's brilliant. Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree. Such great work to be done in this area. And of course, it'll bring such transformation into the lives of women who can also give more and be more as well, and feel more confident, and be valued for who they are as individuals, for their gifts and talents. And how does your role within the Community Services Committee help you to support this important area? Because there must be many case studies and examples that you may have worked on, but can you maybe share a case study or some examples of projects that you may have been involved in, especially to support the women empowerment side of things, and maybe how this has changed the lives of these women?
Yes. Well, before going into case studies, let's just say that I believe the club itself has made good moves in the past couple of years, considering that before it was just a gentleman's club only. I think the fact that now there are many, many women, amazing women, and the fact that we also have the opportunity to join the boards is a good case study itself. One very important thing I believe is that we need more women to take leader roles. If you look now, for example, at the current situation, economic crisis, well, it's also because there are too many managers and people who like to be bosses. But, when crises such, the ones that we are living now happen, managers fail because, being a manager and being a leader, again, it's very different. So we need more women to pretty much join and take responsibility. But that's hard because, who wants responsibility, right? So I believe, again, more people need to join, become responsible, take leader roles. For example, Jennifer Jones, she's a Rotarian, and this year, she's going to be the first female president, starting, of course, from this year, if no other candidate is going to challenge her. So I believe, this itself is going to change a lot of, lives.
Oh yes, Jennifer Jones has been doing amazing work within the Rotary, hasn't she? So, oops. Oh, where are we going here? Oh, there she is. Yeah, Jennifer Jones. Yeah, this is brilliant. It's first, I believe she's the first woman, female president, international president. That means a worldwide, global president of Rotary, which is probably 1.2, 1.4 million members, right? What a huge organization to lead. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So, and you had also some case studies maybe you wanted to share with us about what kind of work is being done at the moment, because I believe that there was a really interesting case that you had worked on, and that was about a lady who had been shot in the head. I believe it was in Afghanistan. Is that right?
Pakistan.
Was it in Pakistan? All right. And it was Malala Yousafzai?
Yeah, correct. Malala Yousafzai. So she really believes in, empowering women, and she is fighting for women's education. When she was 16, she was shot by the Taliban in Pakistan, and they, just to save her, they moved her here in UK, Birmingham, where she was saved.
Wow. So, but you mentioned that she was actually shot. So, do you mean there was a war going on and she got involved in that? Or she actually got shot like an assassination?
Yes, correct. So she was pretty much going to. And by the way, I don't know. I don't have a book with me, but she wrote a book as well, which is called "I Am Malala." She was just, I think, so she was 16, and she was going to school by bus with her friends, and the Taliban, they stopped at the. They stopped the bus and pretty much entered and shot her and some of her friends.
Oh dear, it's so dangerous, so even people can't even speak like in a democratic manner, where they may have a particular viewpoint or an opinion, or they may prefer things in a certain way, but they're not allowed to speak up. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. But we are going into
basic human rights. So Rotary also works on helping to empower women to understand their human rights, what basic rights they have, and helps to empower them by educating them and supporting them. And ensuring that they can give the best of themselves to the world. She's done really good, actually, hasn't she? She's been speaking around the world afterwards. So Rotary really helped her to transform her life, from where she was to where she is right now. So that was really good. And to finally come to kind of to the end of our discussion here, I know I'd love to speak more about this particular topic. It's so interesting. But, Rotary seems to be a great platform from where you can carry out this kind of impactful work. Why did you join Rotary, and what benefits do you think you have gained by being a Rotary member?
Yeah, of course. So giving back to the community is very important. That said, I think, people should join because, it's great to join because you can create meaningful connections, relationships, friendships, and there's also a lot of fun. It's not boring. Like, I love it. I love being part of the Rotary Club.
You think it's fun? So if you said 3 of the best things that you like as a person, what are the top 3 things you enjoy about Rotary?
I think all of the 3, yes. I think connections. Human-to-human connection. I think that's very important for me.
Right. That was the first one, right? That you'd like to have that connection. You mentioned fun as well. Is that right? There's lots of fun.
Yes. There is a lot of fun. Yes.
Yes. And of course, you get chance to perhaps work on such fantastic projects that you are passionate about and you yourself want to do something about. So here you have a platform in the Rotary where you can literally come with your project and say, look, this is what I would like to support. And you have a whole, all the members, the whole community there, like-minded people who help each other. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, fantastic. Well, Anastasia, look, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us here today on Healing Our Earth. We truly, truly appreciate your time. And I know that you're jet setting from here and there, but this is a really great insight that our audience members, ourselves have had about the There you go. I'm a bit lost here, and I hope you can see me right now. Where is everybody? Oh, there I am. Oh gosh, yes. Oh, Sharon, hello. A global namaste, my gorgeous goddess, and my dear sister.
Namaste to you all. I'm here for my birthday at the Pacific Ocean.
Yes.
Thank you, Neil G. Thank you so much.
It's today. Your birthday is today. I thought it was tomorrow.
It's today.
Oh, wow. A happy birthday. Should we be singing you a happy birthday today?
If you'd like, I've always...
I don't know, something different is looking on my side. I can't stop my PowerPoint thing. I can hear it in the background, so I'm trying to finish it off. But if you would like me to sing you a happy birthday, I'm sure we can all sing it for you right together. Where is my Seema and everybody? If you're there, Hasmita, come on, you're a little Antakshari lady. Go. We're going to do it together. Come on, unmute yourself. We're going to finish off with a happy birthday here. Come on, we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sharon. Happy birthday to you. Wow, I love Clive's voice. It's great. Oh, thank you, Asmita. I hardly heard that little one there, little mouse like. That's really good. And Sharon, happy birthday, my dear. Look at you. What a gorgeous photograph. You look stunning.
Wow. I've been through a lot, believe me, but I'm here. Can you see my granddaughter?
Oh, yes. She's gorgeous. Hello, little granddaughter. Hello. Enjoy your birthday.
We're playing in the sand.
Wow. And which place are you at the moment? Where are you in America?
San Diego, Mission Beach in San Diego.
Wow, look beautiful. It looks beautiful. Next time, if I am with this COVID thing at the moment, I can't jump on a plane. But if I didn't have all this COVID thing, I would probably jump on a plane and say, I'm coming to see you, my dear sister.
Oh, I would love that.
Yeah, I'm sure Neil has a special message for you as well. Neil, would you like to mention anything to dear Sharon? Because I know you were also hoping to give her a special happy birthday, right?
Honey, because you can't see your screen, we have been actually sharing the message to her. You are not able to see your screen. We have already done that. And let's remind people that Sharon Rose is our coordinator from United States of America for Healing Our Earth. And Clive, I loved your singing.
Doesn't actually rule.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Thank you, Neil. Thank you.
And I loved hearing about all the wonderful things that you've all done with the Rotary Club for so many human beings. It's so wonderful.
So the shift of power went to England and the East India Trading Company.
We need to get you joining a Rotary Club there, you know, and then we can do some partnership work, right?
Yes, well, we have one near us, a center in Colorado.
Yes. Oh, wonderful. What did you remember from it? So you were listening to some of the interviews. I know you must have been with your little grandchild, but was there anything that stood out for you from what you had heard that, you know, would create a bit of an impact, or any comment you would like to make about it?
Well, what I really enjoyed was hearing about all the people all over the world who have been doing so much, you know, coming together. I wish that, you know, this could be a model for all of us. You know, this coming together as to help children and elders and scholars and people who really want to have the same kind of message as we do at Healing Our Earth, which is love and community and really, really, really helping one another, especially through these strange times we're living in. So I'm very grateful to everyone that come on today for bringing their wisdom and knowledge and experience and visions. And thank you, honey, for bringing this all together.
I would say thank you for all your support, everybody. I know that I've had really amazing support from Clive, Ian. I should say very big thank you to David as well, you know, who gave me a little bit of guidance of what to get on with. But, you know, with Clive and Ian, I have to say a very big thank you to them. I'm very grateful for their support.
Thank you, honey, for all the work you've put into this. It's been quite amazing. Well done.
I know. We still have to start. This is how starting, isn't it? And Hasmita, look at her lovely thing. Her lovely comment was so amazing, what she had shared previously. So Hasmita, I just want to say thank you for your lovely comments. And if you could perhaps, if you feel this way, share this with your friends as well, and anybody that you know, that if they're looking to do more work, more voluntary work, they want to get involved in such organizations, even ourselves, you know, our team as well. If they wish to also get involved, there are some beautiful things we can do together.
I think that's wonderful. Thank you, honey. And I think thank you everybody for your insight into the whole the experience of becoming a member, on the good work that you do. And I think it's very inspirational, and it's a fantastic opportunity, and it's great for you to share this on this platform.
Thank you so much. I was just trying to get to my PowerPoint presentation because I think that video is still running. So I
could hear something in the background, so I think it was
sorry, like it's like in the back of my head as well. So sorry. Yes, I'm trying to come out of this. If Neil allows, he's the controller here, not being able to get in there. But I was just wanted to say, is Sharon with American, all the things you're doing in America. What's the most impactful work you have done charity-wise that we should all be working on, considering?
Honey, if you can hear me, look at the bottom of your screen where the taskbar is. You are still running some of the videos.
Yeah, it's not. I think someone else has gone on top of me. They've taken me out of my share screen, so I can't get in my share screen.
No, honey, Honey, if you
Yes.
can listen to me, if you look at the bottom taskbar,
yes,
and right at the, not in the Zoom, but on your computer, you will see, just browse over, you will see what is on, just click on it and click the cross so it stops.
I understand.
Or alternatively, go back and press screen share and stop again, please.
Okay, so I'm going to stop the sound, so you should not be able to hear it now, right?
Correct, it's gone now and you're able to screen share again.
Thank you. See, it would be so good to have so good to have you around. Thank you very much. Now I need to just come back to.
Yeah, if you just stop screen share now, honey, and
Yeah.
we can just chit chat.
All done. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we're coming to actually the end of our little sessions, but I had actually two more interviews that I thought would be really useful. One is about compliance, and one was about the community services. They had to pre-record. So I was going to say, Neil, perhaps should we add that on separately and close it with a nice, lovely prayer to finish off today?
With pleasure. Let us first of all thank every member from the Rotary. We did try to raise Shekhar, the international president. He is actually tied up, but I was trying to bring him on as well. But nonetheless, the most beautiful part is Ian, Clive, Tony, Mohammed, David, who are all here. What a wonderful contribution. You opened our eyes. We want to bring you back again. You are now all part of Healing Our Earth. And whenever you go to projects, just send us the flyer and we will plug you. So honey, if you could thank everybody once again, let's go for a prayer. And
yes.
the interviews, we will plug them into the social media. Once again,
Absolutely.
Rotary in action. We are simply proud of you. Over to you, honey.
Thank you, dear Neil. Well, first of all, we're finishing off for today to say a very big thank you to, of course, the participants as well, the panel guests with their wonderful comments that they came back with to encourage the rest of us. The special, wonderful President David Johnson, our Vice President Ian Balcom, and of course Clive Amos, who's the membership chair, who I'm working very closely with as a chairwoman of the new members committee. So I just want to say a very big thank you for all your mentoring. The audience members who are watching right now, just wanted to say do keep in touch, and if you want more information about this particular organization, Rotary, if you've been touched by the work that's being done there and you want to know more about it, you don't need to join, just want to find out more, you're welcome to contact us. There's no obligation whatsoever. And I know we've talked about the membership joining, but actually the main aim is for us to inspire people to go out there and to do more good for the world. That's our main message for everybody. The secondary part is, if you're interested to know more about Rotary, of course, we are here to support you for that as well. Ladies, like Sharon, a big happy birthday, my dear. All our birthday wishes go to you from all of us from Healing Our Earth and the 30 countries that are watching or more right now. From all of us together, we send you our love. Please keep doing the great work, and I'm glad you're feeling better now. Speedy recovery to you. So we finish up with a lovely prayer. This prayer is actually for peace, happiness, and love for all of us to be blessed with a nice, I would say, abundance of wisdom, abundance of love, abundance of lovely friends, and everything good that life can bless you with. So we're going to finish off with a lovely Indian prayer. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May peace be with you.